It's Saturday in the CDL, and we've got 3 more matches coming your way.
First up, who wore it best? It's the battle of purple teams as LAG tries to upset Toronto.
Then, 2 fresh lineups face off in our Monster Energy matchup. It's Boston versus Miami. Which team's roster mania moves will pay off today?
And finally, Subliners versus Røkkr. We'll see if the new look Minnesota can stand up to a top 14.
It's all coming up right now on the Call of Duty League.
In Atlanta, FaZe take it.
Ultra, they're trying to make it happen.
Oh, they're making it happen. Fellow 1v1 for the ace. Felony, are you kidding? Nice shots, big Kenny. In a grand final, he won't slow down. Keeps going, another 13. These guys are going to war. spree from him. 2 minutes on 2 on the game clock, and the second segment's gone. You're not going to need a whole lot. This should be round. Vegas. Oh my God! A tactical nuke out of Adam Assault, but Nero's still on the point.
Oh, Assault, he's just too icy. Look at him go.
That was one of the few highlights from the Gorillas yesterday as Assault picks up a 4K, including his teammate. When are the players going to start blowing up these tanks at the start of games?
Bunch of times. It's the 5th man propane on the map. Of course they're going to utilize it.
Great work there from LAG. They don't get the win against Vegas yesterday, but they're back in action today, Nameless. In fact, if you like the color purple, you're going to love today. We got LAG, Toronto, and Minnesota all in action. How many wins, map wins, amongst those 3 teams?
I mean, at least 6, okay? Well, actually, maybe not. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think, for LAG, they had a performance yesterday versus Las Vegas that we kind of expected online, but they started to get better at the end of the last stage. So if they can translate that into this match today, they could have some success.
Chat, I think the line is at 6.5 map wins. Let us know over or under right there for the purple squads. Let's keep this moving, though, because we got a lot to catch folks up with. Let's start with our standings. After winning the previous major, Atlanta FaZe was at 295. Their win yesterday puts them at 20-4 overall and the first team over 300 points.
Yeah, and you're a little bit worried if you're Toronto Ultra, right? You're only 10 points ahead of Optic Texas, and you've had a struggling past Major 2 stage now, even heading into Major number 3. So they're going to have to look to lock in that number 2 seed.
Other big news with Minnesota's loss and Vegas's win. Vegas is now officially the 5th best team, and LAG has an opportunity potentially to tie Minnesota today. Let's start with that LAG squad that didn't get the win over Vegas, but had some strong moments. A very strong game 1 from Fame on the new map, and then Gunless was playing pretty darn consistently, for the Minnesota Røkkr yesterday. Ali, what was he doing up there in Minnesota?
I mean, that man was shooting. I mean, Standy was as well. I think being new additions, they played around each other extremely well, having not really been on the same team, even in past historics. So for Minnesota Røkkr, you're not feeling too bad walking away from this. It is unfortunate, though, because their strength of schedule at the beginning of this stage is very difficult. We're going to see them going up against New York Subliners, and they did have a hot start versus Atlanta FaZe in that map number 1. It's just about continuation throughout the rest of the series.
Yeah, for the Minnesota Røkkr, they needed more firepower. Awakening wasn't getting it done for them, so now like a 0.86. So they bring in Gunless, and by all means, a great performance, right? Like the shining light yesterday in the respawns, and the control, he had some big plays, and the hard point, he was going absolutely off, almost double some of the other players on his team skills. So I think this is a good addition for these guys. It's just hard to judge them based on a series against the Atlanta FaZe.
Right, Atlanta FaZe, your number 1 team, but the Subliners, the new challenger for Minnesota tonight, not much easier. That battle is going down in just 3 hours, chat. Let us know who you think is going to pop off in that best of 5. That's the last match of the day, but let's keep people going here on the Atlanta train because Atlanta FaZe 20-4, best team overall with the match count. Map count, they're looking pretty incredible. And in-game yesterday, this team was looking like they haven't lost a step. Maybe the best match damage-wise for Drazah that we've seen?
Yeah, this is an exciting time for Atlanta FaZe, especially if you're an Atlanta FaZe fan, simply because I've seen a lot of talk on Twitter about people kind of comparing this to Cold War. You know, the Core 3 and Abeezy and Simp with Celium have been searching. They've been on the hunt for this perfect 4th, and maybe we're seeing that stride being hit now with Drazah and the confidence that he exudes for this team. Atlanta never really needed the extra slaying. That is a plus with adding Drazah to this roster, but they did need the confidence and the comms, and I think we are finally seeing the fruits of that labor.
Atlanta is back in action against another top team. In fact, Nameless, we get the Grand Finals rematch in week 1 of the qualifiers. Yeah. Will we see new maps this time between FaZe and Optic?
Yeah, 100%, right? You got to try some new things if you're Optic. They got cooked against Atlanta FaZe. You're talking 3-1 in winners finals and then 4-1 in the Grand Finals. So has not been a matchup so far in this game that Optic have liked, and Atlanta FaZe seemingly pulling away.
We got the Grand Finals rematch coming up on Sunday. You'll also be able to catch Las Vegas in action once again. Vegas looking like a very strong contender after their win yesterday, a convincing 3-0. What did they show you yesterday, Ali? Do they have weaknesses? Where are their strengths?
Just some consistency, right? They are an extremely strong respawn team. If they were going to fall short anywhere in that series yesterday, it was supposed to be in the game number 2 because for some reason, LEG was the best search and destroy team in the game, but this is online and not LAN. So Vegas Legion handed them a very hot 3-0, and they're kind of the gatekeepers right now, which has its ups and downs. It has its downs to the side of Vegas Legion want to break into the top 4, right? How do they break that echelon and start playing better against teams like Atlanta and New York and Optic? But as far as I'm concerned, they're in an incredible spot compared to history past.
Attach a ridiculous game 3, only 9 deaths to go along with this 25 kills as Vegas gets it done with a clean 3-0 over LAG. And in big part to the rookie success here, Nameless, they took chances on players like Purge and Geo, and those are definitely paying dividends at this point in the season.
Yeah, you know, and we get a couple new maps in the board that you think Purge should be really good at. We saw some ratty plays there on 6-star. It was beautiful to see. And then in terms of Geo, #1 right now, he's 1.07. He's been an unbelievable addition to this team, especially in control where he really shines. And also on hardpoint, 4,000 damage on hardpoint is pretty damn impressive.
Pretty good stuff there from Geo. Gotta give a shout out to Linz. We saw what he was doing yesterday for Minnesota. And of course, what Snoopy has been doing for Boston. They retooled around this guy. He's currently #4 in our power rankings. If you're looking at his stats, what has Snoopy shown you here in his quote-unquote rookie season?
He's shown us some fun, right? Like he showed these moments where he can take over maps. I think what separates Snoopy from the rest of the rookies that are kind of leading for Rookie of the Year is he hasn't shown as much consistency as the other players, as well as his team not finding as much success. So for him to be in that conversation, he's going to need some help by the vets on his team. And this is also one of the teams that has made 2 changes to build around him. So now he has that much more pressure on his shoulders to perform.
Welcome to the league once again. Pentagram and Beans, they'll be playing against Miami today. If you're looking to watch Gwyn, though, he and the Carolina Royal Ravens will be facing off against Seattle tomorrow. And if you watched him on LAN, this kid is frying. He may be one of the most exciting SMG players in the league to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. And now you get this guy around the vets in person, right? Like they're all going to be in Carolina playing with each other in a facility. And that is going to be massive for team building Kim and then also for him to develop because he's been an immense talent so far this season, especially in the respawns, clearing away their best player online throughout the last stage and carried that over into LAN as well.
Carolina seemed primed to climb up the leaderboard, but if you're looking at a squad that may be in trouble, we're a bit surprised to say it could be Toronto Ultra, the team that won our first major, that was undeniably the best team in the game at the start of Stage 2, has started to decline, at least in their S&D gameplay.
It's at least in the S&D, it's pinpointed in the S&D, right? It's why they can't hang with the other top 3. They're sitting in the top 4 with them. They're sitting on the outer skirts of that right now as the 4th best team because the Search and Destroy just has not been there. 2-8 in their last 10 Search and Destroy maps. This was a team that was world starring during stage #1. So for Toronto Ultra, unfortunately, you talk about the new maps being added and you want to say, oh, well, maybe this will help their map pool. It really won't. We talked about it yesterday that they were a team that preferred Skid Row HP, they preferred Invasion, even Terminal S&D. So for Toronto Ultra, they're going to have to really hit the lab.
Yeah, you know, Ali, I'll echo that, right? Even when you talk about their hardpoint, they've been the best hardpoint team on the season when you look at it there, but they're 9-1 across Invasion and Skid Row hardpoint, right? So it's going to get pretty tough for them. I would say they've been on the opposite end of the vote when we're bringing in new maps, so they're going to have to figure that out on one end as well. Envoy has improved, did not have a good land by any means. He needs to play a lot better. So Toronto Ultra, they've been regressing pretty much across the board.
Ultra looking to bounce back today, and a lot of people in the chat saying that's not going to be a problem as they face off against LAG in our first fight of the night. And reminder, both LAG and Toronto will be in Toronto in person in May, and you can come watch them live with us. Ali, how do they do it?
How do you do it? Well, you get your tickets, right? They're on sale now for the Toronto Major. I believe this will be at least our 3rd time heading back up to the Matamis Athletic Center, and it is always a good time. One of our favorite venues. And make sure you get your passports, too, before it's too late.
Yeah, always get a fresh cut when it comes Saturday time. You know, the fade's not as crispy. They always have a barber standing there. I go up, I get a fresh fade. I'm just feeling good. The vibes are nice. It's going to be nice outside in the 6th. It's going to be a vibe. Also, Drake's disc might be out by then. So.
You think so? We'll be bumping it in the green room, that's for sure. And of course, we'll be bumping to these games all day long. It starts with a fight between our purple squads. Toronto Ultra takes on #7 Los Angeles Guerrillas. We've got Miami versus Boston in your Monster Energy matchup. And we close it out with the new look Røkkr taking on the Subliners. Can Gunless get it done? Stay tuned to find out. This is the CDO when we return. LAG takes the stage. Don't go anywhere.
Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
Never miss a match of your favorite teams with the Call of Duty League Calendar Sync. Here's the fun part. When you add a calendar, you'll also receive a squad up calling card you can use in-game.
Eyes watching for the opposition, out there crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get me. I'm with the team when they need me, or out on a dolo mission. They get rocky riding on this road to riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War, ready, crew, coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out, it's the gorillas. Not any winner, one out of many. Fine talents, empty, lights out, it's the gorillas.
I love when the good news coming in on a day-to-day. Already know what's happening, I don't gotta shake the hay. Big moves, big stepper in the right direction. The trip continues, every double use a psychedelic. I think they gon' need a minute. Look, I'm interested in making as opposed to making friends. Double bags, I've been paranoid, having a safe place, I'll take a check. Finishing this drink should only take a sec, but Mark just cut me off, he told me that I go on stage and tan. Walk out to my own shit on the main event. Da Vinci, my cologne after the show, she told me that shit was a favorite sin. Sprint advantage spacious, we could take it friends. What happened next, you could take a guess.
Welcome back, everybody, and shout out to my guy in the chat who said Diamond Con is about to put Scrap in the dirt. That is the most confident I have seen an LAG fan all season long.
That is certainly an opinion.
Yeah, all right, let's talk about this Toronto squad and why that might not be the case, because they got this guy named Scrap who is a rock star in his rookie season, Rookie of the Year last year, now in his second year nameless. What is he showing you here with Toronto Ultra?
I mean, he's unbelievable, right? Like, the guy's pushing for records on some of these maps. We've seen him drop almost 50 on a control invasion. Like, he just puts down damage, always top 5 in terms of the damage category. The kid is everywhere. In Search and Destroy, he's always putting in that extra push. If you tune into his stream, he's playing Search and Destroy 8s at night after scrims. So the man is always going to show up.
Absolutely.
Will the supporting cast be there? They were at Major 1, and throughout that split, they've drawn a line in the sand when it gets out of the top 4. But I'm just worried about this team, man. With the map changes and the shifts in meta, it's been concerning.
They have struggles in S&Ds, Ali. LAG known for S&D in stage 2. Not yesterday necessarily, though.
Yeah, not necessarily yesterday, simply because LAG is a different team online. So for Toronto Ultra, when it comes to the Monster Energy pregame, obviously we're all looking for the Search and Destroy to be better. 2-8 in the last 10, worse in defending, and they're allowing a lot of plants most of the time in the last 60 days. Unfortunately, that's where LAG finds a lot of success. They're great at retaking, and they're very quick on getting that bomb down. So focus on those if you're Toronto Ultra, and their control has gone a little bit worse, and I'm mainly looking at Insight. I know we were talking about Envoy a lot pre to this matchup, but he went from a 1.13 during Major 1 to a 0.95 during Major 2 quals, and a 0.87 specifically in control. So looking for one of the better ARs to step up.
Yeah, he's last 48 out of 48 in terms of control.
Is that possible?
Yeah,
Insight?
I can't believe it. Yep.
That's got to be in
This
there
is true
somewhere.
story.
I don't believe it, Toronto. Let's
what I
take a
got.
look at the maps and modes today. Can my guy Insight get it back on track? Well, he's going to be playing Karachi Invasion. Karachi again. If they go to a game 5, how about Karachi Karachi 3 times, Allie.
I think maybe some opportunity here for LAG simply because these teams have played each other twice, and both times Toronto have lost the search and destroy, and they're playing on maps they're familiar with, Karachi Hardpoint and Karachi Control. So maybe force that map number 4 to get to a 6-star. LAG could have an opportunity.
LAG did get a rep against Vegas on 6-star yesterday. Will they get a win today? It's time to lock in our scuff pick'ems, and I'll go first here, Alley Cat. We both chose a purple team incorrectly yesterday. This time, I feel like I'm getting it right. Toronto Ultra is taking match 1.
Well, I'm not going to go against you on this one, unfortunately. So no catching up today. I'm going to go with Toronto Ultra.
Toronto? Fans?
Toronto. Yeah.
Last time we did this, it didn't go well for us.
Casters, how we feeling about this one? We got Miles and the most beautiful man in all of Colorado. Chance.
That might be actually true. You never know. Chris, crazier things have happened. Guys, look. Bad day yesterday for LAG. Look. Not a great tournament run for Ultra. Insight, little slow. Envoy, real bad one. But look, guys, look. It's a new stage. It's a new day. And look, it's going to be a great day of games. Ultra taking on LAG. Let's get into it, Chance.
That 4-letter word has lost its entire meaning towards me, but no, it is going to be an interesting matchup, absolutely, without question. And I think these are two teams where we know exactly what we have to pay attention to. The desk broke it down perfectly. Specific players you're looking at on Ultra to sort of have turnaround performances in some specific game modes. And from LAG, signs of life in the online stage. Obviously, they did not perform super well against the Vegas Legion, but they still had sparks. Like, they were down 120 points on that 6-star hardpoint. Had them on yesterday. They started to hit their groove. Now the problem for LAG, got to find that groove against Toronto. Good luck, have fun.
Well, that groove might be somewhere in the rubble here of Karachi as we start our first hardpoint of the day. Into the kill feed we go. Kleenex, the man of the moment. As the hardpoint is now in the hands of LAG, a single sweet second goes their way. Ultra right back at it. Chance, it's a tough thing to do to make a big old, mental comeback, but I think Ultra are one of the more sort of mentally resolute teams I think we have in the league.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And I think it'll be interesting to see how this stage pans out for them too, just because I noticed that the hardpoint map and they got rid of Vista against LAG. Last stage, they were trying out all of the new maps as quickly as they possibly could. But, if they're throwing a ban towards the new map way, maybe they want to buckle down and just look for domination, which they virtually had in this moment. That rotation is clean. Insight with the stamp of that final kill. Nice little 4 down. That is going to be a crystal clear and perfect rotation over towards P2. Now it's just about execution. Fame, the only player alive trying to make a play, but you chop him down, you're going to feel a little bit safer. But Fame maybe bought his team enough time. Scrap feeling the heat, getting back down as well in LAG. That is a perfect break, exactly when they need it.
Yeah, not too wrong, mate. Kleenex is seemingly being everywhere, everything all at once. There's a slight lead now for Ultra developing. Nice shots out of Insight. Jamie Craven right back at it. He was real slow at the second major this year, but so far, so good. Beautiful work out of Fame there. Low HP as well, right back into the point. It's perfect gameplay from Ultra.
Yeah, well, I said perfect break from LAG. They got through for a grand total of maybe 5 or 6 seconds, and then Insight comes soaring right back in. So LAG, maybe they apply some pressure, but Ultra virtually do not break a sweat. And, well, now a rotation again where Ultra ahead of the game. Scrap, though, is by himself, so he's playing for kills, not for the time just yet. Diamond Khan top third, walks into the pre-aim. Scrap for the moment, just making it look easy. This is his wheelhouse.
Oh, yeah. Scrap from up top third there. Tags in. Massive workout of Kleenex up front as well. Trying to make their way over towards this brand new hardpoint. Things are open. Ultra again in there, and they've managed to find the kills on the opener. You got one mirror of LAG to deal with in the backline. Assault is staying alive for the moment. Kleenex now looking to deal with him. Does indeed. Nice two-spree there from Tobias Jules Jonsson. Over towards the point we go. Estriel's knocking on the outside.
Yeah, it's beautiful work by everybody. You see all the trades rolling through. Scrap is up top getting the damage, and they just play off of each other so well. Still want to hold on to the time, though. Estriel does find the route, and this is a good chunk of time to be able to get. This would be a clean break if you can find it. Estriel, well, he's been searching for Kleenex on the back end. Good enough to take him down. Estriel out here making plays, but again, the pressure that you see Toronto Ultra applying while Estriel's going crazy. Insight's picking up 2 in the feed. Ultra still fighting around that time, and it really does feel like any moment where LAG do something good, Ultra just do something even better. Once again, Toronto, they are ahead of the rotation game.
Once again. Our points up. Assault trying to clear up these defenders. Help the boys get in there. Can you break Ultra? They bend. But they don't often concede those hard points. Nice work so far here on Karachi. 45 seconds. And no one's really able to get into this hard point just yet. Kudos again to LAG, keeping him away from it, but not necessarily keeping him in the time. Tags again. Fame's on a 4. Can he get in the 5th? He can indeed. There's streaks on the menu here. If he hits this corner right and the timing, not going to work out.
That's going to be tough. Yeah, no, CleanX able to dish out death in that moment and really try to keep things going. Once again, LAG are fighting. Like, on these break situations, they're making moves. Fame going on sprees. They're winning a handful of decent gunfights. They just never able to actually get control and really lock down the game. And, well, this might not even be the moment for them. Another wipe. Number 8 and number 7 are going to spawn out. It's going to make the rotation a little bit mixy. LAG do get here first, but they don't have as much control as they would necessarily like. You got Scrap, maybe the last man alive to put pressure on the Coop side of the map, but maybe Adam Assault has the leads. This is the first opportunity for Gorillas to lock something down for a full 60 and get back in the game.
It went unbelievably low scoring street hard point over to Junk, and things are looking a little better. Speaking of low scoring, Envoy 3 and 10 still on a bit of a slow streak here since getting things out of Major 2. Wasn't a great tournament. We'll see if he can't turn it around 1 kill at a time. But so far, so good. Hard point very much still in the hands of Ultra, ticking away as Assault tries to peel his way through the back streets.
I mean, you had what, Fame going on a 5 spree in the last hill, Adam Assault a 4 in the moment, but even while he's going on the spree, you see a Money Hill where Ultra were still able to break through. So even with Envoy a double negative, it's not making it a bit of difference. Ultra just too good of a team. And really that one big opportunity LAG had, again, getting shut down like that, it is not going to feel good. You're going back to square one. And, well, look at who's in the power positions. All the players from Ultra, someone from the top rope this time, Insight on a 4 spree, and you might get traded out, but maybe that's just the opportunity to send Envoy in for the kill. See if he can get off that the double neg wavelength.
Again, awkward timing. Trying to thread the needle here, looking for these defenders. No one's nearby. His Envoy should be able to pick up 1 or 2 here. Teammates are there for the cleanups. A lot of information gained. You know how you can dive into this hard point. He may be brought down, but it's a lot of red dots on that minimap for his teammates to deal with. Insight sent in for it. Scrap finds this as well. Ultra still keeping a very strong hold here of P1 on Karachi. Less than 30 seconds to go now, and a couple of moments could go the way of LAG.
Oh my God, yeah, I just feel bad for watching Envoy's perspective. We just watched him start in red, basically did a lap around the actual hill just to get shot in the side, and then he goes and chows P1 on one of the filthiest head glitches we have in the game. So he is having a bit of a rough one. Maybe good news from LAG though. Again, it has been a rarity to see them ahead of the rotation game, but they're over here towards P2. They're getting the entry kills as well, so they're down by 60 for the moment, but another opportunity to get back in the swing of things.
Kills for Fame, keeping it going. And CleanX make his way now in. He's managed to sneak forward. This is a perfect time to dive into a listen in with Toronto Ultra.
1 front plus 1 P5. And then 1 windows. Windows on time.
Just stuck me out. 1 front side, front windows, front right.
I sure top right, red. Right windows. That dead.
Nice, top out. Yo, nice. Spawn out, by the way. All 4 diamond. Spawn back dumpster still.
I'm bending.
Could be back still.
Yeah, 1 could be dumpster. Oh, yep, dumpster. Dumpster corner. Sitting dumpster corner.
Still there, dead. I'm 1 shot here. I'm just soak. I'll soak. Low on you, Jamie?
Could be bending, yeah.
It's good time, bro. Someone play right slow. I'll go right.
One's like double cars here, like the...
Take your time.
I'm gonna go top red. Now shoulder. Go on the left side car.
3rd, Fame weak. Yeah. Every kill you get, the might spawn out if you get 1.
Just holding the top hut.
Okay.
Yeah.
You get 3rd. 3rd. Yep. I can slow. I can come left with you. I get info.
I don't see anything 3rd.
Still in the car. On the car. Like the one that's not blown up. Weak. Oh, yeah, true. Still there.
He 3 dumpster.
Yeah, back left hut. I'm trying to live. Hut. BC.
This guy hut. He's still hut. Walking mid huts now.
Mid huts.
Hut's
close on you guys. Close. AC.
Get close to dumpster. He went back half wall.
Half wall 1 time.
Spawning 3rd. Or spawning bridge. Spawning bridge.
Deep left. Weak.
On that.
Spawning
bridge. Going back to right now.
Back to right now. Behind your bridge. Show me a mid.
I'll be mid.
You have our...
I have your mid. Top that Fame. Wants to be bikes. He's tiles. Yeah, bikes.
Already out?
No. 2 mid. Go.
Hitting mid lane right now. And then 1 is top tiles. Mid lane. I'm dead.
I should push down that.
1 more top 3.
Lane line of car and 1 top 3rd. Lane of car and top 3rd.
Car dead.
1 top 3rd, Danny.
Tiles weak, absolute.
Top church, by the way. 1 shot top church. Low. Why are you guys still?
All right, COD fans, nap time's over. It's back to the game.
Oh, we got to get into it. That is the most energy I've ever heard CleanX have. The man woke up. He chose violence. He has 28 kills already in this game, and you can hear it the way he's slamming.
Oh, he's slamming indeed. Talk about a silent slammer. That's something I didn't think I'd ever get to say on air. But LAG are not out of this yet. CleanX may on a 3 spree, slicing his way through the Gorillas players quite happily. But so far, not out of this yet. CleanX is seemingly untouched. His feet have only just hit the floor. It was hot lava for a moment. Fame finally extinguishes the run.
Yeah, finally. We just watched CleanX, take maybe 5 gunfights before someone shot back at... Oh, yeah. CleanX just has one of those POVs where when it's good for him, everything just looks incredibly easy. Sort of like this game has been for Toronto Ultra. Dylan Envoy, only 8 kills. That's all he's needed. He got a 40-point lead in a rotation over towards New, and, well, I know LAG didn't exactly lock the Money Hill down, but Insight picking them apart already. Number 2 and number 4, Envoy and CleanX, they're just sitting comfortably in Junkyard. LAG have no pressure on the map.
No, not at all. They've got a long way to go. The guns should be ready for Toronto Ultra to hit this. Envoy holding at his angle. CleanX up front. Tags are in. Gets it. Walks away with his life. Insight's there in the feed again. Over 200 points. We now go Ultra. They pounce to life. Fame somehow finds 2. A seemingly impossible gunfight. He makes a reality. Insight's there. Picks up the pieces. Gets himself a second as well. Scraps now brought his guns to the front. And they are red hot. Ultra holds the line.
It's been clean. Now everything again, just guns up forward. Everybody spawning bus. Insight walls doesn't care about them. CleanX gets to flank, and well, maybe just a situation to shoot some players in the back. There's number 1 and doing the dance. Knows exactly where to look. And hey, Damikon trying to keep things fresh. No scrap time collected there from Ultra, and LAG really have just been fighting this entire game. It has been desperation just to attempt to keep it close. But hey, well, you had the left side spawns. You lost those for a minute, but you do have the hill time.
The hill time. Back over to P1. LAG holding on. We've seen this team make these unbelievable comebacks when the going gets rough. And has the rough got going? That's the question now. Can Fame find himself back on the point? Keep those members of Ultra at bay. Find the time. Estriel with the kills. Keeping it going.
Yeah, these spawns are insane though, right? Half of Ultra like keeps spawning out, and you are getting the split sort of situation from LAG, so they're conscious of it. Estriel up top, nice moves, but you see you actually lose the hill time. Couple extra kills trading through, but Estriel, rival not quite the right job for that moment. And 20 seconds is big for Ultra to be able to get for this final P1 time. So Fame wants to strip it away while his team tries to win that rotation. And number 2, Envoy, I don't know why Ultra just spawned behind him. That's unreadable. That's a dagger spawn if I've ever seen one.
Oh, we love the unreadables. That should be it. Fame, make your way in. Scrap guns him. That could be Matt right here and now. No one from LAG close enough to make anything happen. They've got to get going now. Insight, coverage, damage dealt. Enough to slow him down. Assault should be taken care of. Envoy with a cover in fire. Scraps find it in the feed. That's going to be game. Ladies and gentlemen, wait a minute. That's game. Ladies and gentlemen, Ultra take map 1.
Dude, oh my God. Okay, first of all, those spawns were insane, but also... Envoy, we got it. Like, what's going on? I know he was having some controller problems like at the major, but this is legit like the 4th or 5th hard point in a row where not just double, but like triple negative. Granted, Ultra got the win. He got the final second in time. Maybe his hill time was out of control, but I know one of the things we were looking for from the side of Ultra was Envoy to turn around the hard point performance, and we did not see that there. This is going to be a very strange scoreboard to look at. Yeah, least kills, least damage in the lobby. Certainly was getting assists, so like he was getting involved with his teammates. And well, I said, look at the hill time. Imagine.
Yeah, well, we might be able to find out that information a bit later on. But regardless of Envoy's performance, that's a big win. We're looking at
super solid, I guess.
It's going to be mostly CleanX just spitting on people. But for now, I think that Ultra, it may be an individual sort of numbers game, not so good. But there is no denying the impact they're having on the map as a team. So, hey, I'll leave it to the greater minds than I to work out what the hell's going on. But for now, a very, very strong showing out of Ultra map 1.
Absolutely, for Ultra to work out for sure. And not just Kleenex, I know Insight certainly catching up in the kills column as well. Scrap certainly had his moments. Felt like a lot of times where, like, you know, LAG would get to the junk kill or have more bodies on rotation, but someone like Scrap or Insight just doing such a good job of staying alive and waiting for the teammates to get involved and making sure they're always attacking things as a team. And of course, on the flip side, Ultra, anytime they got a full setup, a decent bit more effective at breaking things down. But this is sort of the Kleenex victory lap sort of montage towards the end. He got gifted one just sort of gorgeous spawn in the back for absolutely no reason, and he turned it into that little sort of like terrage that he was able to go through. Didn't quite get the 40 bomb, but that's sort of the moments why you like Kleenex too. Like we heard in the listening where Kleenex is like, yeah, I'll soak it. Like it's no big deal. Meanwhile, he has 25 kills and is dominating the lobby. If Kleenex didn't waste his time soaking up the actual hill, probably would have broken a kill record.
Yeah, he might have actually. If you'd let Kleenex off the leash, God only knows what sort of numbers we'd be looking at there. But the game flow does tell a very strong story of a dominant team and a team certainly trailing behind. LAG unable to get anything going. P4 was a close mark there for them, but they certainly fizzed. As much SR for that win. That's all it is. He's just going to get like a 40. The rest of his teammates are going to be up there in the 60s. Who knows? Invasion S&D coming up now.
Well, that'll be question number 2, maybe for Toronto Ultra, whether or not they've made up for the S&D woes. Again, we saw the lower third graphic earlier on. The desk was touching on it. 2 and 8 in their last 10 search and destroys. I mean, this is a team that quite literally at Major 1 in search and destroy, flawless. They were perfect. Did not drop a map. Every single strat, it seemed like, was absolutely gorgeous. But what happened in the second stage is everybody went, oh, I guess we'll watch how Ultra plays this game mode and learn from these guys. And they did not make the adjustments quick enough. And now we have to go into stage 3, maybe a new map or 2 in the mix, but not for map 2. These guys simply are going to just need to be better because, again, from a nearly perfect and flawless S&D performance at stage 1 from Ultra, their record now very comparable to LAG. Well, obviously for those guys, it's your opportunity to get back in the series.
I mean, it's about time to get back into the series for LAG. The online struggles for them, it's not been great in the qualifiers. When they get to the old LAN, the LANimals come out. They certainly get hot hands. But that's a while away, and it's the very team they're going up against, so they're going to be dealing with when it comes to LAN, the Toronto Major. Very, very close by. Extremely excited to get back to that one. See if LAG can find something here in this S&D invasion. Because let's face it, I'd love to see a 6-star. I'd really like to see some more of these new maps, as I'm sure you fans at home would as well, and I know the desk are keen for it also. Toronto Ultra, the firm favorites in this series. Our desk pundits, our fans in the chat thinking the same thing. Let's find out if LAG have got the fight in them to upset our winners.
Well, a fight on Invasion is certainly one that they're going to be willing to take. One of their most played search and destroy maps. These guys grinded. And I know with the repetitions, that might mean sort of, you know, extra VOD, extra research for the other team of what your tendencies are going to be. But the benefit of the grind is all of the mid-round adjustments. You know exactly how your teammates like to play. You're used to the grind. You're used to sort of the natural flow and pace of your own boys. So a 3-5 record isn't fantastic, but the repetitions still absolutely there. Frankly, I think the scariest sight was what number 1 on defense is Toronto Ultra. So LAG, they get to test the waters early on.
Don't drink the water though. You might get food poisoning. Opening exchange there. Estriel and Diamond just giving Kleenex a couple of love taps. Gets away with his life, no problem. Firm line of attack here from LAG. They've managed to get themselves much closer towards the A-bomb site, and I'm not 100% sure if Ultra saw them, Chance.
Well, I think for LAG, I don't know how many like nades and tacks they've actually used. I know Kleenex is sitting on his as well, so I think there's actually still a ton of utility on this map for whenever that first move gets made. Information on Kleenex, but no follow-up, so he just gets to heal up. So that's a nade gone to no real effect. Smokes out as well, trying to get this bomb down, but Ultra, everybody's here.
Oh, wow, Estriel. I thought he was going to pay for his pensive moment. Oh, nearly takes care of Envoy as well, who just escapes. Great play. Stay alive there. Insight finds his over to Fame on the bomb site. This is going to be a tough one. Insight just on the other side of it. Fame is truly surrounded. Diamondcon might be able to help out here. There's a little bit more than help. Might have just leveled it up. 2v2. The clock is ticking.
No, Insight was on the street as well. Envoy, the last man without the intel. Fame can't get away. Insight too quick with it. I think Fame may be going to regret the moment not going for the trade, but you saw the situation LAG was trying to play with. You had Fame not able to make a move. If he ever stands up, the guy in the mid tank probably going to gun him down. So he's waiting for his teammate to go in for the chow. But by the time he tried to set that up together, Insight, well, he's making adjustments on the map as well. Perfectly timed, perfectly played, and Insight, S&D. I mean, that is quite literally the man, always in the right spot at the right time.
Crazy as well. That moment we saw Kleenex take that nade from Estriel. Estriel could have picked up that kill and escaped with his life from that situation. Scrap was nowhere near for a moment. There's a few moments here for LAG where I feel like you've got a bit of an advantage. They're showing a tremendous amount of respect to Toronto Ultra and not willing to make the play or play for trades. Let's see if that bites him in this next round. We've got Ultra on attack.
Yeah, I mean, again, Ultra best team on defense, so there are incredibly small windows you have to find in Envoy. Well, he found that small window and enough to send in Kleenex for the easy trade. So small windows indeed. At least LAG, though. Trade's been on point. You might get blooded, but the setup is still on point. Assault, though, well, he's dancing with the devil and, well, doesn't even bother shooting back. Scrap, the difference maker in the round. LAG, not just a small one, a big mistake, trying to turn your back to Scrap.
The devil's name is Thomas. Who would have thought it? Nice shots from Scrap there. Estriel as well, that final kill. Not an easy thing to do. When we think about the way movement mechanics have changed so much in Call of Duty over the years, whether it's the dives or the slides. I mean, Scrap just willing to put shots down range and hope for that little bit of network magic, and it pays off there. Pixel perfect movement there from Ultra. Lovely first blood from Envoy. 2 in a row.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Call of Duty, confidence is king. Scrap, a player that has all of it in Assault. Well, not confident to chow in that moment. Maybe back to the default stat coming from LAG. Very turtled up. I mean, Estriel just looking in the P1 cross. We saw him get tags on Kleenex in round 1, but you see right now, just spot checking for information. But the Gorillas certainly leaning towards this B site. Maybe some bad news, though. Envoy, very aggressive inside of DVDs and a fairly tight setup. Ultra players are going to be around for the trades.
Here comes the opener. Kleenex in and out. Estriel's not going to be able to find a thing, except for the bomb. Does get the quick recovery. Trades, down, done. Assault 1v3. Not an easy spot to be in. Ultra don't have a clue as where he is, though. So pick a corner, any corner. You win it. 3 in a row for Ultra.
Yeah, that is utterly clinical as well. Talk about a team wanting to make up for the S&D woes. Scrap's calling out the information. Kleenex times the chow from inside of dark perfectly on the guy in B control. Gets out of dodge. Scrap might fall, but that's after Scrap got his second kill in the round, or set up for the second one. And then Envoy, who found his way inside of DVDs very quickly in the round, also perfectly timed to go and clear out that B street and find those extra kills. So that is very much like clockwork, as efficient as a round could possibly be. I mean, for Toronto Ultra fans, that's, again, as happy as you could get for a round of S&D.
We love happy fans. Especially Toronto, they're very loud. Loud starts from Fame, though. Starts things off with a bang. Envoy wants to get the first for his squad. 2 back-to-back rounds now, as he's had a stinker in the hard point, but 6-1 here in the search. And that's not the scoreline. It could well be, but it's his KD. It's 7-1 now. 4 spree. Dylan Hannon.
I mean, this is perfect. B site is wide open as well. And, well, Insight's got the middle of the map on lock. But Assault, actually, wow. Nice shoulder. Guns him down. You got a 2 versus 2. Problem is, not an easy site to retake at all. See Envoy sliding over to square. He's going to have Kleenex looking over on the old tractor. And again, it is just 2 players. How good is their chemistry going to be for these trades?
Oh, I think it'd be very good, but we're about to find out what kind of situation to get put in. My God, we've seen Fame hit this side of the map so many times, sometimes good, sometimes not so good. What will it be this time? Kleenex, eyes on. The shoulders have been spotted. Assault now waiting for his moment to pounce. Fame managed to win a big one. Envoy left alone. 1v1. It's a big win. Ultra, keep the spree going. You can say what you want about the hard point. Envoy's bringing it in the search.
Was that an ace for Envoy as well? He already has as many kills as he had in the hard point in just 4 rounds of S&D. So his controller isn't the problem. Man can still shoot. He's still thinking as well. Maybe he just needs I have no clue, but yeah, treat hard point like search and destroy. He is right now on a masterclass performance. If this game goes long enough, I mean, hell, 9 kills in 4 rounds. That is absolutely a record-setting pace. He's got the cruise missile as well.
Hey, man, look, I mean, watch. If I could read the chat right now, I would. I bet they have turned like milk. 6 spree. Cruise missile at play. And this is what throwing shoulders looks like, boys and girls. Envoy's going to wait for the lineup there. He's going to get himself smoked to cover that cross again. It's not going to really bait out too much. Waiting for something here from LAG. Still has the Cruise to play with as well, so things could go boom on Invasion.
Yeah, you heard the smoke go out, maybe a stun or two getting rattled off in the distance back behind it. So LAG incredibly passive on their offensive rounds, and not hard to understand why. Ultra really not giving them anything on the map, and they're leaning towards A with the bomb. It's a double stack in a tight setup. Insight and CleanX right next to each other, and Envoy there for the trades as well. You're going to have to win this first engagement. LAG are going to have to swarm perfectly because these kills are going to be traded.
Good nade. A little bit of movement. There's the gunfight. Whoa!
Damn!
They got it! It was perfect! Oh, a diamond con, the cherry on top. Hang it in the Louvre. That was a banging round.
Yeah, there we go. Caster cursed the hell out of it, too. Those kills definitely going to be traded. I'm just kidding. Nobody able to shoot back. Not the best coordination there on the A site. End up lining up for the players, and LAG did, in fact, have the perfect coordination. And shout out Estriel for getting the ball rolling. Gets that first blood. Doesn't get traded out, and everybody jumps on the play immediately after the fact. So, nice round for the Gorillas. Able to get one on the board. Buying Envoy a little bit more time to cook, but hey, clutch up on this defensive round and get back to the lab on the attack. You see Ultra mixing things up as well. This is a pretty hefty stack over towards A, but LAG might be playing the pressure perfectly. They're tripled up down on this side as well.
Yeah, Fame is like, oh, you're in that corner? Okay, fine. I'm just going to find the floor, I suppose. Like, all right, let's just hope for the best here. CleanX, he and Envoy are about to walk into all kinds of trouble, and that's number one. You see multiple red dots, but he still sends it! Envoy somehow finds the pair! And an assault!
Oh, no.
Oh, Insight guns him. Wow. Envoy picks up 2. And that is the round. Another ridiculous performance in Search. We got a replay. Strap in, kids.
From whose perspective as well, right? Well, Envoy just gets the call. There's 2 in corners. Good luck with that one. But both players, well, it tweaked out just a little bit. Estriel throws a nade. Fame switched to the pistol, and Envoy, well, gets the timing perfectly. Seemingly can do no wrong in search and destroy. And that is a painful moment from LAG. The setup, everything nearly perfect, but just a small moment for that collapse.
Oh, wow. 5-1. And 11-2 for Envoy. Keep him away from the respawns, that's all I'm saying. My word. Because so far, magnificent stuff in the search and destroy. Back at it again with the shoulders. Over by the B streak. Still has the streaks to work with. Ultra on the 2-2 split. Chance we are waiting for a brief moment. And this map explodes.
Yeah, you see Inside backing down though, right? They played a tight aggressive setup on the A side, didn't pan out at all, so they go back to the default. Envoy though, switching things up. He's been inside of DVDs, played the mid tank. Well, this time over towards Broken, and he never had to invest the smoke on the cross. They're trying to nade him out, but I think the switch up in setup is not something LAG are going to want to deal with at all, and considering the bombs at A, I don't think they're going to. 42 seconds left in the round. Gorillas, well, pressure's not heating up just yet, but you see they're adjusting, ready to make that pounce on the A site.
Apes together strong over by the A side of the map. Estriel spotted out, not enough to get any damage in. This could be the go button for LAG. Estriel sends it. First blood. Out like a light. The bomb should get planted soon. We're still waiting for a perfect timer for it. 20 seconds down on the clock. Envoy on the move. Not able to call the cruising just yet. This could be it. Bomb down. 3v4.
And Estriel's going to have all the information. They're going to know insights by the street, and they know Envoy as well. As soon as they get the intel on Scrap, they got everything together, and you see Scrap fall. So really a situation where for Ultra, there is simply nothing you can do. I guess Envoy and Insight are alive, but 25 seconds, and they have to run straight into death.
Yeah, straight into it. Envoy trying to push his way down the street. Fame pushes back. Can he get 2? Rings it. Teamwork there from LAG, as that was another delightful round from our other purple team.
Yeah, and it's sort of these like nail biter, really taking your time rounds here from LAG on the attack where they're finding success. But the only 2 rounds they've won, I think it's really been off the back of Estriel, especially just finding that first blood and not dying. And it was a little funny, that first round, it was Estriel that naded CleanX when he was back by the dumpster, but there wasn't any follow-up. And again, very small windows you have to get these first bloods. Well, CleanX plays the same spot. Estriel makes the adjustment, finds that window, and helps break down the rounds. Bigger problem, though, you're still down 5-2.
Yeah, it's a long way to go in it. It's It's tough. That's a long way. Still, I watched it happen last night in a Search and Destroy. Scrap taking on Draz's team. The old 5-1 switcheroo. Cars go boom. No one on the bomb sites just yet. Very, very tight hold here. Couple of guns up. An assault waiting in the wings. Take care of the players if they do jump out. His teammates should have the opening fights though. Fame, you know it's coming. Hold the nerve. Don't let go of the angle.
They're just wait. I mean, that trophy is the signal. It's all about the patience. Inside main time, yep, there's the first one to fall. Trades, though, coming through. The tight setup from LAG. Well, still panning out.
Fame still holding the angle. Estriel can't get the poke. Envoy can't get a second. Now it's a 1v1. It's the shooter, DiamondCon, taking on the most clutch player in the league. Insight does have bomb. DiamondCon exchanges fire. 15 seconds to go.
DiamondCon might force the plant. Maybe even 50-50 of it. Insight, he's looking for the kill before he actually goes for this bomb. He's going to check everything, but the timing ends up working out. DiamondCon get a 50-50, but he chooses A. Guessed wrong. The plant's going to go down. Insight the opportunity to reposition. And, well, get the trophy down. You go back to Old Faithful, the clutch tractor.
It's a dozer, I think, technically.
Forklift? Yeah, dozer. There you go.
It's a dozer. It's got a big plow at the front, and someone's about to get plowed. 30 on the clock. DiamondCon on the approach. Nothing left to throw. The 5.56 in his MCW. Insight's holding it. The clock's ticking as this duel will continue. Tags. Oh, no! Oh! Jamie Craven can't believe what's just happened. He thought he had him with the old switcheroo. Guess what I've got in my back pocket? The answer was nothing. DiamondCon. A slaughter by the dozer.
The shooter indeed. Insight had everything right. Got the first 2 bullets in. And, well, simply whiffed. Nice little jump strafe there by DiamondCon. Enough to get it done. And Insight left shocked by that moment. What the amount of clutches he has, and yeah, not happy about letting that one slip through. Still 5-3 though for the round count, but LAG, again, this is a team that they are just constantly like just slightly behind, a little bit on the back foot, but they are consistent about fighting. Still the opportunity to get back in this game.
It's always a little bit though, and if you give them the opportunity, they will take it. It's a team that has pulled off some miraculous moments here in the league, some unbelievable upsets. Can they find their form online? Opening shots here from DiamondCon, still feeling fantastic as he is searching for the slightest of moments to land a bullet. Gets a lot of damage downrange at B.
You got the reposition too. Scrap is making noise down B Street, but he's jumped over towards the middle of the map, so a lot of damage being done. And actually, yep, it's a Kobe, a peach of a nade there from Assault. That is 2 first bloods in a row for Assault as well, so he's been on point. And 45 seconds on the clock. Gorillas have been taking these rounds incredibly slow. And maybe more time to sort of sniff out the setup, see if you can make the reads. Estriel throwing shoulders. He's got the intel. Scrap forced to back down again.
Ooh, a couple of damage. Thrown his way. Oh, can't even get away with it. Estriel sadly brings a teammate down. Envoy, late investment from the Cruise. Is it a desperation hit? It's a miss. The top side of the building eats it instead. Envoy now trying to pull things forward. Assault recovers the bomb with 15 seconds to go. LAG, scramble. Kleenex with the assassination. 10 seconds to go. Can you find the kills, LAG? Oh, it's going to be a delicate gunfight, and Kleenex manages to win it. DiamondCon flying solos. Got to kill them both. Gets one. It's done. Ultra managed to find the magic moment there and close out the search, but oh boy, did that one get hot. And I think the pressure might have started being felt there as Ultra took their hands off the wheel for a moment chance and they drifted.
I mean, look, they just finally got punished for playing that absurdly slow on the attacking rounds. That is just one where they weren't able to make the connection, and Kleenex literally pounces and makes the perfect play, just runs straight through the middle of the map. And if that gets covered at all and Kleenex gets slowed down, LAG coming on top of that round, but feeling the heat, feeling the pressure of the game clock, you just try to go for that bomb plant enforcement. And, well, Kleenex might have only had 4 kills, but found the big one in that final round. Nail biter in a delivery system. Toronto Ultra now 2-0 up, and I mean, we've had, what, 2 3-0s on the day yesterday. Toronto Ultra maybe keeping the ball rolling. Might have 9 maps in a row by the winning team if Ultra clutch up on Karachi.
A clutch up indeed. Well, there goes our Karachi invasion. We get another Karachi now for control. If we have to go all the way to that game 5, we have a Karachi. I'm really hoping something happens. We've had some shenanigans in this series already, and I'm hoping for far more so we can get to that 6-star. But we'll find out what happens if we can get to that 6-star after this quick commercial break. Toronto Ultra taking on LAG. It's a throwdown of our purple teams. Still got Røkkr to play later on today. We'll find out how that goes after the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the Toronto Ultra LAG throwdown. 2-0 so far. Not necessarily terribly close, with Ultra firmly in the lead. And one of the men who's really been the deciding factor in a lot of that, it's been Envoy Chance.
Yeah, he is. Hey, when he's on point, absolute menace. Let me tell you, an ace machine, more kills in the S&D than he had in the hard point, but it was incredibly efficient work through and through. I mean, the man virtually could not be traded. Like double kills where he's sliding into ice cream, completely on point. Another moment for the 1 versus 2 where, I mean, him and Kleenex just working together so beautifully well. Kleenex really just setting his boy. Maybe Kleenex is like the ultimate hype man. Saw what happened to Envoy map 1, is like, you know what? I'm going to stop killing things map 2 and let this guy sort of take all the shine and momentum. Because that was 2 different 2 pieces Envoy had where Kleenex just dies immediately to kick things off. So that's the ultimate team player. Kleenex is my MVP.
I just love the idea of Kleenex being a hype man. That's good job, very good. It's quietly getting you in the mood. All right, crazy stuff though in the matchup so far. That was your scuff player of the game, Envoy. Well deserved, as he certainly turned his match around. Now though, Karachi, Control, map number 3 as we dive into this one. It's going to be an interesting throwdown. So far, pretty good. Scrap with a 1.2 chance. I think at this point in time, our desk and the fans, everyone thinking that Ultra should take the series. That seems to be the way we're trending. Is there hope for LAG here in the mode?
A small amount, yes. Like, they've shown success and the ability to fight on quite a few different maps. If we force the 6-star for the map 4, they already have a repetition in sort of that like competitive environment as well. Bad news, 2-7 record versus arguably the best Karachi Control team in the game. So look, they have their work cut out for them, and I know we're going to be paying a lot of attention to Envoy specifically, but inside as well in Control. 2 players that, well, got to kick it up a notch.
Oh, indeed. Kleenex, nothing. Fame holds it down. Saw great coverage as well. The capture on A. Oh, damn, still going. That's nice work. Nearly everyone from Ultra's gone. Down and out. Only Scrap managed to pull one away. And we could be looking at a multi-man stack over by the A zone. Looks like we won't. Pressure towards the B side now. If this doesn't pay off, that A capture should come to a close in a moment. Second segment done.
And I think they got enough kills after Estra with the nade, Diamondcon with the extra kill, that you can continue to have the slow capture over towards the A zone. Problem is, Kleenex was dancing on you on map 1, and maybe Karachi is just going to be his wheelhouse. He's going to be the guy in junk, forcing those at least slightly deeper spawns to roll through. So as far as opening breaks go, LAG, you could not ask for anything more, but now we're in it for the long haul. Buckle up, strap down, 2 minutes of gameplay to see if LAG can find that break towards B.
Not an easy position to puncture through. At Diner. That's a bit of work there from Diamondcon off the top rope, right through the windows at Red. Gets his. Looking for a few more, and there are plenty of members of Ultra in this hotel alongside him. Kleenex upstairs there by top Red. Got to sniff him out, find those kills. 140 now on the clock. It's started to dwindle away, but you're looking for the perfect moment for LAG.
Oh man, you had Adam Assault and Insight squaring up with a couple spawn kill fights. You had LAG really trying to suffocate and take their time to really gear up for this break. But I mean, 30 seconds have gone by and they're still just slowly picking them apart. They do get an extra kill, but Envoy still pushed out junk, and Insight continues to lay the smack it down. Ultra, extra couple kills flowing their way. At least you cleared out the junkyard though. So yeah, you're gonna start getting the close spawn. So long term, this is what LAG want. Problem is, just barely over a minute left on the clock.
They're stacked up. Oh, an Insight. A lot of damage dealt. Nice work from Diamondcon there. Gets his 5th. Looking for kill number 6 now. Can he get streaks? That would be a handy start to the map, and he's actually got an opportunity to get it, but he doesn't look the right way. No, Envoy guns him. The Dark Prince continues to be a thorn in the side of LAG.
Yeah, Envoy's headset working in that moment, and his team there for sort of the follow-up moments. Still getting a close spawn from LAG, but it seems like they don't entirely know what they want to do with it. They're going to send Fame through the middle of the map, maybe to find an opening, and everybody else sort of gearing up top. Kleenex is the man they're trying to hunt down, and they're going to find it. But again, they've just spent so much time looking for these single kills. The teamwork is there, but they got to hit this go button.
Only one play left there on the point. Reinforcements helping over the wall. That's going to be Kleenex. Nice damage from Scrap. Enough to get the kill. We'll find out. But for here, brilliant work. Pushing them back. Don't let LAG get close. Kleenex now with the reinforce taken care of. Over to the back line and inside the zone. Envoy looking to keep this play going. Can LAG find themselves on the point? Yes, they contest for a second. Envoy cuts them down, and here we go. The opportunity for the play. Can Insight end it right here and now?
Yes, you can. Gonna slam that door shut and make it nice and easy towards the end. Perfect work there towards the end. Insight getting the final few kills, but again, that's just Ultra again. Able to play the turtle setup, like even with the closed junk spawns coming through, LAG is just spending so much time to kill either Kleenex or Envoy, and by the time they find these kills, well, for Scrap and Insight, they're just getting the comms flowing in from their teammates and easy work towards the end. So handful of multi-kills being picked up by the AR players for Toronto, and a very clean round on defense to follow it up.
Yeah, pretty clean. Swap sides now. Let's see if LAG can't find something on defense. Man, that really did come down to the wire, though. Kudos to LAG, keeping the fight very much alive. Control can be like that, though. It looks like these rounds are so good. And, whoa, the nades were good, though, from Fame and Estriel. To start things off, we'll see if they can keep it going.
Yeah, who needs ordnance gloves when you got the actual timing willingness to set these nades up in private matches? LAG 2 for 2, about as good as it could really get off the opening break. And on defense, it's a stranglehold setup. You got Assault already pushed out in junk, picks up one before he falls, but even number 7, Estriel's over by the junk guard to keep those players a little bit at bay. Scrap might be opening up top third, but Diamond Con's been living at the bridge, so it is still going to be a very slow approach by Toronto. But at least they got Insight standing on the point just to stop the clock.
51 stopped. Holding the middle of the map down is Insight currently. CleanX finds it. He gets the trade out, but the clock is now opened back up. We'll see if that will be an issue. Ultra now moving very, very well across map. And CleanX continue to have... He's just unbearably difficult to deal with. Fame, nice shots. 2-man stack here. Ultra looking to get the easy part done first.
Well, flank coming through. Estriel trying to make the play. Well, that just gets shut down, and no dice going to happen in that moment. It really is from Ultra. They just get one player out and about. This time it was CleanX to buy you a little bit of pressure, and the follow-up virtually instantaneous. And when you see CleanX makes the route decisions so fast that they're looking top green on the wrong side, and, well, all of a sudden he's behind you. You had LAG, what was it, like 2 minutes and 8 seconds I think they had to work with to try to capture B. You had 30 less seconds of an opportunity from Ultra. We'll see if they can orchestrate something and make that move.
Well, one down. 2 players to go on the inside. Oh, that's a great bit of work. Trade's done, but it's enough to take care of the attackers. CleanX now looking to catch these players on low HP, and he's just going to find himself a sweet spot. Try to deal with someone. Caught out unaware. Fame Brun takes a bit of time to kill him, but he's going to get it. A minute to go here in the attack for Ultra.
And well, you had some close spawns, but CleanX going to just spawn virtually across the map. So Ultra, it's going to be a 3v4 for the moment. You got LAG players. They are crawling around red. Assault there for the trade on Scrap, and, well, Diamond Con from the heavens above able to get the next kill. CleanX, though, the man that got the distance spawn, he's trying to set up on the route, but meanwhile, his teammates just can't buy him anything for the moment. CleanX going to have to make the play and try to open up this door, but LAG, I mean, they're just running it down.
They're running you down, they're pushing you back into your spawn inside. The shots are great. Is it enough, though? CleanX has to win this fight. He does. Keeps the cap going. 3 down in the feed. An opportunity for Scrap to get close. Will a stun land? Yes. CleanX holding the line alone. Here come the reinforcements. They're on B.
That is every single stun and every single nade landing, but just to be a nuisance, you flood over the dumpster and you just get gunned down. A moment like that, CleanX gets behind enemy lines and again destroys you, picks you apart, and it is instantaneous. Both of those zones effectively fell in the exact same way. CleanX gets behind you, opens up the pressure from his teammates, and it barely takes any time at all. I think he might have just finished on like a 6 or 7 spree at the end as well. So CleanX's KD basically dead even, but the 2 moments to make the play, it is game-winning plays that he makes.
Crazy. Well, we saw where he finished. Good stuff there from CleanX. What a closeout. LAG, the defense was so solid. At this level of play, all it takes is one opportunity, and now it's 1 extra kill for CleanX to get the streaks. Okay.
Yeah, in LAG, the opening breaks have been perfect until the pressure is in this moment where you're down 2-0 in the series and 2-0 in round count. Still watching the flank, though. CleanX still playing with it, wants the extra kill. That is an exploding cart, not enough to actually take Fame down. Fame is simply built different.
Envoy, oh, he was going to check the build quality of Fame there from behind, but instead, CleanX still playing it slow, gets it. That's streaks. A minute now on the clock, frozen as A's being slowly captured. Fame the last man up. CleanX looking to cut him down, does that. Unreal stuff. 7 spree now, 15 and 10.
Yeah, Tobias Janssen popping off as is typical. Envoy at least calling out a lot of pressure towards Zunk, and CleanX at least being quick to get the pressure in and tag these players up. Gonna slow him down for just a moment and give it Insight the time to reposition.
Ooh.
But a little too much pressure. LAG trying to force it through to B quicker than they can. An opportunity, number 6 behind enemy lines, but maybe just a little bit too slow. Ultra players just able to get back in position. And I think Ultra right now, maybe just a speed diff in these games. LAG not quick enough for the take.
Oh, it was a lovely first start to the attack there from LAG, but the second part much to be desired. Here comes the streaks. This will slow them down even further at a moment where they don't have any time whatsoever. 10 seconds on the series, and I think that might be it. The towel may have been thrown in. LAG, there's no hope to get close to these zones. Insight now swarming it. Estriel's there. Wait a moment. Done. Assault 0.2. Scrap should close it out, and that's the series. Another 3-0. As the desk and the fans are like, look real smart right now with a big victory there for Ultra over LAG.
The third 3-0 to start out stage 3. And if you're in the central time zone, almost 3 o'clock, a lot of threes on board, but LAG, you're just getting matched up against one of the best in the game. And it is a situation like Hardpoint, couple signs of life, played well on occasion, same things, round of control, the game plan is there. Then just players like Kleenex simply build different game-winning plays he had in the control in a few different rounds. And of course, the 39 kills he dropped in the hard point as well. Masterclass there out of Kleenex, and LAG, those online struggles going to continue. 1,600 damage out of Diamondcon. Still have more kills than Estriel, but that is a painful scoreboard to look at there for the Gorillas. As good as the opening breaks were, could not execute after the fact.
Real tough looks. Ultra not an easy team to play against even on your best day, and on a day like this we don't get to see 6-star, but boy oh howdy did we get to see a quick series. Crazy moments either side. Nearly every map had something special about it, but hey man, that is the way the cookie crumbles. LAG, another 3-0 for them. We'll see if they can't keep things going. It's a long way towards that Toronto major. For now though, it's a long way towards the desk. That was terrible. Sorry.
It was great. I love it.
What up, dude?
Great work there, Miles and Chance. Love listening to your voices. Can we break down what we just witnessed here? Toronto seems to be back, but also LAG is struggling online. This is 2 matches in the same weekend, and I think you played a total of 93 minutes of gameplay.
Listen, they were like 6-18 when it came online. I don't think many of us are shocked with LAG's performance. If anything to be taken away, maybe the fact that Envoy had a huge bounce back from map number 1 to map number 2.
Yeah, map 1 was a little sloppy for Envoy. He cleaned it up in Search and Destroy, and the whole team seemed to be flowing in control. Let's take a look at some of the highlights and break down what we witnessed, Nameless. Who was your star from Toronto today, if anyone?
It was Kleenex. I mean, the man had to make up for what Envoy was throwing up. A stinker on map 1. We're talking about Kleenex, who went 39 and 24. This is God Kleenex, what they had throughout stage 1 and how they were able to pulverize everybody in respawn. That is the Kleenex that they need, and he is back. And what a game to start off throughout this stage, right? Going up against LAG. You get to test out some S&D against them, who they've been a strong Surge team. You smoke them there, and they actually got outblooded. It was 7-2 first bloods, so they won a lot of rounds man down.
And that was huge for Toronto Ultra because they've been struggling in Search and Destroy, right? So the fact that they were still on the back foot of getting those opening duels, but then able to capitalize in that 3v4 situation and get the trades, it was off of plays from Envoy. I couldn't believe it that round number 6 when he just ego child Fame and Estriel and Spall and World Stars, both of them, after having a map 1 performance with only 8 kills. And not only that, with winning the map, Kleenex was like, all right, my SMG duo is slacking. I got you. Almost drops a 40 bomb.
LAG 0-2 to kick off our stage 3 qualifiers, but Toronto remains perfect with a 3-0 in their first match. And right now, joining us live in the Monster Winter Spotlight, Envoy is here. And Envoy, we just got to talk about it. It was not your best performance back at Major 2. We saw some things on Twitter about a controller. Can you walk us through what's been going on in your camp?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess my Major 2 performances continued into map 1. I was really frying that map, but I got more kills in the S&D, so I was happy about that. But I don't know. Something must be up with my hardpoint game. I'm gonna like revisit, I guess, like what I'm doing. I feel like I'm getting caught sprinting into a lot of gunfights, or just not getting into a lot of gunfights in general. So I guess it wasn't the controller after all, but the squad's got me when I don't, so yeah, came out with the win.
And I do have to say, we were in the green room and we all focused in on your arrow on the minimap. You were doing the right things in game 2 and game 3. As soon as we draw our attention to that, we saw how impressive you were in game. A 3.0 though in Search today. How did that game 2 feel for you, and how do you guys feel as a team currently in Search?
Yeah, Search was probably our biggest downfall of last stage. Obviously, I think it carried us through the Major 1 qualifiers and the Major. So we've been just trying to look at doing different things in Search to become more dynamic. And yeah, I mean, map 2, I just had to get going. I didn't get going at all on the hard point, so I had to just run at them in the Search to get some gunfights, get some kills, and it ended up working out. We probably could have closed it out a little earlier, but we were probably playing around the streak too much, or I was myself, but it was a good S&D from us to start the stage.
For sure, and of course, we unfortunately didn't get to see the 6-star in the map number 4, but I do want to ask, because you guys vetoed Vista Hardpoint in the beginning of this series, where Toronto Ultra kind of feels with the new maps, because obviously it hurts you statistically losing Invasion and Skid Row Hardpoint.
Yeah, I mean, I think our hardpoints have, even last stage, like, were really good, literally all 5 of them, and I think right now all 5 of them are really good, but you had to veto something, so we figured today we wanted to play 6-star instead, even though we didn't get there. And I mean, yeah, hardpoint's been our strong game mode all season, so I think it's more about cleaning up the control and search.
Sure.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that control. You know, way better performance today. You know, throughout the last split, out of the top 4 teams, you guys are clearly at the bottom when it came to that game mode. What was the issue throughout stage 2 in control?
I feel like we lost a lot of like 3-2 like close controls, but I mean that's just how the maps come down to sometimes. The last map of the major, we lost that defense invasion with 3 streaks, so I feel like that kind of summarizes our like how some of our control rounds go. Like they should be unlosable, and then something happens and it just spirals out of control. So I feel like it's more about keeping the rounds more consistent and just doing the right things to keep teams in spawn traps and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I think it's small things, but I think it's going to be big versus the top 4 teams.
Envoy, you are now one of just 6 players who has been a part of every single qualifier since the start of the CDL, and you are going to be hosting the next major. For anyone who hasn't been to a CDL event, why do they need to come see you in Toronto?
You got to come see us in Toronto, because I would rate Toronto, no bias at all, the best major we've had in the CDL. And yeah, get your tickets, come see us in Toronto, the home team, my first time being the home team. These guys have knocked me out 2 years in a row, so luckily I don't have to get knocked out by them again, and hopefully we can make a run and win it.
I have a feeling you guys will be there on Championship Sunday in some way, shape, or form. Congratulations on the win today, Envoy.
Thanks, Bucket. Have a good one.
That's Envoy Toronto Ultra with the first win of the day. And a reminder, you can catch Toronto at their home event. It is just a few weeks away. After our 5 weeks of qualifiers, we're heading up north, Allie.
We are heading up north. Bring your jackets. Actually, you might not need to because it will be warm, but it is going to be in Toronto. Make sure you get your passports updated so that you can't miss out on one of the best majors that we host every year.
No QR codes today. Go on Twitter and click that link. When we come back, we got another quick battle coming your way, potentially. Boston versus Miami. Boston, 2 new faces. Miami showcasing Real. You don't want to miss it.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Listen, where am I looking here? It's Mother's Day, all right? call your moms, all right? And maybe I'll call them too.
Vickle now. Last one up.
He's got a trophy though, right? He threw a trophy out.
Might do it.
He threw a trophy out. I think this might be too slow.
He's still there. He got it.
Oh, he does get it. Yeah, it was too slow. He gets it. He just hops in right away. Nobody checks the bomb.
Booza. Now right back over to Illy. He takes his fight as well, trying to keep this 100% at 100. And looking good so far. 2v1 now. Dashy last up. Full health though. Chance to make a play. Next guy drops. Dashy 1v1. Versilli, former teammate. Ah! Just gunned to sleep.
Standy will get free info here onto Assault. Quickly finds the kill. Whoa!
He's going for the assassination. Didn't hold the button down long enough. And Assault says not so fast. Let me tell you right now, these guys play every day. You should know you cannot assassinate someone when they are a little bit taller than you on the map. And unfortunately, the 1v doesn't work, but you know them hands from Assault. They are definitely warm. 2 punches right to the chest to take down Standy.
Ooh, baby, we love our CDL TV, but now it's time to turn the attention back to the matches as we focus in on a live one. It is Boston taking on Miami. And Allie, if they missed the pre-show yesterday, they missed a big breakdown of these team changes.
Yeah, there was a lot of team changes. Specifically, Boston Breach has changed half their roster in dropping Slasher and Asim, 2 of the maybe best players that was on this former roster with Beans and Beans and Pentagram.
Beans and Pentagram, that's right. Pentagram finally in the starting lineup for Boston, but let's turn our attention to Miami Heretics because Real has an opportunity of a lifetime, Nameless. He was playing with English speakers. Visa didn't go through, doesn't play with Carolina. Now he's playing in Miami.
Yeah, you know, Miami Heretics, they just haven't been able to figure it out. You know, they keep swapping that 4th spot on their team. They bring in Eric Boom. They find success after they get a lot of grinding and a lot of practice. They win a couple matches at the end of the split, and then they go to the major, lose, and drop him once again. It's not like there's a particular game mode that they're great at, right? Like hardpoint sitting at like 50%. SD control, absolutely abysmal. 3-9 and 3-6 throughout the last stage. So pretty much need improvement across the board. And you're looking at Real to be your featured slayer, so to speak. There hasn't been a guy to go out there consistently drop those numbers and be a force on the map. That is what they will be asking of him today.
And when it comes to Monster Energy pregame, early round fumblers, they're 12th in opening duel win rate. Metals and Real both sitting at 30% when they get into those opening gunfights, meaning they're losing over 80% of the time. And they're 3-10 their last 13 search and destroys. And bouncing off of that, they're 2-10 their last 10 series. So respectfully, Miami Heretics haven't had any good series for the past 60 days. And we're just trying to really focus in on what Real is going to do for this team.
What's kind of crazy for me is the record for both of these teams is absolutely abysmal. You got 7 match wins total for Miami going into stage 3. On the other side of this fight, Boston has only won 5 matches. We started this league back in December. That is a crazy number for me to think about, and Boston desperately needed to make some changes. But Allie, are the moves in the right direction? What are you seeing happening with the starting lineup?
Kind of depends where you're sitting because, you know, there wasn't really a right or wrong answer. It's just about one being more riskier than the other, and Boston Breach have picked the riskier option, making the bet on the younger players. And Boston Breach right now, I mean, they're kind of in the same situation as Miami. Like you said, they're not very good. They've been pretty bad all season. These teams are kind of the battle of the mids. So for the Monster Energy pregame, can S&D be revamped? 3-13 on active maps, 6-17 total. There's no winning record. They don't have any positives on any of these search and destroy maps, Sam.
Listen, but they're bringing in Beans. We all know what Beans does. He, in Search and Destroy, he is a force, man. He's a great player in that game mode, had some huge clutches. Everybody knows he's notorious for that big win against Optic. The kid can play, right? And I like what you said, Allie, about the risk. It's high risk, but it's high reward, right? There had to be an overhaul of this team. They are dead last. We want to repeat it. They're dead last in the league. I understand Slasher and Asim were playing great individually, but you had to pick some players to build around. They're building around the young guys. So we'll see if it pays off. They've bred these guys through their academy team. So it's full circle.
I know Doug Sensor Martin is in the chat right now, super fired up for the first appearance from Pentagram, and so am I. Let's take a look at the maps and modes he'll be playing on. The new Breach member will be facing off on Real Hardpoint first, then Karachi Search and Control. We will see Vista if it goes to a Game 4, and if we get to that Game 5, which both teams have not been able to clutch, it's It's a search and destroy on high rise.
None of these teams want to get to a game 5, respectfully. Boston Breach is not good at map number 5. Seam was their map 5 demon. They do not have him anymore. I am interested if we get into that Vista hardpoint. A fun stat about Real is that he is a map 4 demon. Not only will we see him spawn in on a new map, but he has a 2.09 since we've seen him at the beginning of the season. So I'm hoping they push it the distance.
It's time to get our official pick'ems in today, and I think Boston has more pressure than Miami. Do they crumble under the pressure? Maybe, but probably not till a game 4. I got Boston anyway.
This is a tough pick. Both these teams are very similar statistically in all game modes. I think I'm going to take the risk with Boston, though.
Okay, Boston.
I'm going Miami. I think
That's
the Heretics
fair.
take this one.
He's going with the standings. Fans, where are you at? The fans are going Boston. All things are trending towards the pentagram. We'll find out how this one plays out as we send it over to two men with fantastic chins, just like Beans. It's Merc and Maven.
Thank you so much. Ready to get it rocking. And he was kind of talking about pressure on these squads. I think when you think about the overall CDL and looking towards a potential champs berth, you're both feeling a lot of pressure. But I think maybe you feel a little bit more if you're Boston when you think of just the scrutiny around that team change. Like, everyone knew Heretics was going to do something.
Yeah,
Boston, it was like, who?
It's a carousel over in Miami. Again, we kind of talked about this is sort of a family. They have 5 or 6 guys in from Spain, and I think just depending on how they are playing, they're going to make changes around it. They have done that to this point. It's just, we can't waste any more time. Really finding the 4 who can be consistent in the league, and then on the Boston side, I think very much a surprise. Not seeing Slasher here anymore. Big off-season roster acquisition. We've heard the stuff about Snoopy. You keep him on the squad. You're very much just hoping he really is a superstar.
Yeah, no, it's been a little bit split in stuff I've seen. Like, some kind of, going around the Young Guns didn't surprise him that much. Some based on, some of the comments coming out of...
maybe clearing some cap room.
Yeah, it could be.
Big salary, I don't know.
But, it's just crazy. Some of the stuff you'll hear from players off the squad. We got new maps coming in. We're not sure if Snoopy had the old map rotations locked down, Joe. So we'll see. It's going to be something to watch.
Well, that's map 4, so we'll see if he recognizes it, but not sure until we get there. Miami Heretics, though, a nice start here, and I think for them, both of these teams, they've been pretty okay in hardpoint, but it's really the searches and controls that have played them both throughout the year. Then when you're always making team changes, it's going to be pretty dang hard to get better and better at search.
Well, Real, look at him. Off to a 5-0 start. This is a guy we've been excited to see him right back into the mix. I thought it was number 6, but it's the talent there from Snoopy. That'll prevail. He gets 3. The pistol shuts down a potential streak. It puts him to 4 in a row. But Real, all I remember early in the year was dude, the scrims were going on. I was watching, because, Carolina was one of the few teams that were doing it early. And this guy was on 120 ping or something, just frying. I'm like, whoa, this guy might be nuts. And then, it's been a bit of a blender of a situation to get him here on U.S. soil and competing with the visa issues, but it's exciting to see him back.
Yeah, another 5 spree was in for Snoopy, but he's not going to find number 6. So on rotation, Breach do a pretty good job squaring up that time, but Lucky is there. The spawns are there, so the rest of the time should go the way of Heretics. As Vickle trying to find his first kill of the map, but he is taken down by Snoopy.
Snoopy, nice 7-2 start. Now to Pentagram, who is snapping right now. Wonderful shots there, and Snoopy able to pick up another one. A guy that, we've been wanting to see, wondering when we would see. Just been doing it all in Challenger for so long. Like Doug said, just kind of waiting for this guy to get his chance, and here he is. And I think some big expectations. He's got a lot of potential, and we'll bring that on to 3 in a row now.
Yeah, I've heard about this guy when he was a sub on D's. I think it was the Vanguard here. Just talking to Mud Dog and JCap. He was a great help to the team. Obviously, I don't think there was a chance he got on that starting roster.
Yeah,
because,
right.
They became world champions, but just felt like sooner or later he was going to get the opportunity. It just took maybe a little bit longer than we all expected. But yeah, great talent, great sub player. I'm excited to see how he performs today.
So far, so good, but Breach trying to push out this lead. Up 15 now, still a tight contest fast, but lovely shots there once again from Pentagram. Great control there with the rival. Hitting shots, one tucked in the corner, lets his teammate go. I thought he got eyes on the way he was playing it, but shooting straight right now. Another 3 spree here out of Pentagram, up to 8-6.
Yeah, nice little transition over towards this P3 for Boston to give them the lead on rotation. Snoopy's gonna take down 2. That is not when you want to go down if you are Heretics. Now you start to scramble. Lucky's able to find 1, but that is gonna be 3 dead due to this man's hands. Snoopy maybe just playing free now, right? Just not hearing those voices, just allows him to do whatever the hell he wants.
Well, listen, to my knowledge, we sort of heard one side of the story right now, right? Like, you know, you hear some of the comments coming out of the guys that were dropped from the Boston Breach side. If anything, I'd be a little pissed and want to prove myself even more. Come out and fry. And yeah, it seems like he's coming out with a fire right now. 15-7, leading all players. But we knew the talent was there. It's going to be some of the other intangibles, which we'll keep an eye on as we get deeper into this series.
And I don't know if really hardpoint was the question. It's sort of those other game modes. But
that's true.
Great map 1 here for Boston is they're going to find the rest of this scrap time. So they're able to take down all 4 members of Heretics. Big Girl struggling right now. He was 0-5, now 3-12. But on rotation will be Heretics a chance to get right back into the game.
Yeah, we'll see if they can start to swing this back in their favor. The slow start from Vickle. We'll see if he brings it back. Slow starts from a couple players yesterday, but they really started to come alive deeper into the map 1. We'll see if Vickle can maybe do exactly that. Some nice movement there from Real to take that gunfight. Top of the escalator. He's up to 14, nearly 15, but Snoopy is going to shut him down once again. It seems like every time like Real gets going, gets cooking, maybe working on a spree, it's Snoopy dropping him on the other side of it.
Yeah, and then he gets aggressive, does Snoopy. He's able to push through P1, and now he's just the first line of defense. Lucky able to find him. But Snoopy's play, you know, lead to the break, so that 30-point lead stays right around 30, continues to grow. As Beans is going to find 3 with the MCW. The team shot was in, and he's able to snap for the triple.
Beans lining them up. Yeah, we know the big playability this guy has. This is the brief period he was in the league. Some truly spectacular moments, and we'll see if he's got more in his back pocket over the course of this one. But it's Snoopy you just keep seeing in the feed. He's leading everybody up to 21. I think you kind of nailed it. Like, we don't know what the chemistry was like exactly, but when you hear comments out of Slasher and Asim afterwards, all stuff being said on the flank, you imagine maybe there were some issues. Yeah, maybe he feels free. He can spread his wings, fly like a bird, Joe.
Yeah, maybe that's just it. Play with a little bit more confidence, just trust his gut. Maybe he just didn't want to make mistakes, and that led to just, I don't know, some unconfident gameplay. We've seen that from younger players in the past, but again, just that 30-point lead has stayed right around there. A back-and-forth battle here on Rio as Heretics behind Metals vying for control on this P1.
I mean, I think if you're double negative for Metals, double negative for Vickle, you feel probably pretty good when you look at the scoreboard. See Snoopy popping off in this game, right? Just 25 down, despite the fact that you're getting outslayed a bit. You're still bringing it when it comes down to the objective. So we'll see if that stays the trend throughout the course of this. But the final bit of this time, Boston Breach trying to pick up as we look over towards the P2 as Real gets 2. Who do we got set up early? It's going to be Pentagram and Beans there early from the Boston Breach side. Bit of a 2-on-2.
Yeah, Pentagram was there for a long time, so he's over towards it. He does get taken down. He was hoping maybe 1 or 2 players run into him, take that long route, but it just never happened. And then when Real gets that 2-piece on that old P1 time, him and Beans pretty much have like a 2-on-3, 2-on-4, so they're going to lose that on rotation. A chance here for Heretics to take the lead.
And the guy's going toe for toe with Snoopy has been Real. Up to 20 now. Lead change is looming. Looking to take control right now is Miami Heretics. You know how difficult this can be to hold, especially when you're not able to get kind of pushed out and get pressure out towards garage side if you are the team holding inside of the hard point. So you've been able to get the picks inside. 1 HP for Real, just trying to dance away. One gunfight goes down the other side of it. It's going to be Lucky it's able to take down Pentagram as he's set up early for next.
Yeah, he's just all by his lonesome now. He's able to find another one. Do they spawn out? They should. Wow, Beans, I think, gets lucky, or Pentagram able to get lucky, but one player does spawn out. That's going to be Snoopy, so he's all the way P1. Miami are trying to hunt this, but Pentagram and Priesta, they're holding on, so things are going to get mixy, but I think with that, things will settle for now for Boston Breach. There is still Metals all the way through.
Yeah, I think a big part of it, you just had more players there. Like, even though Lucky got that kill, you still had 2 more bodies for Breach, so yeah, 1 spawns close, 1 spawns out. But now it's Metals trying to make the play, maybe from the rear. The collapse comes in from the front as well, scrambling away and attempting to get away with his life will be Pentagram. Takes down 1, but they get the break around 30 seconds. So, again, kind of an ebb and flow, a back and forth to this. Now, no one's been able to earn streaks yet, but Metals has really started to come alive. He's working back towards even. He's on 4 in a row. Vickle still trying to find his footing.
Yeah, I think Bean spawns up in the back. You had Priesta just be the early rotation right around 28 seconds. He heads over towards that P4. So Miami not able to get in the lead quite yet. And now maybe a chance for Boston. They find a lot of map control, have this early setup, and Beans winning some big gunnies. So he's able to snap on a Lucky with that MCW. Number 4 in Real, gonna go all the way on a long route. That's gonna be on Beans to pick up for now. But Boston now with a 20-point lead. Let's go to a listen with the new roster.
Yeah, here. These pillars.
Hammer. He's I can see Hammer. Hammer, one shot. Man dead. More Hammer.
Pillars one shot.
No. That's Hammer.
Yeah, what?
Hammer. Ran dead. I'm sliding across.
One.
Nice. I'm picking you. I have you on new.
Could be left.
Run away, I think.
I can nail left.
Oh, shit.
Yo, one speed force.
I'm good.
Challenge out, yeah. Cross right, 2. Big or weak.
Maybe 5 foot dead.
Nice, they gotta be close. One more close.
Yeah,
he's our side.
I'll break.
Our step, one shot going top bridge.
I have top bridge. I got no. I'm front for each shit.
One more middle. Yeah, he's bench.
Mid done.
Nice, big kill. I ever help you on
Dead.
Nice. I have it.
I'm dead. I got streak. One other side. I think we're missing one close bridge somewhere.
No.
Okay.
Get off front.
I'm That's deep. I'm still yes. Go to the top. 2 from 2.
Yeah.
Stay on. One absolute
No, I'm sorry.
What's the Humvee on top?
It's gonna be middle.
Humvee in top. Miss our time.
Yo, one on you. You weak. He's showing our bridge.
Yeah, you and color got me.
I have a streak. Our bridge. Our bridge.
First one tip. It's big time actually.
Come on,
Netting.
No time. Nice. I need a bridge. One shot.
I'm already
They're bridge.
I stunned him. I have bridge. I'm going mid, Eric, Ben.
I don't see a bridge. Take your time.
They're taking their time mid, and they're looking to lock it down. The kills, the vibes, everything is flowing right now for Breach. You got a streak to use on the side of Priest up. Beans is on 4 in a row, the chance to earn his. Snoopy and Beans both over 30 and looking to shut this game out. Do you like what you hear, Joe?
Yeah, I think it sounded pretty good, right? But I think, every single voice was common, was getting involved. But Priest goes on that 6 spree, and ever since that P4, it has just been all Boston Breach in control, able to find another break. Just such great slaying across the board, and it's looking like they're going to take this map number 1.
That'll do it. Map 1 is done. Breach able to take it. The firepower is there. Real on the other side came out, kind of threw up a burner, but Vickle just never could get it going. I think he started out like 3 and 12, something like that. Like some people kind of get it going, getting a rhythm as you get deeper into the map 1, never really came. So he struggles there and not quite able to overcome it. But yeah, separation comes in late, but they find it a big way in Boston.
Yeah, I think just during the listen, there was a lot of different voices, right? A lot of different emotion. You heard Priest really going off, but you also heard, hey, great job, big kill right there, top, middle. Just everyone was kind of, involved in that listen. So great stuff from Boston Breach.
Yeah, and I'm sure some of it's going to be, if there was any kind of tense atmosphere maybe for that squad, there's going to be a bit of a honeymoon period to you to match it, right? Like new blood in, vibes are flowing, everybody's calm, everyone's looking to make plays. And, you unlike what we saw yesterday, right, where it's a team change that comes in, you have to play phase right away, like Minnesota. For Breach, it's a little bit more of a manageable match. Get the vibes flowing against the team in Heretics that's really been struggling.
No, 100%. Yeah, it's just sort of it's a winnable game right out of the gates.
Absolutely. This is one you should win. If this team change is feeling good, you should win this.
Yeah, they're just thinking we need wins. We have 5 match wins on the year. As Des was talking about, neither of these teams have won a match on land yet, so you're just hoping to get something started with this new roster. But yeah, Beans had some big gunfight wins, using his fists as well. He's able to drop 30, him and Snoopy leading the way damage-wise. But a nice real hard point to get us started.
Yeah, honestly, when Snoopy was popping off early, probably a big part of the reason they had that lead, despite it being minimal. He was having a bunch of flashy moments, just crushing early on. But when they really started to pull away, I think you said, it was kind of a full team effort in the comms, but I think that came true in the slaying as well. Like Priest goes on that stretch, he's able to earn a cruise. Everyone kind of had some moments where they were really putting in damage, finding big kills on the stretch. And when they were playing as a more collective unit, that's when that lead really started to grow.
Yeah, you'll see it right here. That second P4, that is where it just gets nasty. 157 to 212. No break is able to come on through. And then you have a chance to answer back, but there's a break at P5. for Boston Breach, which leads them to the victory. But we saw that develop, right? At the P3, I think Bean spawns in the back. He's able to get a kill or two. And again, I think around 28 seconds left. It looked like Miami was in control. So they just opted to go for a very early P4 rotate. And it worked out.
Yeah, you outscore them, what, like 123 or something like that over that final 4 or 5 hard points. But great stuff there from Breach to strike early and often. They'll get the Rio hardpoint victory. Maybe Vista hardpoint coming into play, which you and I got to cast yesterday. Excited to see more of that, obviously. I've already just liked looking at our overall best of 5s. You know, sometimes, you know, just seeing triple invasion right away, or just, you know, I'll see sub base. Just things I'm like, just those are all right to cast. Yeah, I'm like the look of the overall best of 5s, but enough about me. And let's talk about Mr. Beans, who's back in. This guy, let's talk about Major 3 for him last year and some of the moments and some of the numbers he was able to put up. When he came in, yeah, he was roaring on the main stage, Joe. He was electric.
No, he is. I mean, a big comms guy for the team. He brings leadership, but he's also got the gunny. And yeah, he was doing against the best of the best. This was last year, the Major 3, where he was taking down Optic Texas, putting down some big numbers. You see, he's got 11 of 5 spree. I forget what he finishes on, but the man had a map.
No, he had some terrific moments. And this just being one of those, you know, you're taking down one of the top squads, a big upset. And you can see he was getting absolutely fired up for the squad. So we're excited to see him back in and see what maybe he's going to be capable of. But so far, so good. Nice map 1. Now can he bring in the search where, yeah, a lot of his big moments, they were in search and destroy. This guy can do it.
Yeah, and this has just been a struggling mode for this team. Just time and time again. Honestly, both of these teams, when you're having team change after team change, I just don't really think you can ever get comfortable, like ever. It's difficult to do. This has to be a better game mode for both of them if they want to get to champs, if they want to start challenging some of these middle of the pack, top of the leaderboard squads. It's got to be better in search and destroy.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's for a lot of the teams. When you think about the top 4, they just don't have a lot of weaknesses. Like, maybe they'll have a weakness on the weekend, and that's why they end up not winning a tournament. But for the top 4, like, that's pretty solid all modes, right? Like, you're not going to find a huge trick in the armor, so it's going to be so difficult to do. But now into the search and destroy we go. You saw the records leading into this. Records sort of, you know, at the start of a new qualifier mean little to nothing for some squads.
Especially a new roster.
Yeah, with the new roster, exactly. Like, it means very little to me, but it's all about kind of reworking things, finding what's going to work and trying to push towards champs.
Yeah, Real with the first blood on to Snoopy in the middle of the map, so man advantage over to Miami. And this is at times where they struggle when they find those first bloods. Well, first of all, finding first bloods, they struggle. We saw in the Monster Energy pregame. 12th in the league there in the opening duels. Converting when they have those first bloods. As Real does get spotted, 12 HP, is going to back away.
Metals gives him another. Pentagram and Beans all down to them in this 2 versus 4. Beans maybe with a chance to get a one-on-one. He does, but Lucky able to take him down. Things falling apart. Pentagram is spotted. The Chow comes through, and he will drop. So it is perfect. Tons of time for the defuse. Real with the first blood. A round win over to Heretics.
Yeah, it's just a great retake. You get the first blood. You allow them to plan towards B, and then it's just sort of how do we want to retake this? Where are we going to start our push from? Nice teamwork working through Chicken Coop, able to find that player top 3, and then you isolate the player bridge. So great start there for Heretics.
Let's see if they can take more of this positive momentum in. See if Vickle can start to get going in this series with the rough map 1. We'll see if he can pick it up. I mean, I think of it like, you know, kind of like Envoy said in the interview. You know, Envoy had a really rough map 1. He was like, I was running it stuff map 2 just trying to get the gun hot. Like, I didn't think I had enough gunfights to get the gun hot. And then he ended up having a great series. So it can happen even to the best players in the world. You can't get going maybe in that early hard point. But now offense over to Heretics as they look for ample openings. Lucky, eyes on the cross. It's Snoopy. He lost him. A little bit of hide and go seek, and now Lucky kind of isolated him in map. The call, it's in. Snoopy, he gets across, just lays prone. He's patient, and Real will drop.
Does Real mean to dive there? That's really the question, because they have all the info. They know exactly where he is. Now they're going to try to hunt him again. There is a trade, but I think that should have been a first blood for Real. I don't know if he's trying to slide there.
Probably. Like,
probably.
How often do you see players dive in this?
Yeah, right. They have that new controller layout where you can use the hybrid, right? We've seen it on Shotzi. That's it. So Real obviously locking that in.
Yeah, but he's diving across the windows. Some of the clips, dude, they're so funny.
Yeah, good luck playing against that. But yeah, Real trying to use that and maybe just doesn't mean to dive and does.
Well, now you have this 3-on-2 here for Breach. Time dwindling if you're going to work a plant if you are Heretics. Lucky, though, brings to a 2 versus 2. Oh, Beans wants that one back. Not quite able to finish, but he gets it back just onto the other players. He snaps. That one he's not going to lose. Calls him out weak to Lucky. Lucky trying to take the fight. Beans doing a bit of finesse. Dancing, maybe dancing too much. I'm not sure. But the melee comes in. Beans gets the revenge, and he gets the kills.
Yeah, we'll let Zuma review that one.
Yeah.
But obviously, Challengers, the pit's a little bit different. But, you know, he puts the moves on. First game back, maybe just toss him a yellow. That's fair. But he's able to clutch on up. But really, I think the kill was the snap after he doesn't kill Lucky up top on the metals down low, able to find it, and then puts Boston on the board to tie it up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, it looks like he almost lost aim assist a little bit, or it just seemed a little awkward with the elevation of the first fight, but it was not awkward. The second one, lovely snap. And now to 1-1. Beans will take that 2 streak into the next round. Trophy out there for coverage. Coop side. Pentagram going to drop up his instantly. I think there was one player trying to jump top AC and drop down low. We'll see if that ends up punishing him. Real's going to drop early in this round as well. Beans now up to 3 in a row. We'll take a breath down to the 3 versus 3.
And we saw, you know, Lucky the round previous do that same exact route that Pentagram had. And I just don't know if it's a spawn thing, but Pentagram ends up getting caught, right? You take the lightweight boots, try to get middle of the map as quickly as possible and watch that cross to B. But he ends up getting picked, but they're able to turn it into 3 versus 3 behind Beans. So now over to Metals. He's just trying to put some shots in and give them that info. Again, they retook B. In our first defensive round, they're going to have to do it again here in round number 2.
Oh, yeah, Beans up top, catwalk with the coverage, allows Snoopy to now get this plant down, and he'll be able to back out of this. Maybe play from bridge side, but if you're Beans, you've got information on one player. A couple times you've backed up Metals. But where's the push going to develop from? Gets eyes on Metals yet again.
It's a grenade.
Yeah, it is. Down to 44 HP, but staying up, waiting for health to come back. Back to full, and now he's going to chow. Haircuts out to Lucky, but he is still up. 20 seconds now to go. Beans is able to get another one. They'll win the round. That's what, 4 in a row he's up to now?
Yeah, 4 in a row. I just think you got to be a little bit quicker there if you're Miami behind that nade. Maybe you either isolate Snoopy here, or you just try to find Beans from up top, but they were a little bit slow. The flank was open. You see Priest the whole time. He's out of this. This is a 3-on-2 because Priest has to worry about the full flank. But Vickle with the rival does not connect. Beans able to win the gunfight, but they just took a long time for that push to go.
Yeah, I think Snoopy ended up getting 2 of them as well, but 4-1 for Beans, 4-2 for Snoopy. They've got all 8 of their kills. As we now head into our round 4. One player on the offsite will be Real, but you've got a 4-man stack. Yeah, here if you were Boston Breach.
It's the right call. I mean, Bomb is here. Obviously, you have Real across the map, sort of on an island. But this is the setup that you want to play with. Miami are going to have no idea, and they're Boston Breach going to get aggressive.
Well, it's what can Real find as he maybe transitions across, or will be too late. He's starting to get on the action. Lucky able to find one as well. Oh God, just over the top, but we'll find him in the corner now. Smoke to try and keep him up as Pentagram gets his first in the search and destroy. Trying to get away, not going to happen. Real has tracked back now from the A side, got the help. Now look at Bomb during this. You know, Real got all that information. There's nobody home, so as they lose a couple players, they'll wrap it all the way out. They'll look to get Bomb planted. Now we'll see what happens in the 2 versus 2.
I mean, both players still over towards B, so they're going to have to group up, and then where do they want to retake from? And this is actually a great read from Real. They both back up to the defense spawn, and he's flanking both of them up top AC. The round could be done here, but the timing maybe not going to go his way because they jump into red. So now pressure over to Vickle near this bomb site.
Oh! Saw one. Oh, God. It gets real awkward at the door. He tries to go through, bashes him, gets some nice damage in, and now it's all on Real. 15 seconds to go. Eyes on one. Got both the information from Vickle. Knows he can just play his life now. Time is gone, and Real able to do it. So Vickle, even though, you know, it's a real awkward situation, well, kind of awkward for Real on the flank as well with regards to the timing. At least if you're Vickle, you see both. You can get the comment, you know, you kind of want it. But Real might have traveled about a mile over the course of that round.
Yeah, I mean, it took so long. Again, they were over towards B. So, I mean, Boston just had to fly there. There were so many areas to check. And, yeah, time works against them.
Dude.
That 2 versus 2.
I always love when you go to bash the door, but he hit at the same time. Vickle, for a second, he just looked to the wall like, where am I? Because you know, he's playing a hit, go through, and just realize I'm still on the same side of the wall.
It's a crazy mechanic at times.
Yeah. He has a nice little snap, but Beans, despite the round loss, he is the last player that stays alive, so he is still on 5 in a row and a chance to maybe earn a cruise. Real, the tickler, and then the wall bang. He's able to finish it. The trade does come in, but if you're Real, at least you take out one. He's been involved in the early action pretty often.
Yeah, he's been the A Island player, and I thought it was going to be an ugly one for him because I didn't think that kill was going to come through, but able to find it. Now Snoopy getting very aggressive through defensive spawn. Vickle on the other end, and he's just got some horrible timing. And Boston Breach on just both ends of the map, able to win their 1 versus 1s.
And that was Beans get number 6, right?
I think so, and that's like the 3rd one-on-one individually that Beans has had on the Vickle.
Wow.
And I don't know if they've gone through a role swap as well, but we've seen Vickle now with Rival and Main. Obviously, Rio, you can run a 3rd Rival.
Yeah.
But I think we've seen it throughout this search as well, where he's running that Rival pretty much only. You know, we've seen medals with that MCW, so maybe just another change up for this Miami team.
And for Boston Breach, where, yeah, I mean, it was kind of the Snoopy and Bean show early. It's continued. They had, all 8 of their kills early on. Now 13 of their 15. 6 in a row for Beans. As Snoopy, we'll see what he's able to do from his position looking over B now. But smoke is going to come out, and sometimes you just got to send it. He gets in, the nade connects as well. So Beans and Snoopy, their little dynamic duo on the map continues. Snoopy, he faked himself out there. He's thinking maybe they're on bomb trying to get it down, but it's not going to be the case. It's Vickle that's wrapping out. And now Pentagram gets another.
And he's kind of your transition guy over to A. Last time through, he was able to find a kill, which led to them working the A-bomb. This time through, he gets caught. So now you're in a 2-on-4. And yeah, so Metals with the MCW up top. And Vickle's been carrying the bomb, running the smoke. So yeah, he switched to a sub, but it's just not worked out throughout this match.
Snoopy so far is having a fantastic series. Had a great
around,
map 1.
Dude.
No, he just dude. He would have won that one. Like, I was getting his Shotzi impression on, just diving out, trying to chow, but the damage has already been done. Honestly, it's a great timing and chow between Beans' nade and Snoopy's chow with a gun for the first blood early on. And you're leading in the search right now if you're Boston.
Yeah, I mean, this B, they're just being shut down. And I think if you're Miami next time on offense, you just kind of either have to hit mid or go towards A and just work that A bomb plant, trying to set something up, because you're 3-4 stacking this every single time on defense out of Boston Breach, and they are shutting them down.
Let's see if they can find something with a bit of success, but this series has been a nightmare so far for Vickle. Yeah, what, you were around triple negative or something, map 1, double negative in that ballpark?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If there's a role change inbound as well, it can be tough, just switching up your timings.
No, it can't be. I know you're a big fan of him as a player and gameplay-wise, but yeah, I mean, even the best players sometimes.
I've been in those shoes where you're going from AR to a sub, and you've played the entire game with an AR.
Yeah.
Now you got to switch to a sub. So many timings are different.
I'm sure. I think going the other way probably a little bit easier.
Yeah. Yeah. No doubt about it.
Yeah, going sub to AR a little bit easier historically in our esport, but we'll see if he can lock it down. 45 remaining on the clock, and Heretics. Pretty spread. That's going to be the streak in now from Beans. So you just try to send it if you're lucky, because you're thinking, I might die anyway. Trying to wrap it in. He's able to. The woes of Vickle continue as he's 0-6, and the streak hits. Metals now last alive. Very little time. Beans continues to put on a montage. This guy is frying in the map too.
Yeah, I mean, he's able to hit the missile in, and then he just knows where everyone is. I think if you're Miami, you're hoping maybe Lucky catches a time, and he almost does. While that missile's being called in, because they're working over towards B. That's probably what Beans is calling out right away, just focusing on that player. As soon as he sees him, go towards his teammate, he's like, well, I don't want to send this at you.
Well, he's on 8 in a row. That's pretty solid.
That's good.
Very good. Especially in search. Like he's having a map. 9 up for him, 9 up for Snoopy. and 1 round away from closing this out. Trophy eaten. Last time it was kind of a nade combo with Snoopy to win it. That one, maybe a little bit of an overshot. Maybe you get backed out from that because it looks so hard after the mantle to get the snap on, and then things start to fall apart. So the duo has become the hard carry. The search and destroy wiped off the map. Good opportunity now for Heretics to get around.
They go right back to B. It looks like it's going to be a little bit hairy, but they're able to catch those 2 players in Snoopy and Beans. Bomb now being planted. 2 versus 4. This is going to be difficult, even more difficult, because Priesta is all by himself. Trying to find anything that he can.
Yeah, honestly, that just seemed like sort of like a heat check round. Like you've been frying if you're those 2. They're just like, we'll handle it. I think he actually got one through the wall.
He did get one right there.
Right before the end of it. That was nasty. But
yeah, but this time it's a little bit different. Instead of sort of going through Coop side, you sent 2 through middle. And that's where you're able to take map control away from Boston Breach, put pressure on those players over towards top AC. But yeah, clawing their way back into it.
Yeah, honestly, it's like kind of similar to the, I feel like the map 1 in the sense that, you know, there were a lot of like flashy plays and big moments out of Breach, but it was still kind of a winnable game for a while there. Like here, you know, you're still in it. You got work to do, obviously, but you still got an opportunity despite the goose egg right now from Bickle. As he's looking to avoid nades, well, but avoids 1, then the stun connects. That's going to slow down his route as he's going to have to reposition, find another way to fight this. But you're going to have to, rip off 4 straight to get this search win if you're Miami. 1 round done. Can you find more?
Yeah, and Real's kind of in the spot Snoopy's been playing. And now he is spotted. Now all the focus is on him. Did you see where Snoopy's at? He's over towards the middle of the map, making sure he's dropped. But you know he's here. The problem is Vickle has a rival as well. So you have to rotate metals over. And there we go. They're going to double chow that. Now he's got to play safely under the bridge.
Vickle gets on the board. You get the first blood. What else can you find? Snoopy, though, he's still hunting. As he takes down 1, though, you're going to lose Priest at the same time. Snoopy a chance to bring this into a 2 versus 2. He's been playing so aggressive. He's stomping around looking for the openers. He's on double digits, but you got 25 seconds now to go. You got to figure out something to do with this bomb. Well, hello, he was there.
He's alive, though. He's alive. Pentagram now in a 1 versus 3. He's able to find the first on the metals, but yeah, time working against him. Real able to find the kill. So 2 rounds in a row for Heretics. They're still in it.
We'll see if they can keep it going.
But I like this reposition, too, from Real, right? He's been the A sort of island player. A couple of times he's found 1, but this time he gets aggressive over towards B and kind of just held the line.
Yeah.
For the Heretics squad.
3 in a run out for Lucky. Can they do it on offense? Yeah, it's been a lot of B. Is this where they mix it up? So you said the change last time where they kind of sent 2 up through mid. That was the big difference. This time you're going to have Real kind of be the sort of lone man over towards A, kind of like he has been. More of a 2-2 split, though, not the hard counter over towards B that we've seen sometimes here from Breach.
Yeah, and I think Boston are thinking, like, sooner or later, they got to go towards A, right? Like, we've shut them down at B, 3 stacking, 4 stacking, and Real has snuck his way up through the middle of the map. He's going to find the first blood. Real playing very free, very confident throughout this map so far.
Finding a fantastic opening, and now maybe starting a little nervous if you're Breach. You had a massive lead. It's starting to slip away. Once 5-2. Now on the brink of being a 5-5, head to around 11. Lucky's moved that streak up to 4-2, getting closer to a chance to maybe have a cruise in around 11 if he can find a couple more. It'll be Priest and Pentagram now trying to work this retake. Pentagram from up top quickly. He is back down. Some absolute lasers there from Lucky. Metals will finally finish it. Priest all alone.
All alone, and yeah, the time also working against him. Real still in his base, and that round to me is just all Real. Finds the timing through red, able to get up towards top AC, jumps on up, finds the first, and then for Heretics, it's sort of, all right, we got to help this guy. He has cleared so much of the map. Let's execute on B, and they're able to do so. So round 11 we go.
Well, I don't know if it's right. Yeah, maybe the information they found kind of last round with the pressure they were apply up through mid. He's like, there's an opening here. I'm gonna hit it. It works out. And now, yeah, to a round 11 we go. What looked to be a kind of easy 2-0 edge for Boston Breach in this series. no longer the case.
Oh, that's a triple nade. That might hit. Well, there's a trophy. It was there. I say there was 2 players from Boston in the middle, but trophy down saves their lives.
See how Breach opt to attack this. And when does the rotation maybe start to come in here from Heretics? That's bomb. Eyes on. Lucky gets the kill. Bomb down in a precarious position there on Catwalk. And it's another one to Lucky. It's 5 in a row.
Let's see, who's going to make the play? It looks like Snoopy trying to do the exact same thing Real did. Maybe he has. He finds the timing for now. Is there a trade? There is. Vickle with the MCW able to connect. He was a little bit weak. And you can see, yeah, the bomb here. Priestess, well, he's trying to get on up there. Such a tough spot. And this is another Boston breakdown and search and destroy.
Oh, that is a tough one. And maybe Vickle didn't have many in the game, but he had a big one there in round 11 to make sure Snoopy can't stay loose in the back line. But you're up 5-2. Things fall apart. Beans' face is the definition of it. It's a question mark right now. He's wondering what just happened.
The good thing for us, we do a map 4 this week.
Yeah,
at all 3 O's since we have started stage 3. We're going to see a map 4 and another Vista.
Yeah, you know, 5 minutes ago I was going to say it looks like maybe some improvements here in Search and Destroy. Saw some nice little teamwork, duo work there between Snoopy and Beams. Beans, Priest, and Pentagram kind of doing their thing as well when they need to step up, but then things just fall apart round by round. You let Lucky and Real make play after play to bring you back into it, and that one just gets away from you.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's really just they kind of stopped stacking over towards B, thinking sooner or later Miami's going to go away. They just never did.
Yeah.
They never did. And then Real is able to get near base a couple of times and make those plays. But a nice bounce back there for Heretics. And now maybe the confidence kind of on their side.
Yeah, no, I was thinking this series looked to be a 3-0, the way it was kind of going, the way you were looking to be in control of your Boston Breach. But now, yeah, you saw some of the frustrations. They're trying to bring it back. We're tied up 1-1. We get ready for Control to come up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this quick break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
We are back and we continue on here. So tied up 1-1, massive comeback there in the search and destroy. Obviously, if you are Heretics, maybe get some confidence flowing. Vic will still, I know, keep bringing it up, but looking to get it going. Got 2 kills in that one, but the boys stepped it up for him big time, and now we'll see what they can do in the control. But hey, you nailed it. Another Boston breakdown. It is a different squad, but yeah, it's between like them and Røkkr. He just kept being like these little collapses, these little mistakes.
Yeah, even Miami. I mean, yeah, Search has just been not been their friend. Same with Control. It's really 2-3-5 for these teams that has been holding them back. We're going to take a look at their Control stats. Yeah, for both of them. Yeah, 8-9, so under that 50%. But you're just looking to get better there.
Well, I mean, you know, when you're a team that has 5 wins on the year, 50% looks pretty good. So their Control, I mean, one of the places they've been able to find some W's. Honestly, teams very, very similar there. They've been able to maybe upset people in Control. It's just been, yeah, finding consistency in either search and destroy or the hard point has been the tough part. So, like, I take those stats. Like, if you're a viewer watching or a new viewer, like, that's what the baseline was. Now you make a change. How can you improve upon that is going to be the goal. Where can you find some of the improvements across these 3 modes? But we stay now on Karachi. One that can be, you know, depending on playstyle, definitely kind of an offensively favored one. You can string together both points pretty rapidly if you find the right opening. Honestly, one of my more enjoyable ones to cast. It can be wild.
No, again, you get those close red spawns if you are the attacking team at that point. You're pretty much done for. Over towards B, or if you're defense, you get them in that trap, spawn them all the way out towards Scoop, make them make a big decision. We shall see. I feel like we've seen both sides where some teams are just really, really solid defensively, and it feels like we're watching 5 offensive round wins.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this has been one where Heretics were early on. You know, kind of talked about some of the amazing plays they would make offensively, just how aggressive they could be, how consistent with that flood and takeover of red. They were one of the teams I feel like first kind of did that, but it feels like ages ago now.
And so they are putting medals on MCW. I feel like that's interesting. I mean, he was the rival guy from the get-go of this game, and maybe it's just to slow him down, try to find a little bit more slaying consistently out of him, or you're going to have Vicul on this rival. Now, we saw him with the sub last year. Vicul, you know, very, you know, solid throughout MW2 with that Vaznev. But it should just take some time to adjust.
No, it's interesting because now this, you know, sometimes we'll talk about, you know, a 2-person change and a 1-person change, how, you know, there's a big difference in the significance of how much you have to change it. But when you have a 1-person change plus a role change, might as well be a 2-person change. Like, it is very, very big deal. So a lot to work on, a lot you're trying to figure out if you are Heretics. Second tick of progress will be in A. Looming over towards Junk this whole time is Lucky, who's kind of waiting to maybe set up this push. But as one teammate dropped in front of him, one teammate picked up mid. And with a minute extension now on, basically even in lives, this first push up towards B will start for Miami Heretics.
Yeah, they're able to get on A and then pretty much execute. You see 6 kills in a row. Pentagram, him and Snoopy locking down Ticket, able to find 2. A trade trying to come on through from Metals, but he is out. So now if you are Real, you just got to hang out and wait for your teammates off a spawn.
And yeah, I mean, you just got to keep doing that, really, if you're Breach. Just, you know, don't allow like 3 down on your side. Don't allow Junk and Red to get wide open. So far, they've been pretty consistently holding these first 2 pushes. But due to the presence you kind of have on that side of the map, you'll see it is a far out dumpster spawn for Snoopy. So you got a bit to go to track back. For the rest of the team, I mean, they're pinning them in. They've got them locked in, and Priest is hitting 3 straight for him. You're barely taking a step off spawn, and you're taking damage.
Yeah, now it's just this question. How do we want to take this? Do we want to keep trying to take these Junk fights, get a close red spawn, or do we go through the middle of the map? And it looks like they're going to switch things up. Try to go through the middle of the map, get into red, and then wrap back and go for a couple of flanks. Pentagram, he hit the shots, but didn't have the bullets.
Yeah, you find an opening here because Bees isn't able to get one when they push through mid. Yeah, Pentagram runs out of bullets, so you get through. And now suddenly, the chaos is kind of loose. You have 2 people here. Snoopy, though, if he can do one thing, it's win those individual gunfights. He's able to do just that. So you leave one player and Lucky kind of on an island, but you stop the clock here for a bit. The problem is, the longer this goes, the more it favors Breach as well, because they have the lives advantage too.
It's just a question of where is Lucky. Beans able to track him, spot him. Snaps then onto the second of Metals. So he's doing with both weapons. 5 lives remaining, 20 seconds. This has been impressive stuff from Boston Breach on defense.
Yeah, I mean, outside of them kind of getting up through mid and getting out and maybe having an opportunity, yeah, they had them pinned and they had them pinned for a while. That was a solid 45 seconds or so they had them locked, but does it get a little bit scary with their last 3 remaining lives? Can do something nuts. Metals with a pistol able to hit, but Beans is still here. The reinforcements are starting to roll in. There was 1 person left on the point. A threat, but a weak threat, if anything, at the end there.
Yeah, Real too. You would need it all 3. Real spawned all the way out Coop. So
yeah.
It does seem since like the update, like maybe that close red spawns happens a little bit less often. But yeah, he was all the way out there. They would have needed all 3 players, and that's just the lives difference. Great job by Boston throughout round 1.
Yeah, no, and it's just, I mean, the lives advantage. It was what, like, I think when A finished, it was 21-20 in the lives department. That little extended period they had them locked in, that jumped to like 7 advantage. Like, it happened in the blink of an eye, and you're like, whoa, we are in deep trouble. But all right, they do the job defensively. Now what can Heretics do on their side? Is this new look Boston Breach look to get things going in the map 3 on offense?
Yeah, just a very, everyone's on the board if you're a Boston, 8-8, 7-8. Just all around effort from this Breach team in the slaying category. What you love to see. Salt on map number 1. Bringing it here in map 3.
Some nice shots there from the pit. But just 1 bit of progress so far. As Pentagram will get right back on it. Getting aggressive will be Real. Right, second sort of thought hunting kind of towards that breach spawn, but Pentagram's going to pick up basically everybody. Find some of the kills from inside the point. That'll end up being, what, about 3 down? They're spawning back dumpster. Now you got on both points. And with eyes on that, it'll be Beans.
He's trying to transition this. Now he's going to have some help. Pentagram and Priest are here. Real's able to find 1 metals with the second, so maybe you slow this down. You don't allow the take A, though. Should be done for Boston Breach. Snoopy's just been hanging out. Or will it? Yeah, Lucky was trying to find him, just not there in time.
Yeah, but I think the big thing is due to the chaos of that moment, like, you know, Heretics, Heretics, you had a lot of work to do after you got A. You're already in great positions if you're Breach. Like, just look at the map. They've got everything they want. Everything they want and more. This is going to be 2 people onto the point pretty damn quickly. They're worried about the dumpster push. They're kind of holding for now, but you get teammates set up at balcony, 1 pushing across the point. You got 3 people towards diner, and now you're in that real tough retake position if you're Heretics.
Yeah, Finkel's just waiting for his teammates off his spawn. Here they go, able to hop off over the dumpster. 2 players did get through. Beans, though, watching the cross. And now this is just such a difficult spot for Heretics. Training well, though, are they? So only 1 player on the point for now. That's going to be Snoopy. Bouncing in the window, out the window. Now he has some help from his teammates, but the close spawns are there for Miami. But Snoopy is snapping with the MCW. Finds the triple. How is he alive? I do not know, but he gets it done, and he finds the streak.
The timing I think he got on like 3 slides there, just like kept catching. They were guessing wrong. That he guessed right, he was left. He pre-fires left, he was right. Like, he just kept getting to the opposite side where they were looking the other way. But that final kill, I think he had 3 bullets left in the magazine. He was able to get it. Snoopy with a moment there. But I mean, that just comes down to, listen, you can play a solid defense here on B if you actually get set up. They never got set up. They never had a chance to. And that's props to Boston Breach and their aggressive.
Yeah, just over towards red. Never gave up that control. Now you have the streak to work with. 16-8 from Snoopy. Great performance so far from him in every single game mode. And he's just doing whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah, I gotta imagine you got a chip on your shoulder a little bit. You know, you're hearing some chirping coming from some of the all-time greats and some frustrating moments in that team. He's coming out trying to prove what he is capable of, and that's 9 in a row and double positive from him. I mean, there's not a lot, to take away yet. This is a winnable series, one you probably should win if you're a Breach, but it'll be exciting to kind of watch and see how he does over the rest of this qualifier.
Real and Metals do get Heretics on over towards A. Some progress done. And Pentagram, he's just locking down the junkyard spawn, and Snoopy's gonna go for this early. Maybe just get them off A, waste some of those lives, waste some of their time.
Yeah, just a free clearance onto the point now allows them to sort of push out both sides. They have 1 1-on-1 that Vickel's able to take, so he'll keep a presence there over towards Junk. Right back to Real now, who's fighting here at mid. It'll be his turn to hop into the objective. Halfway towards that final point, Lucky nearly getting there, but the timing a little bit awkward over the back dumpster. And any forward pressure is gone. Now if you're Heretics, you're sort of at risk of getting pinned in again. A little help there to Metals on the Priest, I think, though.
Well, now you got to be worried if you are Boston. That's going to be 3 dead. They do get a close alley spawn, so they'll have some people here. But not really in that setup that we talked about, what they had in round number 1. Metals just watching the hop up, just trying to find any kill that he can. Renetti out. Nice trade from Pentagram, but here comes the reinforcements. Vickle and Real able to take down 3.
Yep, and you still have that close spawn coming in, so Metal's able to fly over fast. Both are going to spawn out just backside. Ren's ready to get back into the action. The Renetti's still popping for beans. Still a battle around the point. Not a lot done in the objective. You do have somebody inside. The clock is stopped. You still got a minute 30, and you're trying to increase this life advantage as well if you are Heretics, but this is what you had to hopefully avoid. Okay, I was going to say maybe like a 4 down, because you're still getting that close spawn, though. It takes a lot to like push them out of that. Now you're trying to get out of your breach.
Yeah, you still have this close spawn, and that's why every kill matters here for Heretics, because now they just go right over towards the B point. But it's the ARs, Priest and Beans take down all 4. So they alleviate some pressure for a few seconds. 9 versus 11 there in the lives. Nice little positioning there from Priest. He's looking for another cruise, maybe to close this game out.
We'll see if he can add another one into the fray. 45 seconds to go. We'll stick with Priesta for now as the point man trying to get this streak. Maybe eyes on one. He's able to take somebody down before he drops and fly out, nearly take down a second, but he will earn the cruise. Beans is getting many kills with the Renetti as he is with his MCW here in the hold of this B point. Now he pushes it on forward. Finds a rival, more to deal with, trying to push him back even further. Real up to the task for that, but now time dwindling. You're down to 20 seconds and maybe an opening. Real and Lucky able to take down 3. Here we go. Pressure on Priesta as the rest of the team rallying over Dumpster.
Yeah, there's only 1 life remaining, though. This time, Boston Breach, they close out the game when they have a massive lead. A nice 3-0 sweep there on Control.
Yeah, that's nice for Breach, too, because what? You kind of show you can do it in a really... I don't know.
Way?
Yeah, like the first defense is real clean, conjured, traditional, and then the next time real scrappy. Both times they're able to rebound and hold, and usually like when you're able to hold a B point kind of on Karachi, I just got to think like when it's real messy like that, like your comms have got to be on point, because like one or 2 misplays and you lose that round. So impressive stuff.
Yeah, it's just to be one of those areas, over towards Bat Cafe where sometimes you just want to get a little bit impatient and you're just not ready for that close red spawn. As much as you know as it's coming in, you just hold your irons, and instead you try to push forward, you get caught. But yeah, great job. And anytime they needed to find like 2 or 3, they did.
Yeah, and then when they pushed out, like after they got like that 3-4 down, as you were saying, that close spawn still comes in, but they basically pushed out to like what? The like ticket in the bus, sort of. Didn't get too overzealous, just sort of get up, get ironed. Deal with the next wave, and they did such a good job of it. I mean, if you have Beans was finding multi-kill after multi-kill from kind of that back alley position, fighting all around Diner. But just an impressive win there if you're Boston Breach. And Snoopy, just from an individual standpoint, guys putting on again.
Yeah, again, I just think probably the conversation around him is do whatever you want. I really do. I just from what we have seen him play in every mode, he's just running around causing chaos.
Yeah, and like, listen, there have been some titles more than others that maybe will, I don't know, punish that sort of mentality, but we're going to take a look at the play of the game here in a moment as we talk about Snoopy, but like, I just think sometimes if like the rest of the team sort of locked in on that methodology, like, yeah, just get loose, get freaky sometimes, and just create a little chaos. Depending on the title, it works better than other times.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So we're going to take a look at our scuff play of the game, and it will be Snoopy throughout that Control. And it's really in this round, too, where he's got both the MCW and the rival. Has a little bit of help, but it just gets messy. The trade's there for Miami, the close spawns, he slides, able to hit, and as you said, he doesn't have many bullets, but the team shot is in. And this area of the map can just get insane, sliding back and forth, doors, windows. He makes it look easy.
Yeah, it even looks in that moment like, he kind of baits Pentagram a little bit. Like, he's sort of laying there with the MCW out, like, I need help. You see Pentagram, like, fly in, get clotheslined. But you know, then when you get the next 5 kills, it's kind of all right. Like, okay.
Won the round.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, do your thing if you're going to slaughter everybody. But that was just an insane sequence because you just don't really see that many like fortunate timings like that in that type of moment, like in professional play. But it works out. He makes the play. It's so funny watching like 3 people pre-fire the wrong side 3 times. But look at how this is going to go the rest of the way. Could end on Vista Hardpoint. We're all excited to see the teams on the new maps and modes. As you can see, 6-star was banned in both Hardpoint and Search and Destroy by either squad. So it's Vista, one of the new ones that'll make it in.
Yeah, I saw this yesterday. I think just, big emphasis on P3 and P4. We saw this mode between Minnesota and Atlanta FaZe. I think middle of the map is, just very important, right? A P1 and P2, you can kind of cut off both of the angles, flip those spawns. But yeah, we'll just see as teams get better and better at it. I'm just happy we got some new modes, new maps.
Yeah, no, 100%. Because I think even Rio, from like when we first played it, we've seen teams get a lot better at dealing with certain points and holes. P2 probably jumps out at me the most from like day 1 to now. Like we didn't see someone getting 45+ seconds on that hard point really all that often early on, but you get better at the maps as it goes on. Yes, these players are the best in the world. They learn faster than every single one of you watching, but you'll still see the subtle improvements over the course of it. But some map 1 stats there from Beans. He puts up a 1.36, nearly 6,000 damage. Also soaking up some of that hard point time. But I think we're excited to have him back. We thought there was a lot of potential there. He had a lot of electrifying moments. Figured it'd just be a matter of time before he found his way back. But very different stories between like him and Pentagram. It's kind of interesting.
And Beans is gonna be the one where like he's gonna be the vocal guy on this team, right? You lose Slasher, you lose Asim, vets who have won majors before, world championships, and Parisa, obviously he's done it, just did it last year, but not always the most vocal guy on the team. So you're kind of looking at like Pentagram and Beans for me.
No, I think Priest is like the ultimate utility guy, and he's got good comms and stuff. Yeah, I don't know about like the little too soft-spoken maybe to be like the quote-unquote leader at times, but nah, I love that guy as a player. And
as a human.
As a human, yeah. Early time though, 2 Boston Breach, but a flurry of kills there from Heretics might be the difference inside of the objective. Maybe YY are trying to swap to another gun as Pentagram as he falls. We get ready for our next rotation and teams look to set up.
Yeah, see Snoopy number 5 just trying to get pushed up, trying to maybe flip those spawns there. We're still there for a moment, but there we go. That's what Boston wanted to do. Metals is still back there. He's able to spawn up the second time. But you're going to see one player in Snoopy spawns up right behind him. Going to have that kill. So some nice early time at P1 for Boston Breach.
Podcaster, please.
And over towards P2, you will have Miami Heretics set up.
Oh, set up. And looking to hold Beans, looking to pounce. Oh, player, I thought like 2 eyes on him. He's almost able to take that first gunfight. So much damage done, though. He sets up the rest of the squad. Snoopy, Priesthood take their one-on-ones. The final domino, I think, is going to be Pentagram that gets the kill onto Vickle. So even if you're not getting time yet, you get them out of the point. The setup broken pretty quickly.
And this is what you want if you're Boston, controlling the middle of the map, getting those cutoffs for that P3 rotation. Looks like Vickle's going to be the first man to be pushed up for Heretics, but he's going to opt to get the player out of the hill. So Pentagram 3 in a row, almost able to find the 4th. Does get cut down, but if you're Heretics, it's just 5 seconds, not the amount of time you want.
Well, we know how big 3 and 4 can be, as you mentioned right away. Like at number 6 in Priesta, he rotated 25 seconds ago or so, and he has been set up and ready for this. A chance to maybe take a significant lead now over this next minute or 2. As Snoopy is lying and lurking, he failed to finish the first kill right away, so he's going to have dropping. It's Real that's actually able to take down 2, and the pressure is here. All 4 are gone, and now that early rotation means absolutely jack.
Snoopy just went outside the map, though. He went outside the map and was able to find the first one, but Victor and Metal is able to take down 3, so he hit the outside the map route, but it does not matter. So a great break there for Miami Heretics. They send 3 down low of your minimap right towards where Real is, as he's on 5 in a row, able to flip those spawns. Boston doing the same thing, but control of the hill still over to Heretics.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of swing that break ends up meaning, because you had about, it was like a 15-point lead for Breach or something like that. You got a chance to go up 80 plus with a couple of decent hardpoint holds. Now might be the total opposite, but you have been able to get all the way left, spawn left, set up 4 next. You are here 4p4 if you are breach. Can you hold this time? The player inside of the point once again is going to be Priest, the first man kind of rotating over. He's had to back up and play his life. It's Real that's kind of got up close and tried to push him out. Priesta with a massive individual moment there, able to take down 2 and keep control of the hard point.
That's it. Yeah, you had another break opportunity if you are Heretics. Still more pressure here. Just a back and forth battle. This has not been clean over towards this P4, but it will slow down big time as finally they can relax a little bit. You see 6 kills in a row for Boston as a squad. Vickle going to respond with 1 on a pentagram. This 30 seconds should go the way of breach. Unless Miami go for this one more time. And they do, but Snoopy hits 3. He just lost all aim assist on him.
Yeah, either Vickle needs a new right stick or he has lost aim assist completely, because he just put like a burst wide right, a burst wide left, a burst wide right. Like that was... He's been having a rough series, but yeah, usually, I mean, you kind of stick, you don't have to think about it too much on controller. And Snoopy just slaps him. All right. That kind of looked like no aim assist, right? Like...
Certainly did, but after all that, you used the cruise as well. A lot was just used for, you know, Boston Breach to try to break this hill, but Miami hold on for now. Now, they do have the back right spawns if you are Boston Breach, so you'll have these reinforcements here. But I think you'll take that for now if you are Heretics. Only down 11, and a cruise already used.
Priest is POV, who's had some, honestly, some big kills in the break moments early in this game, and also the early, kind of the guy doing the early rotation, trying to make the plays for him. Trying to do it again as they slowly have worked their way into this point and try to push this lead out yet again. Priest on 3 in a row, Beans right there with them. Once again, though, I mean, Snoopy, just from a slang standpoint, in the respawns has been just kind of way out ahead of everybody early. I know kind of became a little more human over the course of the map 1, but he set the tempo early.
It's 33 engagement.
Yeah, like he set the tempo, that's for sure.
Pentagram has 20. Like, he's just running at everybody. And again, this stuff, obviously, it's great when it's working. It's just a question of when your top 4 teams are shooting back.
Well, even some of your even top 4 teams, we talked about Shotzzy, like when he's flying like that, it's working out well. Like it's the most fun POV in the world to watch. But
if it doesn't,
it can be one of the more frustrating ones to watch. It's just hard to always have when you play at that pace. It's difficult to just always be fried. It really is. But inside the point now, trying to bring it back.
You'll take it when he's frying, though.
Yeah.
No, we're not taking anything away from him.
No, not at all.
He is just running.
It's just you rely a lot on like timings and stuff, right? Like when you're playing it like that. That and the absolute snapper is you're usually going to be flying into a building.
Well, this time he finds a timing where he gets through. He's trying to flip spawns, so he's able to find a long route. And Metals was looking for him, but he's going to get taken down. Now all of a sudden, Victor's on this hill. Like, where'd my team go? So spawns flip, and that's just all due to Snoopy taking a long route, able to win the gunfight. But over the hill, Heretics, they're able to find a clean wipe, and now they're trying to get aggressive. There's one player here, but that's the only one there. That's going to be Beans.
Well, it's Miami trying to bring this back and maybe push it to a map 5. You're set up inside of the point. You're soaking up the time. You've got the lead for now, but can you close it out to a listen with all the vamos with Miami Heretics?
Más igual, vale, te tengo el push, Pues tengo yo medio. Denis, arriba, muerto. Medio. Abre yo un poco medio, Le he dado 2 o 3. Fuerte. Otra medio. Y medio. Vale, Vidal y caja de escaleras de medio.
Tiran piñas en la
fuente de cara. 2 de cara anterior, 2. Son 2 de cara anterior. Sí. He pegado piña. Son 2 anterior, bro.
Está medio Denis. Cuidado que no vaya a cara
a Denis, sí, uno.
No, bajo arte. Juego yo tight contigo aquí atrás.
Una puente. Estoy yendo metal.
Ese uno estuneo.
No lo veo. En la puerta principal de abajo. Espérate, voy para info. Voy a abrir info. Bonsai, Priesta va a pushar derecha. Está aguantando, pusharse uno. Un tiro son 2.
No, macho.
Tienes que aguantar vivo, aguanta bien P4. Que salen contigo en guitarra, ¿no?
Sí, puede ser. No,
sí.
Esperando al fondo. Puede estar en el.
Info, sí.
No le he dado, no. Muerto.
Tiene que estar abajo, doble. Tengo abajo. Van a venir de cara, Medio, separando.
Tengo abajo yo ahora.
No pido ahora, Snoopy. Porque me abajo, Denis Snoopy. Sí, que medio muerto, me han pegado piña. Tengo abajo yo.
Va para el fondo, creo.
Tengo abajo yo. Estoy un tiro en default, necesito apoyo, creo. Sí, era.
Me cae una piña.
Vienen pasar de la
Voy, te apoyo.
Abajo, y a lo mejor por medio. Ven para abajo. Te tengo, no tengo nada. No. Otro más abajo. Arriba de caracol. Caracol, no le veo caracol. Me toca. Le chiseo. El segundo de ahí, Otro más cerca de pilares.
Up about 50, and Vickle having his best map of the series at 24 and 18. We've talked a lot about the change maybe to the rival. Listen, timing should be so tough, but you know where maybe nobody has a massive advantage on a brand new map. So he seems to be getting into his flow state here, leading the way for the squad.
Yeah, and then just really the entire team is. And another great hold there at P3. They're able to break the first time through. It gets a little bit messy, but you had the trade where Vickle's able to hold the back spawns. You had Lucky who spawned out, but he's able to find one kill and then the collapse on to P3. So far, so good here for Miami Heretics in that third hill. Over to P4, Boston Breach, trying to get inside, but the numbers just, I think, a little bit too much right now. So you have these close spawns. You imagine the trades will be there, and they are.
Well, Boston, you've got a little bit of everything throughout the course of this, right? Like, you're able to clutch up late and put them away in map 1. You have a massive lead in map 3, you put them away. You throw away map 2. You haven't really had the comeback yet. Now you're in a hole. Can you bring it back and maybe win the map? Down about 70 with Heretics on the cusp of victory. You got the hard point control. You got a chance to make a run in jungle. We'll see if they can do it.
Well, here we go. So one player didn't spawn out. I imagine the second will as well. They will. So again, another break. It's been the difference here for me has been Heretics at some of these hills just finding all of the kills at the right moment, flipping the spawns, and now sitting here on the contest.
Well, Lucky has a streak, but is it going to really even be needed, or when can it maybe come into play? He's trying to play break in disruptor now, but yep, here we go. Just gonna lay down. Okay, the rest of his team dies though, so you're not gonna get a whole lot out of this. Everybody's dropped. Lucky drops too. He's gonna reach.
Yeah, and I think because he died while calling that in, he's not even able to control it, so it just goes straight down into the ground. Now right back towards P1, but that's going to be 3 dead, make it all 4. A chance to close out the map and send us to a map number 5.
Well, where the breaks have been so good for Heretics, you're going to need them now. If you are Boston, can you break on through? Metal's there with the angle. 1 kill in, some damage in. The snap is in, but it's Priesta and Pentagram that are able to find the kills. But it's 5 seconds now to go for the victory. He's still got Lucky inside. Fresh off a 6 spree, right back to work. You need 1 more second, and there it comes through. We're going to a map 5. Heretics clutch up. And Vickle, I mean, his best map by far. You know, tough change in position, but looking good there in the map 4.
Yeah, I think they just had a better idea of how that map played out, honestly.
Yeah.
Just watching the mini-map and you go back and look at it, obviously playing for the spawn is very important, but when both teams were spawning out, you saw the Heretics players hunting the Breach players. Like, they knew where they were spawning exactly at, able to find those players, and gave them the man advantage on a lot of those pushes.
Well, I gotta think, you know, when you have a team change, it's a map that you've been playing all year. Like, you know, sometimes maybe people have different ways on how they want to play different positions. You have a role change, and people have different philosophies on how the map plays. But when you make a team change and also a new map is introduced, I imagine you're sort of creating those philosophies together.
Yeah, 100%.
Right? Like, I would think so.
It's a team effort there, though, for Miami Heretics. All around 25 kills. The damage is there. Rialdo with another one. But you see, it is a tied game. But then you get 15 points across 3 hills for Boston Breach, and they are shut out.
Yeah, they get locked down. I think just, yeah, too many times where you maybe sent that person in a Priesta 15 to 20 seconds early on a rotation, you just got broken. Like, yeah, there's only so many breaks you can survive in a hard point before that score really starts to run away. So we're tied up 2-2, and listen, this is 2 teams that desperately need CDL points. Both have made very significant changes, whether it's 2-person or 1-person change. There's also role changes that come into play. They're all trying to figure it out, but at the end of the day, they all have one goal, and that's to get the champs at the end of the year. Big CDL points on the line. All comes down to this map 5. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
Here we go for two teams in desperate need of some CDL points. It's all on the line now with this map 5. And, you know, listen, qualifiers just starting. New page, new chapter with the team changes. You just want to start off on a strong foot, the right foot, get some positive momentum. It's a big map 5 for these teams, Joe.
Oh, no doubt about it. Yeah, I mean, again, a little bit different for both of these squads, but game 5s have not been their cup of tea. 1-5 for Boston Breach, 0-3 for Miami Heretics. That's what Ali was talking about in the pregame segment. This has been a scary little area for them.
Yeah.
So at least someone's going to need a win here.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's just like, you know, it felt like for Miami early on, well, not even early on, like they were either 3-0 and people were getting 3-0. Like, yeah. It was just, that's all it was. Like, I didn't feel like there were a lot of map 4s. It was just like they were coming out and smoking someone or getting just dominated. It was weird. But for Breach, it's just been that, yeah, it's compared to like Røkkr. It's just been these like competitive series where you've gone deep in series. The very winnable moments, Slasher has said, like just small mistake is killing us. You can't make these mistakes at this level, and that's what was hurting them. But here, can you clutch up in this map 5?
Yeah, high rise search and destroy. I think, you know, you're looking at, for me, 2 players in Real and Snoopy who are kind of playing on, they're just doing whatever they want, it feels like, both of these guys. We talked about Snoopy, but Real kind of the same thing. He's put into this roster, and so far of what we've seen, especially in that search map number 2, played on his island, found his openings. High rise can be a map where some of these timings go your way or they don't, especially with a sub.
Well, yes. To me, it's just like early on when it's like a 4v4, it's kind of hard to just like get loose as a sub and like find an opening, you know, get underground, work the back of their base. But like once you lose a player or two, once things get a little bit hectic, yeah, you can absolutely get a little loosey-goosey, but we'll see, because it's going to rely on, you know, just pacing, some patience. Snoopy's just kind of sending it. That can cost you on this map. It can at times.
Yeah, you can, but you can see both of these teams not really playing this map very often throughout the year, only twice. You know, I think Boston, you know, losing Terminal S&D is a big thing for them. That was one of their go-tos, and saw somebody's doggies there.
Oh, well, there's an opener. Vickle catches one. The nades are out. No trophies in early, obviously, and the team nade is on point. As Breach will start this with a 4 versus 3. That's bomb carrier as well.
Hey, you love a nade over the top, able to hit, but over to Real. Kind of what we talked about. Look at that angle from Priesta, just watching that ladder hop. So they know nobody's in the B-bomb site for now. But as you said, if there's 4 defenders up, what openings do I have with an SMG? No nades for Lucky. Just trying to find any angle he can. You're pretty much towards the backside of the map if you are Boston Breach. Behind that first blood, no need to get too aggressive.
Yeah, it's one of those maps where you just got to really read the map well if you're going to find openings.
He found an opening. It was a window, though, and he jumped out of it.
Okay, well, Beans, listen, we'll see you later. To a 3 versus 3 we go. Is a gift from the gods there. The Miami Heretics, now a chance to get this going. They're working up towards the B site. Holding is going to be Lucky. He's able to take that fight. Real's going to drop, and Pentagram's working the flank. I think Lucky might have just got an angle onto that as well. He did. So Lucky with some huge moments after Beans gives him the opening.
All right, what I just talked about, sort of the timings as a sub, hitting ladders can either go your way or they cannot. And, well, Miami gifted one here is Beans POV. I think he's going for the outer angle here, and just a little bit too much. Oh, you see the face, yeah. Big mistake there, and that leads to a round loss.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one. You just shuffle a little bit too far to the right.
Yep.
Adios. Lucky with 2 in the round, and you know, after obviously the reason he can get to that spot is because the Beans mishap. Like that's kind of the angle he would have been holding. We were able to push up to the trash can right here on our screen, and then he ends up getting 2 of the big kills on the stretch. So yeah, that's one you want back if you're Beans. But what can Heretics do behind a bit of a blessing? Vickle actually allowed to play in this round.
And he's just watching that low drop down. You playing a player like Snoopy, you gotta watch that, and that's where he is.
It's just one of the few spots on a map. Yeah, you can try to make one of those plays, right? But it's like a coin flip.
Just sort of what time is he waiting on? Maybe just for a teammate or 2 to look over him. Now it's gonna be Vickle. Some shots and nades going in, and here we go. So all the pressure on Vickle, and there we go. He's gonna get naded again by Pentagram. But that's a giant oil canister that blows up.
Yep, everything's blowing up on the map. 3 versus 3 we go. Now under 40 seconds to go, and Bomb, you got to recoup that. Some shots in from Snoopy, but it's Beans that's able to get a kill. Much better when he's on the map.
That nade hits, though, so it's a 1 versus 2. Tough angle, tough gunfight, so much cover. He's shooting through a pole. Real snapping. She's not able to find one. Or is he? Beans is so weak.
Yeah, maybe like old MCW. Hey, that's a headshot. Maybe it's a kill. It's a nice little jump shell out to the edge, but you get the bomb planted. You're both able to get away. Now Real's got to reposition and rethink this one. Some time to work with. Can he isolate 2 one-on-ones?
He's on one-on-one. It's not a lot of time to work with. Here we go. What's the time you like? Well, he's giving a one-on-one.
The movement's there. Well, he is a bullet. Looking to get back to full. Now 20 seconds to go. Needs one more snap. Not quite able to do it as he was just getting back to full HP. The one-on-one goes the way of Breach, and that's one you listen. If you're Beans, you're frustrated with that first round. You kind of throw that one away for the squad, but what, you come back in this, you're able to get 2 or 3 kills in the round and win the one-on-one.
Yeah, and that's just tough for Real. There's so many angles to check, right? You see where he's kind of looking and picks the wrong jump up. Beans ready for that gunfight, able to connect.
Yeah, he gets 2. Okay, so Beans right back at it, tied up 1-1 as we go deeper into this map 5. Back over to the bomb carrying side is Heretics as the utility starts to get exhausted. And they look for an opening. Already pushed up pretty far is going to be Real. He's already tucked away here at the tank.
Hear the nades dropping around him. Something's on fire. Just trying to find an opening. He's able to find it. There's one of those SMG timings going his way. First blood on a pentagram, and he gets out with his life.
Yeah, you hear it. He's stomping, so he takes speed over stealth, and he's able to get to that position early on in the round.
Where's Snoopy? Snoopy's all the way pushed up.
Looks like it's going to be him and Real kind of being the ones that try to find those openers, but the check is in. The position sniffed out. Vickle looking for another as he's got 2 in the round thus far. Back over to Priest, and now he's last alive. 25 seconds to go. Some tags at range, but he is in trouble. He's bobbing and weaving in the game. He's bobbing and weaving IRL. And it's a Heretics round win.
That's a nice check by Vickle. Obviously, you know, able to check that corner, able to find him in that spot. And that's one of those places where Snoopy likes to play. Just sort of tucked up in a corner, trying to make the individual play, but if it gets checked, round's done.
Well, just good job to Vickle not getting checked in the series. I mean, it's been a bit of a rougher one. Brought it back in map 4, and now you get what? You get naded off spawn by a team nade to start round 1. You get naded again by Pentagram round 2. And that time you're able to come up with some big plays if you're Vickle. The check, all the difference. Yeah, you don't get that one. Snoopy gets loose. You might be in trouble, but instead it's a 2-1 advantage. As now we get into our 4th round. As the smoke is out and it's just stuns.
How many stuns did I just hear?
Yeah, no, it sounded like there were more than are available on the map. But yeah, every stun exhausted. Yeah, you're not going to get aim assist because of the tower, but also the smoke doesn't help. So you're just spraying and praying. But the prayers are being answered for the Heretics. They have a 3-on-2 advantage right now.
I mean, just all the crossfire set up, the teamwork on point over towards B. The smokes were down. Real knew exactly what he was doing, though. He had Vickle and Lucky looking over him, able to buy so much time. Then all of a sudden, you're in a 1-on-3 if you are Beans.
Yeah, it happens real quick. A frantic round. But Beans just trying to find a cheeky angle. Damage in, but no finisher. Once again, the same thing. They're just toying with them, making sure they don't give up any freebies. Not letting him catch anybody, but some good centering in there. Nice shots from Beans. Just too much work to do.
Yeah, those smokes go down. The smoke is early for Miami to get them set up into B, and then Boston, they use a smoke of their own over towards B down to try to get pushed up. Then Real drops, because you saw sort of the teamwork coming in from Snoopy in Pentagram, but they get caught. Just nice crossfires with those MCWs out of the Heretics.
You know, you have, you're just going to keep thinking back to that map, too.
Yeah.
You're Breach, you're up 5-2, you let it slip away. Now, round by round, you're getting into a hole in the map 5. You need to give Heretics a taste of their own medicine, but Vickle, a different player deeper into the series. He's now on 4 in a row, back-to-back rounds where he's been able to find 2. That, unfortunately, sticks to the wall directly in front of Real, so he's going to back down for now.
A darn wall. But Lucky's able to find a first blood on the B street. And I like this from Miami. Just kind of slow things down. You know, Breach is down a man, so they may try to push one side of the map and try to find an opening.
Yeah, I didn't really see. I think they just double-chowed him down there. It's kind of what it looks like, at least. Just isolated that one-on-one with Beans.
Priest is going for that angle outside the window. So he's in a reposition, but Lucky's just kind of surveying the map. Trying to find anything. He's like, guys, I don't see nothing. Go for that bomb plant.
Well, he gets eyes on Priest to deep. We saw Beans playing early that round 1 before he took a dive. So bomb will get planted. Now they have to hold in the 4 versus 3. So difficult to retake this if you are Breach. The first fight will be a big one, and it goes their way. The second one follows up. The dominoes are falling. Things are falling apart. Vickle gets eyes, takes a shot. Position given up, but the patience is there. Slows it down, but the flank does come in. Now suddenly Real by himself. He gets the kill. 2-1v1 we go. With 2 of the young lords in the league, Real, Snoopy, 1v1, he's on it. Real gets the angle, Real gets the kill, and pulls them from the depths in what was nearly a naughty 3v4 retake for Boston.
Yeah, it was. And whoever planted this bomb, I don't know if they did this on purpose, but if that's behind the bomb, then it gets a little bit scary, right? Because he's going to wide check that, or is going to have to. Maybe that player hears him, hops off the bomb, but because it's planted out wide to the left, yeah, allows him to basically just shoulder it, see him on it. It's a freebie.
And you get the ace there if you're Real. All 4 in the round, up to 7-2. Just takes over in that one. Beautiful stuff from Real. Wait, no, Lucky got the first pick, didn't he? I just lied. He got 3, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all right.
I forgot that Lucky had that first chow. Also, I saw the 4 streak and just faked myself out.
That happens to all of us. Everyone would have believed you.
Yeah,
no one was saying anything. You're the one who brought it up.
Well, no, I thought back to the first gunfight we talked about. I'm like, I don't think that was Real, was it? 4v3 now for Heretics.
Man, this setup over here, just so strong for Heretics. They find another first blood behind Metals. Bomb being planted, but Real's like, I'll take this all day. Good luck hitting these headies. I'm going to beam you, and he does just that.
Yeah, he's shooting nukes currently, but eventually traded out. Now Pentagram starting to take over. Another opportunity here where you just... It was almost a 3v4. Now they're almost about to do it again. Lucky to be last alive. The shots are in. The fence is covering. The trade is through, and Breach stay alive in this one. It's looking to go real quick through this game 5, but they get a massive victory. God, if it's not for Real clutching up, that would have been back-to-back rounds are just daggers.
And Pentagram, while they're pushing forward, he just runs at him, right? You're thinking if you plant the bomb, you have a 2 versus 4, just check your corners, use your teamwork, and he catches 2 sprinting, and then buys enough time. And for Lucky, when you're shooting through those fences, unfortunately, it counts as like a wall bang, right? So the damage falls off a bit. It's not as clean as he wants. You also lose some aim assist, runs out of bullets, and not able to spot the second into Snoopy.
Shooting through those, it's ass, Joe. You can say it. It is.
Yeah, but it's how I got my camo challenges done, so.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. But you get your second round, and a much-needed one if you are Breach. Remember, it was the 5-2 lead they threw. Now trying to bring it back from a 1-4 hole, but it's a first blood there from Vickle. Snoopy out of this one. Still Pentagram's POV as he's just trying to hold this A site, look for an angle. They're getting picked apart though. Lucky follows it up with the headshot on the Beans, 1 by 1. They are falling. But these 2v4s and 3v4s, they made interesting. Can they do it again?
Yeah, it's almost like what did you, I mean, it's almost too late to make these kind of adjustments, but just giving up the B bomb site, B street, and like playing from helipad side, because every single round, man advantage has gone the way of Miami over towards B.
Yeah, they've dominated that street completely. And this time, don't allow anything funky to go down. They close it out. Real, the newcomer, 9-3. He's had some terrific maps over the course of this 5-game series. A guy we've really been excited to see play more. Excited to have back in the mix here for the CDL. And now they're a round away from a much-needed victory here.
And in both searches, kind of just allowing him to do whatever he wants. Positions that he wants to play. At times being the man on the island, watching the flanks, making the plays with the rival. But he has been so effective in both S&Ds, which I think you love to see if you are a Heretics fan.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on that kind of island guy, right? a lot of pressure on the quote-unquote playmaker in a search and destroy, and yeah, he stepped up to that so far, and you need it really bad if you were Heretics, that's for sure, but still so much work to do for that organization as this qualifier is just getting going, but one more round, and they bring it back. Finally a first blood for Boston Breach. It feels like they haven't found one in so long. They'll take the numbers here.
Lucky, though, does reposition, trying to find the angle. Now he's going to get pressured, though. The slide is there for Beans. 2 versus 4. Vikkel and Real just trying to work some magic of their own.
Listen, it's been said many times over the year, the scariest lead's a 5-2 lead in Search.
That was 5-3.
I thought it was 5-2. Wasn't this a scary one?
5-3.
Was it 5? Ann said 5-3. All right,
yeah.
I was wrong. Okay, I lied. I thought it was 5-2. Shoot.
Well, that shot through a staircase. It's Snoopy's just, he hits the turn and burn and then tries to go for insane dolphin dive play on a Real.
We've seen that a couple of times now, but Real.
At least he's having fun.
Yeah, that's true. Certainly looks like it. But 15 to go. Not a lot he can do. Guy's gotten to double digits, just needs another round for his team, but not looking to be this round. They're going to go hunting. They send it at him. They drop him. Boston Breach get it to 5-3 now.
Literally looks like my kid just jumping on furniture. He does. Just full sprint around, just laughing, man, just jumping. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? So yeah, I don't know, but having a good time.
Bro, that's perfect. It's like discovering a trampoline for the first time.
Yeah.
Well, there's one. You got to do 4 straight to get this victory now if you are Breach. And yeah, just give them a taste of their own medicine. You listen, you had the Boston breakdown there in map 2. Your chance to bring it back. Come alive and get something roaring for this squad if you can do this in.
Yeah, this time they've worked B so much. Now they're working this low A. See, it's
well,
I don't know if Priest would have saw him there. He's so far pushed up. I don't know if he sees him in that spot. Now he's got to get out alive. That's great discipline out of Real. Nice movement. Plays his life, and then Lucky able to find a first blood on a pentagram.
Yeah, listen, it's really easy to like run on that when you're getting set up. When you're worried about getting shot at and your life's on the line, you're walking a tightrope, it can be pretty scary, even for the players in the league. So yeah, good job just getting out of that one, not falling off the map, and then your teammates able to get a kill and put this into a 4 versus 3. Pentagram out of it. Now can you close this out if you're Heretics? You've been vulnerable at times in these 4v3s. Might be happening again. Beans almost snaps. Snoopy gets caught. I don't know if he was trying to throw something, going prone. He's going to get dropped. Priest now last alive. All the hopes for Boston Breach on him. No time to work with. Heretics close it out. Get the CDL points. Get a much-needed victory in Real. Looking like the Real deal here, Jeff, for this Heretics team. That was all right.
But you aren't wrong. I mean, what a comeback in map number 2. They got going in that map 4 on Vista.
You just want to smack me, didn't you?
Nah, I didn't. I would never do that. I would never do that. And then on the Boston Breach side, it just... another tough one. Another tough loss that they probably... I mean, even in that map, I mean, you have the Beans round where he falls off the map. This could have been like a 4-4 game. Instead, it's not.
Yeah.
5-2.
No, 100%. But, yeah, I mean, I think...
But map 2 is the one you circle.
Map 2, yeah.
If
it's not for the map 2, this is, I think, just a solid 3. A really solid 3-0 because you think, what was it, 250 to 170? If they win that one a little early on, this looks like a really convincing victory for Boston Breach, which you kind of think they should come out and be the better team here, just based on how stuff has been going the past several months. But instead, you throw that one away, and next thing you know.
Oh no, I didn't think that. I picked Miami to win, so I don't know.
Yeah, well, I guess I still have Breach. So, but yeah. No, you're right. I guess it's kind of a coin flip, honestly.
Yeah,
they both been playing. Nobody has a whole hell of a lot of wins. Is why that map 5 was so important. But that'll do it for Joe and I. It was a real great time. To the desk.
I promise we love them here. It's been incredible. What a day so far. Boston Breach, why didn't you go to a game 3 and just seal the deal? Why didn't we lose that search and destroy? What happened in the breakdown here, Allie? Because we were looking so smart games 1 and 2.5.
I mean, you're in a world of pain right now if you're Boston Breach. This could have been a 3-0 series in your favor. You had an incredible map number 1 and map number 3. You were up 5-2 map number 2. And then you allowed Real and Lucky to start going on sprees. Real was like, you know what? You guys are playing a little bit passive. Let me just run up the mid of the map on Karachi, jump over your top palace, and get a couple kills in the back. Boston Breach did not have an answer. And then you go to Vista, map number 4. I told you Real was a map 4 demon, and he was. 27-20, an absolute takeover.
Let's keep that Real discussion going here, Nameless, because I asked for the rookie review. How do you rank him here with his first time in a Miami jersey?
Listen, I love him, man. I think this kid's got it, Chris. I'll be honest. I was like hard focused on him on the mini-map. He made some huge plays. I noticed in that search and destroy, like, he plays very patient, right? Like, he takes his time. He never throws his life away. Made some huge plays there. Had some big clutches as well. The kid has a crazy amount of talent. And then in the hard point on Vista, you really saw it. Massive plays on rotation, staying alive, finding kill, backing up back to his teammates. They won like 4 consecutive hills in a row off the roto, and a lot of it was due to Real and his play.
And I will say, bouncing off that, I would love to see his non-trade kill percentage in this series alone, because he did play his life very often, which on the flip side of Boston Breach, you know, can compare Pentagram, who is more often than not kind of throwing his life, playing a little bit more aggressive to try and open up some lanes for Boston Breach. And although it worked in the first half of this series, it started to hurt them later on.
I do want to touch on that here with Boston Breach real quick. We ranked what was going on with Real and, of course, Miami Heretics. On the other side, Boston Breach, you benched your world caliber player in Slasher. You brought in Pentagram. You brought back in Beans. How did they play today?
I mean, I thought Beans, at least slang-wise, putting down damage, did a great job. Obviously, this is only one match to go off of, right? So take this with a grain of salt. Watching this match, to me, it felt like I was watching a Challengers team with Boston Breach, especially in the respawn. It's like they were running around. A lot of the setups they tried to have, like Priestess was on a rotation. They'd set up. They'd get broken almost immediately. Snoopy was nowhere to be found. Like, not a lot of discipline whatsoever today. And even in the search and destroy collapse, they got blooded the last 4 rounds in a row. I watched Pentagram make some very bad plays in that high rise, pushing through escalators, or elevators, excuse me. Just some bad plays that they need to go back, watch me. Like, guys, we need to chill out. We need to chill out.
Boston is still at the bottom of the leaderboard, but Miami is surging. Let's talk right now in our Monster Winner Spotlight with the new addition, Real. You're looking great there in Miami. How was the first match with the Heretics?
It was really good. I feel like we made a few mistakes that could have cost us the match, but we clutch up.
Absolutely, Real. The biggest turning point for me was definitely in that map number 2. Obviously, the biggest turning point for you guys as well, because you were down 5-2 in Search and Destroy. What was kind of the change that allowed you to win those 4 rounds in a row?
I mean, we have been in those situations a lot of times in S&D Chal, so we knew we could do it, and we just adjust to the plays that they were doing, and I don't know.
For sure.
We just clutch up.
Real, I know you've been watching this team right before you got plugged in. You had to figure out, what am I going to do to make this team so much better and, be a factor in this league? It seemed like you were more methodical, playing rotations, playing a bit slower at times. How would you describe your approach to Call of Duty?
I honestly don't know. The only thing I can say is they just let me do whatever I want on the map, because I feel like that's what they needed before. They need some an aggressive player that can bring kills, and I don't know, they just let me do whatever I want.
In your own world, I love it.
Yeah, we were very impressed watching you on the mini-map, making very high IQ plays and putting yourself in great positions. But Real, real quick, I want to give you an opportunity to educate all of us in the chat and here in the studio. What has your come-up been like? It had to have been a really crazy start to 2024, thinking you're on the Carolina Royal Ravens and then not able to play.
It was tough. Everything in general was tough. Call of Duty thing and my personal life, I wasn't on the right mental space. And I think after that, I knew I was going back to Challengers, and I just reset everything. I fixed every problem that I had before, and now I'm here.
The reset paid off, my friend. You look great in that Game 5. Congrats on the win.
Thank you so much.
That's real. That's our Monster Winner Spotlight. And for the first time in a while, we're talking to Miami here at the end of a match. You love to see it, and you love to see this. If you're a Miami fan, your team is back into the top 8 with 80 points. You jump over the Carolina Royal Ravens, and you're right behind the Gorillas.
And it's crazy you forget how strong of a stage 1 Miami had to even allow themselves this giant cushion to still be in the top 8. And now we are over halfway through the season, and they're looking to hopefully make that run for champs.
We're going to break. When we come back, it's the number 4 Subliners taking on number 6 Minnesota. Can the Røkkr's new guns get the job done against Skies and crew? Stay tuned to find out.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Thick as hell.
What is this?
9 and 4.
Spot? What?
Oh, that looks very uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable.
No, it does. Yeah.
You're basically balancing your nipples on a metal pole.
For some, that's a talent.
Yeah?
All right, hey, chat, watch this. All right, we gotta just go play the game. Let's take a look at this bad.
We gotta find him. We gotta find him. You guys get smoked if you're a little weak. Run the outside. He's running the outside. Hey, steady. It's right. Close. Right. Let's go, baby! Come on! Come on! Let's go! Let's go! You have both players from LA Thieves trying to attack this from the middle of the map, but this might play right into Shotzi's hand. So they're gonna get completely caught off guard, and the bomb is gonna be able to go down at B.
LA Thieves, you see how quick they do realize this. Dashy just fell off the map.
From the ashes here at the major, they take flight, they break the curse, and London can finally weep tears of joy and not despair.
I'm bringing all that power, I'm bringing all that power. It's an energy inside of me, I wanna be full of that.
the final fight here on Saturday night at the CDL, and we have the Subliners from New York taking on Minnesota Røkkr. The fun part? Røkkr's got a new lineup, so we have not seen this matchup yet, and the Subliners are historically slow to start their qualifiers. If they do have a blip, it tends to be in their first match of a new qualifier.
That is true. I mean, last time we saw them, unfortunately, was in losers finals going up against Optic Texas, and they were getting outslated. They came out slow versus a hot Optic Texas and weren't able to close out the series. So going up against a team like Minnesota Røkkr that is going to put on the pressure early on, they could get caught slipping.
I think there's no doubt about it, though, that the Subliners are within our big pack, right? The top four, arguably a top three team all the time. What are the world champions looking like after the changes, though, Nameless? We got some new maps, we've got some gun tweaks. How do you feel the Subliners are going to be coming into this new stage?
Yeah, great question. You know, for New York Subliners, you'd look at these maps and you'd be like, wow, they should be really good at them because their sub maps will find that out. But they loved Invasion and Skid Row. Like, the AR maps here are great at 5-1 across those two. When you've seen that pop up, even against the top teams, you felt like they were going to win it. And for the Monster Energy pregame, Allie, what we got?
Well, I mean, their Search and Destroy is absolutely clinical. And we talk about new maps. I mean, we're talking about the team that brought out new wall bangs, new nades, all the above, and even affected GAs and stuff. So if anybody's going to be on top of the new metas and the new maps, it's going to be the New York Subliners. And they're going to get more of the rotations because guess what? Their fundamentals are always on point, first overall in the league and percentage. And though it's 12th in hold, they're still one of the stronger respawn teams.
Minnesota not able to show us any new maps really yesterday. I want to see what they bring to the table and if the Subliners are going to allow some new action in our best of 5. But let's talk about the team on the other side of this series. Minnesota Røkkr, after bringing in 2 new players, had to face off against their #1 team. How did you rank their performance against Atlanta? Clearly the players were frustrated, tossing their webcams at the end of the match.
I mean, I don't hate what I saw from Minnesota Røkkr yesterday. I think Linz continued on being the lead of the Rookie of the Years, just being as consistent as usual. But Gunless and Standy looked amazing in the response together. Search and Destroy certainly could use some work. I think Accuracy is still getting used to playing with such high-paced caliber players in the other 3 now, as he's used to kind of these slower, more methodical teams. So as it goes to the Monster Energy pregame, I'm assuming it's just about, having to gel just a little bit more together and putting that work in the hard point. The fundamentals are going to be everything for this team.
Yeah, I mean, they got quite a bit to work on in the hard point. They choked a lot of HPs. I think their record's like 2-7 in map 1s as well. Came down to the wire. Big Wake obviously was a big problem for them. He had like a .86. He was supposed to be their main slayer. Gunless with a 1.11 yesterday. He played great, put down a lot of damage. That's going to be big for them. But also, like, the Search and Destroy. I mean, this is just a wild stat. They're #1 at getting the bomb down, guys. But they are the worst in the league after that. They lose the round at the highest rate, so they panic. The communication, it goes out the window, and that's where a guy like Standy's going to come into play. Situational awareness. He's going to get to a position, play his life, and buy them some time. So I think that's the goal for this team, is to get that guy and Gunless going.
Let's see what maps they're going to play on today. It's a fresh best of 5. We've got Karachi, High Rise, and Invasion. If we get to games 4 and 5, it's a double dose of Rio. Nothing fresh, Alley Cat.
Dang it, there's nothing new. I really wanted to see what New York had to show us, but clearly they're going to keep all of those little secrets and tricks in their back pocket till later on in the qualifiers. But for Minnesota Røkkr, I'm not a big fan of this lineup.
Yeah, they could have picked Vista. They just left it out. But yeah, 6-star got banned by Minnesota and by New York in Search and Destroy.
Haters. All right, that is your best of 5 for tonight. It's time to make it official here on the desk as we celebrate Nameless's somehow miraculous comeback as Miami gets him his 83rd correct victory. Nameless, can you start things off here for us? Who are you picking?
I'm going to go with New York Subliners.
You're going with New York Subliners?
I'm going New York Subliners.
That was a smart change there. Alley Cat?
I'm going for my 80. I'm going to go New York.
Going 80 for New York. 77 sounds good to me. I'll go New York as well. And the fans will not pick Minnesota because New York was world champions last year, and statistics say they should win this. It's time to find out, though. Are the stats right or are the numbers all wrong, Miles Ross?
Find out what the numbers mean shortly, Chris. But yeah, this should be a fun series regardless, boys and girls. Everyone's got their votes in. And Chance, which way are you dressing?
Okay, well, the expectation, New York Subliners are going to get the dub. They're the top 4 team. They look better, that sort of deal. I actually think this is going to be a good series. I'm kind of excited for it. I know it's sort of the testament for Minnesota. You make the roster changes in the first 2 series. They play straight into the gauntlet, but I think they looked all right against Atlanta FaZe. You look all right against Atlanta FaZe, even in the 3-0. I have enough belief that you're going to put up a fight.
I was going to say, if you look all right against Atlanta FaZe, you're going to be pretty good against most other teams. But we'll see, man. It's got a long series ahead of them. I think, if anything, a positive change. We've seen some team changes across the board here coming into Major 2. This looks like one of the more effective ones. We'll see how strong this goes. A tough one, though. The strength of schedule is not something you want to see for Røkkr. But again, get the tough matches out of the way early on. The road towards the Major becomes that bit easier. New York Subliners, no chance, no easy team whatsoever. Still looking real strong. Any early predictions for the series?
Again, no real predictions. Leading New York Subliners sort of down the line, but on a map count front, there's still too much to be learned from Røkkr. I will say as well, of like the acknowledgement of like, if this roster change does in fact prove Minnesota Røkkr, this would actually be the series where they show off to be like a lethal threat. Because Røkkr, at least when the LAN performances are coming around, even if you want to hyper focus on a player with like a poor KD, they're still having decent LAN placements. They were always in that top 6 sort of range. And well, if you want to step up from the top 6 sort of area, well, the top 4 team would be the exact team to do it against. So I do think we are going to learn quite a bit early on. Obviously, again, Gunless and Standy, 2 players that have like those sort of individual moments, mainly Gunless a little bit more so, like in the control. I know his numbers and slaying numbers for that second AR of Minnesota Røkkr, looking about the best they have all year. So there's glimmers of light, glimmers of hope, but it's also 3 total maps that we have seen. So there is so much Call of Duty left to be played.
Plenty of information to be gleaned from today's matchup. First and foremost, hardpoint metrics, though, will be the first and the 4th map in the series. Chance of the Røkkr record so far, again, tainted somewhat by the major team change. Any gleaming, pieces of info from this you'd like to grab?
Well, that just tells you that this is the exact game mode where Minnesota are going to have to turn things around the most. Like Minnesota, hardpoint, especially as of recent, has taken a bit of a dive. I know they touched on in the pregame as well. And then also like the Game 5 sort of clutch up performance Minnesota Røkkr have also struggled with. So 2 things to dial in on. The hard point question, maybe we can get answered straight away on Karachi. Obviously, we know what the Subliners are going to bring to the table. Absolutely lethal threats down the line. I know Hydra is one of those players that, yeah, when he pops off, there's basically no other POV look that looks like it. He's like the sort of quickest to hit flow state. Seems like he finds it just about more than anybody over the past 2 years. So very much a dangerous man you have to contain.
Here we go. It's the purple and the yellow taking each other on. And all 3 purple teams seen today. Chance we were blessed with the bingo card. Nailing all 3. All 3 of them. First and foremost, though, into the hard point. Find these kills. Get that time. And so far, Hydra. Beautiful tags across the board, but not really a whole lot happening here. P2 still that top left-hand side of the minimap. That's the prize here on Karachi.
Yeah, that's such an annoying extra kill that Accuracy was able to get as well. You saw he back down Hydra, and then he wins the extra one on Skies. And, well, you're looking at the minimap. Minnesota Røkkr certainly know the spawns. They are pushed up nice and aggressive, trusting that they are not going to be flipping. Maybe Skies finds a right top 3rd, but already as far as the P1 hill goes, Skies might be shooting. But that's still a good chunk of hill time that you're able to get, and the rotation as well. So Minnesota in a good spot. Skies, though, you might want to shut him down before things get too crazy.
Saw him cracking a big yawn before coming into the matchup, but the Sleepy Skies is not a problem whatsoever. 25-11 after the first hardpoint comes to a close. Now over towards the diner. Once again, Røkkr in there first. Lovely shots from Big P there. Same thing can be said for Linz on the other side of the map. Keeping things nice and safe and secure. Right now for Røkkr, the Subliners still unable to truly make the approach happen.
Oh, nice Kobe there from Standy as well. Just bounces off of Sib's dome enough to get the kill. And, well, now the only man trying to make the play is Hydra. He's able to slip through and pick up one. Standy's there for the cutoff kills, and around the time, well, Hydra can dance, but Standy still there to gun him down. And this has been a beautiful hill for Minnesota Røkkr so far. Started with a very tight setup, but it looks like they might deliver a near full 60. That is incredibly efficient work through and through, and dealt with everything that New York Subliners were able to throw at them. Now for Minnesota Røkkr, though, if it's a testing series, you got to test their brakes over towards P3. New York Subliners, a nice spread all the way across the map.
Gorgeous movement there from Hydra as well. He does get brought down, but you saw that dive from bottom red over towards the top side of the ladder. He was long gone there. So beautiful stuff, nice movement, but it's not going to matter for a whole lot on the score feed just yet. So Subliners finally get themselves into the 3rd hard point. Rotation's done. Standy, though, is diligent played, clearing out every possible nook and cranny on the approach towards the hard point. The nade's going to help out there in the nook. Over towards the hard point, we now go, though. His teammates losing the battle by junk. It is still a war on 2 fronts. A slow push from Accuracy, top side of the map, is going to help out. There's Big P in the feed. Standy still sitting a 6 and 2 chance. Get right back in this one for the Subliners. It's hard to get towards this point.
I was about to say, you have Minnesota Røkkr really taking their time, but if you take your time, you gotta make it clean in this setup and delivery. Absolutely there. I mean, we caught it from Stanley's point of view, and as he pointed out, did a wonderful job of actually taking his time, but waited for the teammates to get there. So instead of a full 60, yes, a little bit of damage was done on P3, but Røkkr mitigated and honestly continued to put themselves in a pretty good position on the rotation as well. Stanley wins a big gunfight. Should have Minnesota Røkkr able to collect not just the power positions, but also that initial time.
Yeah, it was the street. Last hard point time, we saw this in the first series of the day. It's not terribly productive through the side. Let's see if it's going to be different. Here we go. Standy brought down to his knees by Skies and Hydra. What a break on towards the point it is in Gunless. Tremendous suppressing fire there from the Subliners. Forced him back off that power position, but still very much alive and kicking. Gunner's now done. Hydra and Skies again, the twosome, gruesome as they are, finding those kills on the point, pulling the lead back slowly, 102 to 60. New York looking strong.
Yeah, this is going to be the painful moment, I think, for Røkkr. That is a situation where you get the early setup, you just get broken down, and even after the first two players fell, well, the backline two players weren't there to pick it up at all. So you get bullied on a street hill that can typically be mixy, and instead, well, Subliners virtually right back in this game. Now, Røkkr ahead of the rotation. Gunless has been posted up in Junkyard, waiting for a gunfight. He's been here for a year, and he doesn't have too much support. Røkkr playing a little bit split as this new hill pops.
It might be a blessing, though, Skies. I'm pretty sure he's going to look left and right before crossing the street. There's the right check. So with accuracy. Big win. Sib wins his as well. So now that right flank wide open. The final two members of Røkkr now alive on the point. They have got their work cut out for them. Standy finds his. Now a 1v2 there on the hard point. Can he buy the time for his boys? No. Subliners are in. The trophies are in position, and this should be some time.
That was like a stalkerish break there, right? I mean, coming through, just hunting the first two players down, taking your time, pouncing like a predator, and getting a break on a pretty important hill as well. Røkkr, though, eventually end up getting some of those close side spawn, but Skies has been on a tear. 13 and 6. First thing this man did was gone, and then completely woke him up. There's the cruise missile, extra couple kills going his way, and that is a cruise missile in the hands of a Subliners player. You expect them to get great utilization from it. Potentially on the new hill, it's wide out in the open, but you got Hydra behind enemy line, so Røkkr right now, they are certainly feeling the pressure.
Hydra happy to be here. Big question now for Røkkr. You potentially will lose a lead here in the second set of hard points. This is a new squad, a big change, 2 new players. How is the resolve going to look? Will they be able to keep their heads level? Don't let this get away from real quick, because your reigning world champions are going to get dangerous real fast. Strong front line of troops there right down the middle of the map for the Subliners. The lead is theirs.
And Røkkr right now just struggling to sort of get on the same page as a team. Good nades coming through, so a couple kills flowing, and well, now you're running up to get towards the point, but Skies, well, he's not even taking any fire. He's getting kills for free. That should be the final 20 seconds collected there by Kismet as everyone else moves towards the break. Hydra might get caught, but he's able to calm to his teammates. Everybody else virtually coming off a spawn. So Subliners past few hills, haven't looked back, and frankly, if they break this one down, because Røkkr are basically stuck inside of P2, they don't have any sort of map control, this game could get a little out of control.
Yeah, as soon as they get taken care of, they're going to spawn way, way away from that hard point. 18 and 6 from Skies. Don't think that's going to go anywhere but up. Cafe's up for business. Accuracy, poke that head up and you're in trouble, but lovely work there from Gunless. Gifted a sleeping Skies. Now over towards Sib. Trying to keep that hard point as safe as possible for his teammates to get in there. Here come the subs on the minimap, sending it. Hydra through the back alley. Picking and choosing the attack angle. Watching for the spawners. Standy finds one on the back door, so Hydra's got a break alone. Can't get it done. Linz finds it as Røkkr continue to hold. Lead change.
That is one hell of a life there from Accuracy. Just his patience to not give Skies any information, and then, well, wins the big gunfight on Hydra in the meantime. A lot of big gunfight wins there from the New York Subliners, except for the fact that they're not actually getting any at a time. Still want to put on the pressure. Sid trying to run it down, and I guess any kills they collect, Røkkr is still going to be spawning at the old time, so you get the freebies. But as good as that kill feed just looked, that is just Accuracy collecting all of that time. But again, the kills buy you the pressure. All 4 players from Minnesota Røkkr are going to be pinned on the left side of the map, and it's going to be 20 seconds before they can think about sniffing that new time. Subliners are going to take the lead.
Yeah, back in the hands of the boys in yellow. Great hard points so far here, the first of the series. Røkkr through the middle of the map. It's a 2-2 split here for the Subliners towards the cafe, and a few of these players aren't going to be too much in the play. Civ trying to keep him down. Lovely damage. Skies are there for the pickup. Finds himself one. Close range there with Kismet. With the MCW. Last man alive in the play is going to be accuracy. We'll see if he can do anything for his boys. Because again, long journey there for Røkkr. Chance the first wave held back.
Yeah, and last time Røkkr was able to really take their time on this break. This time, it just simply wasn't afforded to him. They were just too far away. And, well, the flood strat not going to pan off. Hydra checking every corner. That's a 5 spree for him. Keep in mind, Skies still has a cruise missile. If Hydra gets one as well, could just be devastation. And, well, here's cruise missile number 1. Setting up on that street hill. It's not going to find anything, but the intel is good. Kismet knows 2 players trapped in green.
Yeah, trapped in. The Kismet is stunned. They might have been able to sneak out, get something going. Nice coverage there from Hydra. No problem. Into the hard point, Kismet crawls. That's going to be his time. Don't let the purple fool you. Subliners starting to walk away with this one. Over 200 points now.
Accuracy may be able to do some damage, though. Able to go on a nice flank to get top 3rd. And, well, there's the 2Bs and a nice 4-man wipe. So the street hill's been problematic. An opportunity to get the final, 30 seconds on the time. But Sandy's been left completely by himself, so he's going to hop off. Gunless is nearby, but, I mean, this is time you're not going to be able to collect. They're just chalking up, basically going that to rotation and praying they can hold on, while you see the Subliners, well, they'll take over that final 15 seconds to scrap.
2 hard points up. We'll dive over towards the hard point. We'll dive into a Minnesota Røkkr. Listen in.
One jump.
Could be top red bench. Back, dead.
Nice.
Up your kill.
We should get them.
I didn't set on top rugs.
I know where they go.
I'm repping deep, hold on. Top rugs, guys, top rugs.
Top rug and running up mid right now. Top rug and running up mid.
Hit behind you. Top rugs. Nice, 2. He's on time right now. I don't think that they spawn out, guys. Alright, go quick. I'm watching the pinch. I'm in time. One bullet on,
I'm dead. Nice.
One Dante dead.
I spawned in the back.
Ready corner, dead. Drop 3. Last guy's gonna be fucking front, most likely.
I'm on the back.
Are they I don't see him.
I heard one on mid. I think he's top flat or 3rd. One's like 3rd. I have to go in the back. One's 3rd.
I don't see him front. Oh, here we go. But they're all middle. They're all middle, guys.
I spawn Coop. I can pick up your mid.
I spawn Coop. I'm gonna get last. You're good.
Keep it dead. I'm maybe top 3rd.
Right now.
3rd. Just one on me, Pete.
I'm bridge right now. Got me in all, guys. In between.
I'm all your left.
Shut out 3rd. I have all the left. Right here.
I'm seeing on you. I'm getting top word. I have a streak.
There we go. I have all the left, okay? I'll try to watch right. They have to watch red and L, guys. I have right pinch.
One time. You're needing me hill?
I'm right pinch right now.
I think they're trying to need me hill, guys. I'm watching that hill. I have to watch
Trips Kismet. One is L as well.
I'm shooting.
One is L. Top TV. Said we flip.
Last guy time. This one's
We're gonna be all over L.
You're gonna be going church. Nice. Wait, this one down now.
You spawn diner. Wait, TV weak. TV dead. Trying to watch your alley. I've
What a dive from Hydra, straight to the point. Gunfights all over the map, going the way of Røkkr. Top left-hand side is theirs as well. Chance, is there hope?
Well, the problem is, 14 seconds, Røkkr, they're going to have to contest for at least a second or get them off. And in the meantime, you see Kismet has set himself up towards new. So Røkkr, a lot of things they have to do. Lynn's hitting the flank. Got to contest for just a second. They've done enough, but now the problem is Kismet struck on the old time. Accuracy trying to hunt him. He has done it, Røkkr. The opportunity is here. 30 seconds to hold on, but obviously it is a break and it is game.
Sandy, hold that front door, son. Don't let him get in. The rest of the boys are rocking out set up this. New York 1 break and you got it. Stanley gets the damage in. Can't get Hydra as well. Lynn's now trying to watch the back. An unfortunate nade. Slowing them down just a smidge. Still holding for Røkkr. 10 for the win.
It's been the tight setup the entire time, too. It's been the tight setup the entire time. They've been so good on P2, but now the team damage is coming through. Maybe a moment of panic as the Subliners get their 250 on board. A near hell of a performance on Karachi from Minnesota. They simply could not get it done. The ice from New York, well, reigns supreme.
Now they put themselves in a great spot for the win there with 2 seconds on it. And I think a bit of an awkward fluster from Røkkr in the dying moments of the game. It's a New York Subliners victory nonetheless, but what a comeback from the boys in purple. Hope again for the roster so early on. I can't be too disappointed with that, can you, Chance?
Disappointed with the loss, though, like, for sure. It was an interesting game. They actually had a pretty massive lead in maybe sort of two key moments early on, like on the street hill where they got bullied out after winning the rotation almost immediately. And then they had that early setup on the junkyard as well that I think it was Skies and Skib also just like walked through and broke down. So two painful hills. And even at the end, the opportunity there again on P2 where Røkkr might have had the most success in the game, but just a little bit of awkwardness, I suppose, towards the end. But either way, as far as the stats go, Skies, 30 kills, 5,500 damage. Man was absolutely on one from start to finish. So gotta give credit where credit is due. Had a 10 spree in the middle of the game.
He really did. Looking across the highlights again, a good work out of Røkkr early on. Fantastic hardpoint. Rotations were good. Their breaks, I thought, were really solid chance. They got a couple of solid ones on a cafe, which looked very, very clean. I'm pretty impressed, mate. I can't lie by what I'm seeing out of Minnesota Røkkr. It's just that sort of closeout factor. They lost a little bit of steam towards the middle of the game, particularly around this sort of scoreline where, I mean, Subliners just proving to be a stronger team at the time, absolutely walking away with a bit of a lead, and it took Røkkr just a smidge to get back into it. Streaks either side for both teams. It was an explosive map. That dive from Hydra, man, I'm going to steal that move. Wow.
Yeah, a lot of dolphin dives coming through as well. I think maybe the second or third player we've seen today sort of use that extra utilization, but even to look towards the end, just chaos in those moments. And with a game like that, the amount of like little plays and decision making that you could go through and nitpick, like you had the moment where the clean 4 down on the street hill the second time around where Minnesota wiped him off the board, and then they basically just left Stanny by himself. And granted, it's maybe for the final like 25 seconds, but for a nail-biter game like that, maybe chalking up a little too much time to think about the rotation instead of, well, taking what's given to you. But either way, I mean, closely fought. It is the New York Subliners, so a nail-biter is maybe not the worst sign that can be, but still, an L is going to hurt.
That is the thing. Well, the Karachi hardpoint done. Close one indeed. All right, Search and Destroy on its way. An invasion Rio for the rest of this one. Chance to come to Search and Destroy. New York Subliners obviously very, very good at the game mode. How are we thinking about Røkkr? What is High Rise going to be in store for them?
Again, brand new roster, so it's going to be sort of tough to decide. Like, I know Civ is one of those players that he likes to square up for the window-to-window channel basically every single round. Like, will Gunless be the type that wants to square up with him and sort of be that damage dealer, disher, outer kind of player and see if you can find the impact, or will they be the route men? I know Hydra loves his underground flanks, loves to try to get behind enemy lines, and I know you have a bit of a containment process. Maybe the French sort of duo on the opposite sides of the stage can try to go toe-to-toe and, well, contest with one another.
Also, don't forget about Kismet. I mean, the playmaker extraordinaire, he's going to be an issue to deal with. S&D so far, this is the entire season. 15-6 for the Subliners. Indeed, it has been pretty solid. But for me, the last 10 maps is a bit more interesting. 7-3, still a strong indicator of how good they are at the mode. And 7-3-7 on the other side of the board for Røkkr, albeit only one of those really being up against Atlanta FaZe. The other two, we'll see how things go in the last 10. But I think for me, Røkkr Chance, there's going to be some solid showings here. More information. We'll get looking for the dope, boys and girls. And by that, I mean what Dart observed from previous engagements. These boys will be on the rise. Interesting to see how far the squad can go.
And of course, as we talked about, first bloods on any number of players. Kismet, also one of the guys that this year has basically been towards the top of the league the entire time. If they got tested in map number 1, well, the true test for your S&D gameplay is in fact against the New York Subliners, and on this map especially, perfect record at number 1 on the attacking rounds. New York Subliners here, well, they just purr.
One of the many cats on High Rise. These cats are cool enough to hold things down over on this side of the map. Accuracy's going to get the jump check. He's going to get a little bit more than just information. He's going to catch a bullet or two. Lins from down low. A freebie onto Kismet, and he's out.
Bang the door open as well. Waster, you've already got the first blood. You've got the bomb down, and you force Skies to try and hunt you. He's got the stun on him, and, well, Lins, he's got the rival 9. Wants the chow. Better gun for the job.
What a battle down low that was. Back and forth. Lins and Skies. Full pockets now emptied. And Lins walks away with a second on the round. Sib and Hydra, the last remaining members here of the New York Subliners, find themselves in certainly hot water.
That's just a great catch as well. And now it's not just Lins that's down low, but Gunless as well. So Lins might get caught, but behind door number 2, Gunless in the same sneaky spot. and he's getting intel from Standy up top. The problem is just the game clock. So much time has been wasted early on that it is just a comfortable decision Minnesota has to make. Gunless, well, makes it easy. And Sib, nothing you can do in this 1 versus 3.
1v3, 1v2, no bomb. Bomb recovered. Why not? Here's the check. Surely Standy seals the deal as Minnesota Røkkr. A lovely opening round. Massive kudos again to Lins for those opening 2.
Yeah, and if you saw on the minimap as well, Gunless and Standy with Lins just went like on a rampage through like that B control zone or B bomb site. So they were grouped up together, wanted their boy to get through. And I mean, they were set up for the trades if Lins needed them. Simply did not. 2 big gunfight wins, and truly just unfortunate for Skies as well, being the guy that has to go and hunt down rival non-players in the underground section. But for the team that is number 1 on attacking rounds, Røkkr had the strat to sort of match them. See if they have a nice trick here on offense for the first round. Once again, the unit of 3. It's accuracy on an island by himself, and all the other players from Røkkr, they're just trying to take over and dominate a section of the map. They have B Street under control.
I mean, they're real close to each other. Spacing not ideal right now, so a single nade or even a propane tank, dare we say it, will take care of business there. Accuracy, the island man is now in trouble. Less than a minute to play here. Hydra's on the hunt. Accuracy has managed to somehow get himself out of this with immaculate timing.
Yeah, Kismet's getting active too, by the way. It took a little scaffolding route off the map. I think Hydra got spotted, but Kismet hasn't. In the meantime, though, you got B Street control, so you get the bomb down. It'll be a 4v4 retake for New York.
And actually spies a player right through the fence line. He might be able to catch this one out. Nice work. What a round from Lamar. He's got himself in the point, straight onto the bomb. Kismet's now on the flank, and this could work out. Oh dear, he needed the kill. Another from Røkkr.
That's a good round, too. I like it. This sort of trio getting control of a section of the map. Accuracy sort of gets to play for the information. And sort of on the information game, I thought Kismet would have had the extra edge. He does actually find the only kill for New York Subliners, basically at the start of it, but everybody else fell. And if you're the island player, your decisions can be the most impactful on the round. And Accuracy finds the timing through the smoke, just goes and hunts Hydra down. Make sure Hydra doesn't break down his sort of teammate setup. So efficient work out of El Capitan, and 2 rounds up for Minnesota. And this might be the tradition. These 3 players working together, or maybe more of a default setup this time, not getting super active.
You don't want to condition New York too much. I mean, Lamar, well, Accuracy proving to be the island man, not the island boy, which could have been an absolute disaster. Here's with that bomb. They're very close to the B bomb site, and Lins, he saw something. And so did we, but now you've lost him. Good work from Lins. He gets another. What a first blood once again. He's going to eat that stun. That's a problem, but he is the guardian of the lower sides of the map.
Sib in the meantime finds an extra kill, but it looks like Standy gets a technical trade there on Kismet. So Minnesota Røkkr on point for the moment. Once again, bomb down, and not the most of ideal situations for New York. A little bit of time to work with, but just too many directions to look. Sib with a nice trade, but a 1 versus 2. The bomb is still down. Accuracy and Lins, the players he's going against, and I mean, he just doesn't have any information to work with.
Nah, not at all. And the players are not looking in his direction, so he might be able to slip through for a sec. And there's the eyes on. Here comes the pinch. 3 in a row for Røkkr.
Yeah, I like that spot from Lins too. He like took the extra time to angle himself in just a way, because you can slip off of that, I don't know what to call it, the pipe spot, no problem, but he managed to do it just about pixel perfect, catches the intel on Hydra to go through. It's definitely a scary moment when he turns around and Hydra is gone, because you second guess yourself, you don't know what just happened, but he trusted his instinct, ended up finding the kill, and right now Lins on point for the first bloods, taking Hydra down twice.
I know, he's having a really good time on Haro so far. A 3-0 lead, a lovely thing to have. Brags and Semtex is out on the right-hand side of the map. Gently, carefully, well done, Lins. Kismet might spot you out on this side, though. We'll find out what happens in a moment. But again, a 3-1 split this time from the Subliners chance.
And it's funny too, because like the round before, Subliners, when they were on offense, actually went and dominated like the underground control, because that's what Røkkr did round 1. Now they lost B Street the round before. New York Subliners, excuse me, stack up the B Street as a response. Still don't find the first blood. Admittedly, Kismet able to get a connection, but Lins just mixing things up. Røkkr right now playing mind games with them. And Standy thinking about hunting players down, elevators and top propane, what he's working with.
Oh, he's in a little bit of trouble now. Big win. Trade. Inbound. Skies gets away. Bit of damage dealt. And now it's a straight up 1v1. Can Linz continue the run he has had? Looking for the bomb recovery. Looking for the player. 25 on the clock. Polar opposites. Bomb sites apart. Skies checks it. B-bomb plant though for Linz. Will he move a little too much? He's been spotted out. A couple of tags are in. And Skies going wide on the reposition.
It's just deja vu. Last time he was having to hunt down Linz, and it is just not a fun situation to try to track this man down. And it's just a ghost. Where did he go? We see the corner. Skies just has no idea.
Wait, he's gonna find it.
Wow.
Look at that. What a round from Skies. No reaction whatsoever in the player cam. Linz is playing in a two-dimensional form. Skies, all 3 dimensions there. The verticality pays off.
And look, the situation for Skies, when the bomb goes down, he gets the tags and Linz as he jumps down the mid window. But after that, Linz just straight up disappears. So Sky's doing a great job hunting him down, clearing out as much of the map as he can, and really trusting his instinct. Because at that moment in time, Linz could have ran underground to his spawn, could have jumped up the mid steps. The timings could have been incredible, but Sky's an S&D aficionado. Icy as you need him to. He was the main difference maker for New York in game number 1, and maybe their lifeline here on map number 2 as well.
Oh, indeed. You always say, man, it's about playing the player, not necessarily the situation you're in. And Linz is your submachine gun player for good reason. Nice first blood. No answer back just yet from New York Subliners. They have taken some heavy hits here. They are going to not get away without another pound of flesh, though, as you lose Kismet too.
Yeah, any island play that like Kismet has tried to make, either accuracy or somebody has just been the thorn. And now for Skies, I called him maybe the lifeline for the team, but a 1v4, that is hopeless. That is Røkkr jumping on them in that round. Another strat mix-up as well. Once again, trying to dominate sort of like the B Street side of things, but Minnesota doing it from the opposite direction. And you have Linz 8-2. I think 3 first bloods he's been able to collect as well. So Linz, again, very strong candidate for Rookie of the Year. Strong performance as well here on High Rise S&D. Minnesota Røkkr, the lead is nice. They want to take away that perfect record from New York, but the record is perfect for a reason. You know Subliners are capable of the bounce back.
Yeah, exactly, and this is the problem that Røkkr had in the hard point as well. You take a nice little lead, but if you do start to lose it, we test the mental, test that resolve. Can they close out? 2 more rounds is all they need. Hydra says, I'll take that, and I might be able to get the next. Nice one from Standy. Oh, and he managed to escape. This could be very awkward in a moment.
Standy with the nice little finesse going back down the ladder, but even when he is alive, accuracy is going to fall. Kismet coming out on top of that island fight, but a 2 versus 3 with that nade kill from Gunless. Standy, I think, is just desperate for any bit of help, but he just ends up getting isolated and caught. Gunless, new man on the squad for the 1 versus 3. Good news, bomb in hand. Bad news, didn't finish the kill, and the trade is instantaneous. A lot of these rounds, I feel like, have actually been sort of decided on like the island player section of the map, the Kismet versus accuracies, if you will. And Kismet has had a decent impact, but a lot of times, even when he's getting the kills, he's been just traded out. Past 2 rounds, though, completely on point. Kismet heating things up just a little bit.
I mean, the Bulldog is a man to take a map and a round into his own hands, mold it for the boys, and great example of that there. Order 2, Subliners. Able to get things going just a little bit. Again, a 3-1 here from the New York Subliners. It's going to be Kismet, the island player, towards A, and he might actually run into a whole host of good news for his teammates. There it is. Starts things off fantastically. Accuracy gone. Island on island done.
Basically, the first time accuracy is moved out of his spawn off the rip and gets cut down immediately. Gunless, the cover is there almost in the nick of time, but Sky's still able to get that trade out. 2 versus 3. And in the smoke, Chaos has descended. Gunless able to get 1, can't get out with his life. Linz out for the 1 versus 2. Kismet, by the way, is basically taking routes on this map. Now has bomb in hand after they originally left it in spawn.
Yeah. Gunless able to get you at least 1 in that situation is sweet. Will Linz take the high catwalk? Get on top of that crane, maybe try and get some information. Skies and Kismet, maybe just making faces at each other from this angle. Or is there staring competition? We may never know. Over to the bomb now we go. Less than 30 seconds. Looks like they're going towards A. That's the spot. One. The second. Linz, just finish him. Oh, it's a fight now. 20 on the clock.
Needs the 1v1. Needs the 1v1, and he's not going to get it. We're glitching out, and we're falling off the map. Linz in a 1v1. He cannot get it done. That is so unfortunate.
What just happened?
I mean, the round fell into his lap, and I mean, maybe just like Codcaster, Linz just glitched out just for a brief moment.
That's what Kismet saw. Got both POVs here. I mean, Linz damage was great. Oh man, was he hoping? Yo, you bet. Was he hoping to land on the platform below him, or?
I think the intensity of the moment just took him over. I just botched it.
Oh, that is a tough one. Well,
and that's Kismet on a 5. You talk about making a 4-1 comeback. If he gets the cruise, that could be the extra dagger in the round.
Oh, well, we'll see. Accuracy in the deep over on that left-hand side. Kismet, the island player here, but the battle for B rages. Standy down low, Hydra just above him. These two are going toe-to-toe. We'll see what Linz is as well, because he's been an absolute slayer. He's been the first blood man for Røkkr. This time, though, that first blood goes to Hydra. He's looking for his second.
Has also been, Minnesota Røkkr have done a great job of the teamwork in a lot of these rounds. This time they just spread the map, play for picks, and it did not pan out. Hydra at least gets caught, so Standy coming out on top of that one. Still don't want to feed Kismet the kill, and, well, Standy, unfortunately, going to feed it right to him. 6 in a row, cruise missile in hand, and a comeback that is well and truly in for New York.
3v2. We're about to find ourselves all squared up at 4-4. Sib with a reposition, looking to catch out Gunless as he's hoping the very best for a pick. Linz now in a spot of trouble. Gunless moving the bomb forward. Beautiful shots from Linz. Guns with... Oh my god, Gunless gets this as well. Sib now in the 1v2. The round is over. What a banger from Røkkr.
Dude, I don't understand. Linz, you could shoot like that. Just take the chow in the previous rounds. You have insane gunny. Just gotta trust it. No thinking. Just gun these people down. Him and Gunless right there with a hell of a round for the 2v3. So bad news is you give away a cruise. Great news is you win the round, stop the bleeding, and now 1 round away from again being the first team to take New York down on the old high-rise S&D. 2 new men on the squad right now performing very well. Yeah, 10 from Linz, 9 from Gunless. Don't know why I said 2 new men. Linz has been here the whole year. New to the league, though. Fresh face.
Fresh face. Laser stuns doesn't get anything, but there are actually 2 players down there. So, Linz, your instincts are on point, lad. Standy, not welcome. This is my fallout shelter. Oh my god, that was great. Accuracy, though, managing to stay alive. A lot of information passed over. B bomb planted. Here we go. It's a 4v4 retake. Røkkr, they are coming, and they catch out 2, and it's your boy Linz in the feed again. Oh! Can he close it out with the ace? All right, Lamar. But that was the search. Minnesota Røkkr. Take a bow.
Damn, that's why Linz closed the door in Standy's face. He didn't need him in that round. Linz said, I'll do it myself. That is an unreal performance. I mean, the first 2 were great, but then that kill on Sib as well. That is just utterly filthy. So we're going to have to, I don't know, go to the restroom, wash up, get ready for the map 3. It was an 8-point hardpoint in map 1. I'm thinking maybe a Røkkr collapses in, but talk about a ridiculous bounce back performance. And bounce back performance, thy name is Linz. Boy was shooting on that map, 13 kills. I mean, the first bloods as well. We don't get it in the stat feed, but he had at least 4, if not more, in that game as well. So Linz absolutely performing for the squad. I mean, there's nothing more you could say. MVP performance for sure.
100%. There we go. Linz drops Trow and leaves a baguette across the chest of the New York Subliners. Evasion control coming up now. We will see that Rio hardpoint, whatever happens, boys and girls. Rio search and destroy for the final map to go for a nice showdown. And honestly, after the high rise, I kind of want it. We're going to go to a quick commercial break and wash our filthy mouths out after that absolutely disgusting game. Don't go too far, though, ladies and gentlemen. We're playing control. After this break, this is the CDL.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Chance asked me if I have any weapons-grade plutonium, and I told him no, and that was the truth. But I wouldn't be too surprised if either one of these teams did have it, because these boys be shooting nukes right now.
That's right, FBI. These two teams right here take again. That's not an FBI problem. That's Homeland Security, maybe? I don't know, but
that's up there, man. Woo.
Hey, we got to focus in, though, right? We got two French players on the opposite side of the stage, and they are going toe-to-toe. Lins, quite literally everything on the high-rise S&D. 13 kills, God knows how many first bloods, but even the rounds that they lost were like the 1v1s that Lins was involved in. So definitely got to pay attention to him on the map 3. He has been a monster. But of course, when we talk about players that can pop off, we talk about the Flow State Hydra, literally tippy top of that list. He's been diving around, having a good time the first two maps. Maybe he'll slide around on map 3, get some more kills.
Let's see if he can get more kills in Control. That's what we're going to next. Our Control metrics for the overall season so far. And what do you know? The New York Subliners are reigning world champs 12-9. Once again, with a statistical advantage coming into this series, Minnesota Røkkr not have had a tremendous amount of success so far, but we'll see if that can change because, hey, a big win on Search and Destroy there, a solid look in the hard point. Now we get to test their resolve and we get to test their control game against the New York Subliners. See how things pan out here as we continue to collect data and information on this brand new team. We're going to Invasion, and it's going to be something.
And obviously for Gunless's performance the other day, well, yesterday rather, in the control, lights out. His team did hold the L in the end of it, so the kills column was great. The actual objective and wins not quite there, but still, KD was fantastic. And maybe the biggest problem that Minnesota Røkkr has had, at least from the outside perspective, the kills column for that second AR, really just the AR column entirely for the Røkkr team. So that's what you're looking for from Gunless, and well, you're looking for the A zone defense. New York Subliners going to be taking their time, but it's definitely looking like an A hit.
Yeah, taking their time, but not their chances. They are going in, baby. Either Tiger, at least one of these teams. Hydra in behind, cleaned up. This Big P with the pistola from the hip. Standy is about to get a haircut there from Sib, who had the shears at the ready, but for now we're on the B zone. We're having a good time. It's 2 members now of the Subliners. They'll be grabbing that, and number 3 is on its way. Big work again from Kiz.
Oh my God, Gunless is insane. He just ran in between all 3 of those players, but doesn't get something done. Unsurprisingly, New York Subliners there to take him down. Extra couple kills going to flow their way, get players pushed up, 3 down. What do the Subliners want to do? Spawn kill you is what they want to do. Skies moved up the rugs, and they got the entire unit trying to work this A zone.
And they didn't even find sort of like side angles. They just went straight at you. There was no flanking fire there. It was right down the barrel. Ins, that's a tough one to be in. B's on its way out, and A, like sharks circling a bloody swimmer, the Subliners are all over Røkkr.
I mean, this round might genuinely be over because of how many lives Røkkr. It's 2 minutes. They're still just dying. Skies finally gets traded. That was a 5 spree he just went on, but like, it was such a slow capture that half the lives are already gone, and there's so much time for them to work with. On top of the fact that they got a player on the A zone, did they forget that you got to shoot back in Call of Duty?
I mean, this is unbelievable what we're seeing so far. The first segment's gone. There's 2 minutes on the game clock. Oh, Sib can't win it. That would have been it. Hydra still trying to keep the front line forward. Can't. Accuracy. Nice too. Minnesota Røkkr have somehow stopped the hemorrhaging. They've been in so much trouble in this round so far. Can we see them get set up?
Hey, yo, Lamar, thank you for like stepping up and getting the kills on the A zone. I suppose if you could clutch up on this defensive round, it's still a defense on invasion, but 11 lives, 9 lives remaining now for Minnesota. This is a struggle. This is not good. Maybe post up and L trigger and play for kills.
Oh, Sibsy, he's sort of like, look, I know you're in there. Shots. Standy holding it down. 2 in the feed there, slowly but surely starting to bring this one back. Just try to find that pace again, Røkkr. You've looked so good so far. Do the basic math. Know that there are 2 players possibly behind you. And this could get out of hand very quickly.
Gunless with a big kill, though, just to clear out the base. Standy doesn't even shoot back, just dies. 8 lives remaining, a minute on the clock, and accuracy, talk about a big gunfight. He is going to have to win here in a second, potentially versus Skies. No one really from Røkkr. I guess Gunless can help on the cross now. It's going to be weird timing. Subliners just looking for their moment.
Just waiting for it. Cat and mouse on the other side of the map. We know the cat and the mouse is now. Skies jumps into it. Oh, he doesn't account for an incredibly patient accuracy. Doesn't matter. Patience doesn't pay off whatsoever. You're in trouble now. Røkkr have got to get things going. It's all Skies on the zone, but they don't know how many members of Subliners are around them. Send it. Get in there. Big win out of Linz.
I mean, huge win, but there go the extra lives that you had. Oh, my dear. They got obliterated this round.
Oh, my God. Hydra. Send it in there. Why not? But, oh, my word. Absolute choke slam in the final moments there.
Yeah, that might be the last time we see Røkkr play on Invasion. Hydra, one of the cleaner 3 pieces you're going to see. There's one. Beautiful reaction time for number 2, and then trading out Linz, who's 1 shot. But either way, again, flow state, Hydra makes it look easy. Very few people can do it like him.
I mean, that looked like a sort of gameplay trailer. That was like the Season 4 Reloaded or whatever, you know. Put some Metallica over that. That looked great, man. Nice one, Hydra. All right, we're going over to B now. It's a 4-man hit from Røkkr. You're about to run into 2 members of the New York Subliners, and they are not going to take it well.
Yeah, Hydra, 13 kills in 1 round, by the way. Not a record, I don't think, but pretty close to it. Great shots out of Linz. That is also clinically absurd, but his teammates have fallen. Hydra does not get the cruise. Accuracy posted up, waiting for the kill to fall into his lap, but Røkkr, as it is more typical, they're actually having to fight just to try to get this B zone.
Sweet nade from Skies, that's going to cause problems. Accuracy, out, gone. moving over towards that B zone, trying to get the capture done fast, but you're running out of men over here. Too many mans. Here comes Sib. Checking corners, not enough in the mag to get it done. Kismet should be able to close these players out. Beautiful work from the Bulldog up close. My word, the damage dealt, not enough. Subliners being kept at bay. B still being captured.
Ooh. Damn, that's it. I don't even know who the hell just stunned Hydra. Gunless almost put the moves on him by the looks of it, but you know, Lins at least gets the trade. B zone, it has been a very slow capture. Similar to what the Subliners did the round before. Difference is the kill count. Very close. Subliners still pretty much on point, but with those 2 kills, that is absolutely going to seal the deal on the B zone. Sib, no, he is going to be challenged. I don't know how many bullets it takes to kill him, but you need at least 1 more.
Gunless is about to help add to the count. 22 lives there for Røkkr, 21 for the New York Subliners. Gunless has lost Sib. Red dot. Chase it. Oh, Sib, too hot to handle.
That is a painful one. Tough moment, but still, you're just looking for that little bit of success over towards the A zone. Make no mistake, Minnesota Røkkr absolutely need to win a round on offense. Whether it be this one, I don't know, but they're going to need to pull off just a little bit of magic, standing behind enemy lines. Hydra can be the player potentially to hunt him down, or maybe Sib will just do it from the back line. So mission work for Subliners, keeping track of players, making sure your base is on point, and Hydra dancing with the devil. Gunless wants none of it, just gonna get out of dodge.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Gunless is completely trapped on the bottom side of this building. He's in blue, he's all alone, and here come the Subliners. Damn, son, Big P can't catch a break. That's unfortunate timing, but either way, his teammates, in the form of accuracy, have managed to get themselves over onto A. Here comes Standy to reinforce. Trophies are working fantastically so far. No problem with the QA there.
Okay.
Big kills from Lamar. 5 spree right now.
He just needs some help. He's going to be getting shot in the back and maybe shot in the front as well. And there's also no more trophy. 2 stuns on accuracy, a flank on accuracy, and finally he's going to fall. Gunless was able to pick up 2 kills, so Minnesota can continue to apply the pressure. But as much as accuracy just did, I don't know if anybody's actually going to be here to pick him up. And by the looks of it, Røkkr going to get stopped in their tracks working this A street.
Standy eating lead, literally. Hydra's 20-9, by the way. We've not touched on.
Oh, he slowed down, I see. Okay.
He slowed down way too much. Accuracy taking on his protege Sib. Final 2 segments remaining here with 30 seconds on the clock. There's a lot of time left for Minnesota Røkkr to get themselves involved here. And looking for that one wave of kills.
It's just going to be tough. 2 players working the flank. Sib just tucked himself in the corner. It's the problem is less than 20 seconds on the clock. You don't have time to check everything. Standy gives you the first blood. Hydra gonna trade him out. Trades going all over the place. Lins can't find one. Sib's still alive inside of Laundry. Now the flood towards the point. Accuracy doesn't win it. And Gunless, last man standing. They're just playing with them, just trying to buy that little bit extra time. Although he has to support, so he can't side in just yet. Røkkr keeping the play alive.
It's all down to Gunless and Standy right now. Standy's gone. Kismet managed to regen his health. Big P, can he win the fight? No. Kismet, the Bulldog, eats him alive, chews him up, spits him out. 2-0.
Yeah, didn't get that second tick either. We're close to it. That is one of those invasion rounds. Technically, not a bad round for Minnesota Røkkr on the attack, but because of how abysmal round number 1 is, it is simply not going to cut it. So able to get 4 ticks through, but they're down 2-0 right now. And frankly, I mean, this is looking like they're going to have to fight tooth and nail to win their defenses on invasion, because Subliners, they've been on something fierce. Hydra might have slowed down, but he's still averaging double-digit kills per round. Oof, not a fun man to have to deal with.
21-10. Is Hydra so far. 2-2 split here from the New York Subliners in this attacking round. They managed to win the first one rather handedly. We'll see what the defensive line of Minnesota Røkkr has so far. They have been pushed back into that A side of the map. And this is fugly so far, Charles.
Yeah, I was about to... he didn't actually get up there. I wonder if you can get on that bulldozer, not a tractor. Nice. I haven't seen it, but it looked like that's what he was going for. But Hydra just looking straight at that center dot where he places it perfectly. Seemingly every single time. Accuracy, next man in line. Another 5 spree. Nice little dolphin dive. And Hydra, he's just waiting for the next victim.
This boy taking a piss. Absolutely flying across invasion, finding kills wherever he sees fit. Everywhere he looks, there's somebody waiting for him. Sib can't win it against accuracy as those 2 trade kills against each other all map long. Kismet now on the point. Capturing this one slowly but surely. Has to back up to help him out there. Lovely tags in. Lin's on the flank. Sib now on a bit of a pinch here. it would have possibly caused some problems, but that's your boy Linz, and he is a nightmare to deal with. But Sib, he's seen scarier things in his dreams.
Yeah, Sib's been pretty on point with those close-range gunfights, albeit pistol or MCW. Sib is absolute shooter, one of the best shots in the league, and might be 40 seconds on the game clock, but this is looking like B zone. Well, with no trophies, actually could be a little bit difficult. Standing wins an extra gunfight, and Kismet feels the pressure, forced to back down, and his teammates are just in the depths of their spawn right now. So Minnesota Røkkr, this is the way to get back in the game, have a devastatingly good round on defense. Kismet with the patience, though, such a nuisance, so annoying to deal with, and he's opened up the map for his team.
He's disgusting, a disgusting play, perfect timing, capture B, minute 25 on the game clock. This one is far from over. We could be looking at a 3-0 here on Invasion. Hydra is now back in his happy place, spitting bullets all over the spawn of Røkkr.
Yeah, I mean, quite literally, though, what a difference maker play from Kismet. If you have Røkkr actually stopping them in their tracks and getting those ticks down, maybe an extra moment long term, but instead it is Hydra still averaging double-digit kills per round. That kill feed is just so yellow. And the Subliners back in their home, which is, of course, on the objective. And Hydra, well, it's in your spawn.
In your spawn, capturing A. Oh my god, it is all done. Last hit. That's going to be nearly that. As Civ looking for the last minute wallbang, not going to be there. Minute to play. It is not quite over yet.
I mean, 14-6.
I mean, look. Okay, look. All I'm saying is it's technically not done until the whistle. Okay, it's starting to look pretty done. Here we go. We're starting to close on in. Kismet, he's going to find these kills in a moment. Pressure now on. Big tags, 4 dead. Okay, not over yet.
Hey, 5v10. One life remaining. You just want to keep this as slow as possible. No overchows, nobody die. Accuracy right now is fighting the entire team, but he is the perfect guy to take things slow.
Once they start the lineup, you know, accuracy's in a happy place, guys. Checks it, gets it. Dude, nice shot. Hydra's going to slide out. No lives left. Sandy, though, in perfect position to pick these players up. Last 3. Hydra's down. Skies from spawn with 5 seconds on the clock. And what do you know? We're going to see another round.
You're not wrong, but also as far as like offensive rounds go, that was still an extra 2 ticks over towards A. So like, it's one of those things. Technically, still a good round there for the Subliners. That is a wild 4 down to be able to get. Like, Sandy just comes off a respawn and is immediately back in the action as well. So maybe one of those rare moments for the New York Subliners where not able to find a trade, but obviously still an offense on Invasion. Not an easy thing to make happen. And, well, now for Minnesota Røkkr, going to have to do the impossible. Win not just 1, but 2 rounds of attack on Invasion.
Good luck, lads.
We'll see how much of a, how much dog is in this fight.
So, there's a decent amount of dog. We're going to find out who and where in a moment. Linz, ooh, slips the net. A lot of damage dealt. He doubles back as well to be able to help out in that fight. That's huge. Kid's going for it. Mastan's not going to do a whole lot. It's going to push Kiz back, give Stanley a bit of time to work for those streaks. Still on that 5, looking for 1 more. As the rest of the boys, oh, spotted out. Streaks, there we go. Røkkr kicking.
I mean, this is what a small W, and then, well, yeah, Hydra just guns them. So you at least have the cruise, but I don't know how impactful you can really make that happen on offense. Accuracy by, he's just back. You look away on the minimap for just a second, and he's just back on the A zone applying pressure. He does get dealt with. Nice win there by Kismet, and maybe Standy wants to try to do a little bit of the same, but Kismet guns him down as well. So no love over towards this A zone. Back towards B, we're going to have to go, and maybe a small bit of a stack opportunity here from Minnesota, who are struggling just to stay alive.
Yeah, struggling indeed. That's another big kill from Dark. Accuracy, he's in trouble here. No way he walks away with anything, surely. Big workouts, guys. He and Sib flying forward. Big P tags in, enough to get Stanley into the kill feed. 2 lives separating us right now, but the game clock is going to be the absolute decider. Here's one of the 2 cruisers that Røkkr have got to play with. It should be going to be.
I mean, I almost want Minnesota Røkkr to win this round just to see how many kills Hydra can get. Like, he's on a record-breaking performance, but that's another thing. Like, if you're like a fan of Hydra, you want Minnesota Røkkr to capture the B zone, so there's extra time for Hydra to just add more to the collection.
We'll see if he can. It comes, oh no, nice nade. Oh, Kiz as well. Linz can't get them all. 25 on the clock, and it's going to be it. He does have the streak to work with. It can soften up those players as they move forward. Linz is calling it in. Accuracy with a big win. Forward you go. You should be able to get on the point, but you have to deal with these last few players. Cruz somehow doesn't take care of accuracy. Numbers now there for both teams. It's a brawl. The last one we may see of the map.
And this is just desperation. Skies ends up getting that kill too. I thought they had him isolated, but Borstani doesn't know what direction to look. Is it from up top, below, to your right, to your left? Does it matter? 4 seconds left. Lim's the only man alive. He's got a little bit of help. Sib getting tags in, and somehow it's Hydra that finds those kills. New York Subliners, they don't care about no kill record. They just care about the map, and they got it in a dominant fashion. That was a terrifying look on invasion control, and for Minnesota Røkkr, well, there's no small mistakes in that one to go back and correct. They just got bullied.
You got Hydra as the lead in the series for the Subliners. We go to Rio now for the hard point. We'll see how that one goes. And with Hydra shooting like that, it's going to be one hell of a map. Look at that, boys and girls. 6,253 damage, 40 kills for the French Phenom. 33 of those untraded. An outstanding performance individually from Hydra. Once again, they're an invasion. We seem to get at least one or two of those from the big teams. At least once a qualifier. But accuracy and standing chance, both big damage out of those guys as well. And some huge plays and some great moments, but not enough to bring down our reigning world champs.
Yeah, I was just trying to run through the numbers in my head of how many times, like, you know, that's Gunless is sort of welcome back into the league after a few years of a hiatus. Atlanta FaZe day 1, Hydra and the New York Subliners day 2. And I mean, 40 and 20, that just looks so absurdly clean. It is kind of funny. I thought he wasn't going to match the sort of 10 kills per round expectation, but he was literally a third of his team's kills the entire game, actually more than that. So Hydra going the extra mile. Again, easily achievable flow state. And the fact that he got 40, and we're watching, like, Sid was absolutely shooting this map as well. Like, you had everybody making plays. Kismet, the Bulldog over on the B zone, finding the moments to make sure they don't get completely stuck in the attacking rounds. Like, that was a, you know, a well-orchestrated team performance by the Subliners, but Hydra just that shining light going that extra mile. And yeah, for Minnesota, nothing to talk about there. That's just tough.
That's real tough.
What a kill. Nice angle there from Sib. Gotta try that later.
Nice angle from Sib. Highlights from this one have been fun. A lot of great nades as well. Skies managing to get those plays directly off the zone, knowing sort of basically where he has to throw those frags from anywhere on the map to make sure it lands in that wide open B zone, especially if there are no trophies in play. Super important. But that was Hydra, the final few kills, making it 40 in the end. Good stuff from him. The Phenom strikes back as Skies drops some form of mating ritual, I presume. Keep the boys in good form and good spirits going into this Rio.
Yeah, and, you know, if Hydra has the hot hand going into the Rio, I am going to be a little bit intimidated here on the side of Minnesota Røkkr. Also, will be interesting to see if they want to go for a 2-2 setup with 2 ARs, 2 SMGs, or if Gunless is going to be pulling out the third SMG. I know historically he has absolutely been one of the better flexes we've had in Call of Duty, but it has been many moons since we've seen him with a true test of that flexing ability. So interesting look on Rio as well. Obviously, map number 1, absolute nail biter. Down to the wire, a map where Minnesota Røkkr can absolutely talk about a few small mistakes here and there and try to improve upon those, but Rio is going to be a wildly different look than Karachi. We'll see what kind of resolve these Røkkr players have.
See what the resolve is. I think from yesterday, an interesting thing for me was, you know, the loss against Atlanta FaZe. I mean, yeah, a 3-0, but they were very, very annoyed by how it went down, clearly. I mean, we saw some reactions from the player cams. I mean, they clearly felt it should have gone better. I wonder if they're holding on to that same mentality coming into today, as it should be, against another top 4 team like the Subliners. Røkkr absolutely testing them, pushing them a little bit past those limits, getting the best out of our reigning world champs. The fist bumps are out, and we're ready to rock and roll into Rio. We'll see how this one goes. Much smaller map, looking for the subbies. See if Gunless is on that flex. This is going to be an absolute delight, COD fans. We hope you've enjoyed Rio, of course, being in the rotation alongside 6-star.
Oh my god, okay.
Okay.
Can we just acknowledge the worst holding team in the game? They're not even good at breaking hills, and they're 3-1.
That's kind of weird, isn't it?
So that's just like a min-max sort of situation where it might be like small things going the right or wrong way, like here and there, but like overall their game plan still pretty sweet, or maybe just money hills that they dominate. But either way, it might be a strange stat there for the New York Subliners, but I think this is one where I'm going to pay a little bit more attention to the record than the breaks and holds.
Well, going at it again for the old island play. It's not Search and Destroy this time round, but it's 3 members of Røkkr straight into the point, and it's accuracy going up towards that top side. Into the hard point, we send it. Nice bit of back and forth in the purple and yellow feed. Sky is trying to do what he can against Gunless, and the contest is about to come to a close. There we go. Nice opener from both teams. But I will say Røkkr, they're the guys with the time.
This is an absolute bloodbath right now around the zone. Every single flank has come through. Hydra just to add another one to the collection. He's been really trying to flex those dolphin diving skills, see if he can get that little bit of extra play, but I'd say just sort of mixed results and mixed success for the moment. Either way, though, Røkkr starting on the preferred side, at least to get towards P1. It's not for the flips, though, but still, just as was in Karachi, a good chunk of time on P1. Difference maker here, though. Well, New York Subliners winning the rotation. They have a great deal of clearance before this P2 hill pops.
Yeah, looking towards the break now for Røkkr. And again, the way the Karachi went, solid start. They managed to fizzle out in the middle, and they could not close out in the end. We'll be seeing a similar look here on Rio. Breaks are on. Accuracy getting out a little bit closer to the point as boys now flooding through boxes. It's going to be enough to get onto the point. Sib, what an angle that is. He is not going to be unhappy about those kills. 3 now in a row.
Nice trades, though. Accuracy wins an extra one as well. So Accuracy actually had sort of great like tack and nade usage to clear out Hydra, and they put in a lot of great work to get towards P2, and then they get there and the door just gets slammed in their face. And now the problem, oh, this is the worst case scenario. Are they, I don't know where they spawn here. In the back, all 3, make it all 4 of them. That is devastating. What a play from Hydra.
Yeah, that was a huge one. 1 HP, staying alive. Yeah, can he? Yeah, what a transition that was. Accuracy, man, it's so tough to deal with Hydra. Old hard point's done. Bottom of the stairs, we now go. Another mix fest. We'll see how the Subliners hold on this.
I'm honestly, like, that was incredible. That is a perfect play. You get a clean 4-man wipe, you flip spawns. That is every single player on New York Subliners making the perfect play at the right time. That is a thing of beauty, and that's the setup. Now you just got to knock it down on P3. Gunless at least trying to fight for the back spawns, but the spawns are going to be weird. 2 players from Røkkr are out, 2 players in the back. Hydra getting the cutoffs. He does get traded, but on the back spawn, Skies, well, he was still gifted the spawn towards the back, continuing to put in work. Røkkr at least making things mixy, though. That is a hell of a fight to try to break through.
And they've sort of got spawns at the back. We'll see who... No, it's the other back. The wrong back. The out back. No, it's still close as hell. Well, this is going to be an absolute disaster for Gunless if he can't get a 6th kill. He's pinched. It's done. It's over. It's gone. And Røkkr have once again been suffocated here on the hard point.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good attempt to try to get through on that time, but either way, that is just 2 hills back to back for the Subliners. Pick you apart. Hydra finding new things to jump on. He has really been exploring the maps as much as he can, and in a moment, that would be terrible for Minnesota Røkkr to go a clean 4 down. Well, they do. Hydra, the first one to be engaged one with as well. This is hell.
Yep. Oh, he's still going. Gunless runs straight into it. Hydra still moving. Finally brought down Lins. Finally ends that run. It was starting to get ugly.
Oh, but they'd finally kill Hydra by the time they get him. I was going to say he's back in the mix and could shoot you in the back again. They kill him once and they still can't get anywhere near the time. Røkkr, this is so tough.
Hydra spawns where Hydra wants to spawn at 14 and 7. Trying to make it 15, but Gunless says nay. Still hard points up. New York Subline is still firmly in control. Oh, bueno. Big Pig last man up. Røkkr finally with a little bit of time, but it's the final 10, and the row's already done.
Oh, and I just looked at the kills, too. Yeah. We don't have to say it. It's all good. We can move on. We're rotating. Guess who's here first? New York Subliners. Guess who's getting the intro kills? Hydra. Anything that's on his screen, this man will shoot.
There it is. Tags are in. It's 15 and 8. He's moving. Massive work there on the Lins. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Hey, give him a chance. Stanley finds his 3rd. I said it.
Yeah, I mean, look, it has to be acknowledged at some point. This is hill number 5, by the way, so we've been in this game for a decent bit of time. Sky's dancing, finally gonna fall. It's his teammate that takes him down, and Gunless takes advantage of the moment, picks up an extra 2 kills. And Minnesota Røkkr, for the first time in a long time, inside the hill. And by God, they have a setup as well.
Gunless is shooting, though. He does manage to get the streak this time around. That's 2 5 sprees back to back. Lins has mid. The setup is there. Røkkr sitting pretty and smiling for now. They're going to get that time and they have the streak.
Big kills as well. Trying to get that momentum back, doing a little bit of extra. Yeah. Wins a nice gunfight as well. 1 HP. That is all Linz is going to need, keeping these players at bay. Funnily enough, the hill where Minnesota Røkkr had the most success was P1, and, well, back towards P1 we go.
Linz is still holding this position down. Here comes Kiz. Shots from Linz once again. Hydra's on the approach, but he's in trouble. This is a nice bit of work from Røkkr. The second set of hardpoints is up, and the chokehold is on. 2 spotted on the cross, heading over. Great information here from Røkkr. The spree there from Linz comes to a close, but the teamwork is still going.
Yeah, never actually flipped the spawns, though, so long-term, Subliners still in a halfway decent spot, but this has been a virtually flawless P1 hold, so Minnesota Røkkr have been putting some serious work in the meantime, and Subliners might have to chalk up that final 20, maybe toe with the idea of getting them off the time, but really just set up and play for these kills. This guy's going for the contest. They're actually going to swarm it, try to hit the full send, and hey, if your timing and coordination is like that, why not go for it? Minnesota Røkkr, as much life as they just showed on that hill, well, you're back to square one. The wrong side spawns in such a long way to go.
A gift from the COD gods timing like that, but another gift from above, this time from Gunless, and it's got New York's name written all over it. This should soften up the hard point. Oh, no. Hydra stays alive. Is the battle of the double doors, though. Linz is in. Gets at least one before being brought down. Standy trying to get another. No, it's Sib at close range with the rival 9. Puts him to bed. Gunner's now fully regened, going for the fight.
That's an interesting moment there from Sid, too. I'm assuming just came off spawn and knew what gun he wanted for the right moment or picked it up off the ground. But either way, on point. Great decisions being made. And for the final 25 seconds, Standy gunned down as well. Another clean 4 down, and Hydra once again on the P2 hill. He's just living at the new time. Players spawning out right now, for Minnesota. Accuracy might win a few big ones on the back line, though, but it is just a game of survival. Kismet found a corner. Also finds death, though. Minnesota Røkkr, they're going to be able to get this initial time.
Accuracy spawns on the right-hand side of the mini-map right in front of Kismet, so that's going to be a bit of a runaround. Hydra, he's doing a runaround of his own. He's going to be able to cause problems now. 2 members of Røkkr down and out of the fight. Accuracy finally gets involved, and still Røkkr unable to spawn close to the hardpoint where they want to.
Yeah, no, this is absolutely brutal.
It played him like a fiddle, Chance.
Nah, this is brutal. This is Subliners at their very best, so why not go to a listen in and see how they sound?
Yes, he's gonna be close up back door on you. I have your back right. I have your right door, okay? Yes, you be close up back door. He could go boxes. He could go. Yo, back door left side. Back door left side. 1 shot first dead.
1 shot mid. Really big. Last 2 mid on the right. This key is both of them. Nothing you. They win mid. Both of them. I'm up.
Eskies, Lens. 1 shot Eskies.
Eskies with the boxes. Boxes to new. Want to be Eskies again. Nice 3. That's good. One more last guy. He's gonna be right. Yeah. Just gonna boxes. How do I come with it? Nice, good job.
The spawning yellow.
Boxes. I need to run boxes. Yellow.
Boxes, Lens. Box, I have the slide here.
Boxes, weak. Oh, he went shot. He's 2 of them.
Lens. Nice.
2 of them disadvantage. Keep cutting them.
1 shot crossing garage.
Okay, I need a team. Get the pitch mid.
I have chance on the forklift. He's on time. He's gonna be left side time.
Close range.
Yeah. I have the pinch. Find the van.
Close range, boys. 1 shot on time.
I'm challenging Lamar.
Yeah, he pitches.
2 there.
I'm on the feet. He's on the white van.
He's on the white van, Eddie.
I got him. Yo, he's on the platform on me. Lamar, shit
I'm gonna go mid.
Oh,
Just gonna be boxes. 100% boxes. One guy was boxes. Watch it close right. Watch my close right, Bono, okay? I have right. Yo, every close right. Boxes, 2 boxes. Garage boxes. 2 boxes. Gunless and unless.
Yeah, I'm reloading.
Garage dead. No close right. Watch on you. Boxes. One shot, close right, Bono.
I'm repitching off.
Apps on me.
Hold dead.
Nice, Bono.
Yeah.
They could be back down. They're all gonna be jungle. I'm laying down their side cat steps.
I'm gonna pitch late. When you guys make noise.
Super clean gameplay from Skies there. That 3 spree. Now a 4. Nearly a 5, but a great nade from Gunners makes that a little bit harder. But 220 a climbing chance. This could be the end of the series right here.
Yeah, this map from Røkkr has to just look insane from their perspective. There's never a moment to breathe. Every single hill they've rotated to, someone from New York Subliners always set up, playing in corners, waiting for the kills to fall into their lap. Like, you just can't really do anything. If they can get back to a P1, it has been the only hill where they have had a great deal of success. But problem is, 15 seconds away, New York Subliners, they can do it on any number of different hills. Linz, though, in the middle of the map, able to pick up 2, but still the pressure being applied towards the old time. Kismet waiting to pounce.
or pouncing indeed. The old drive-by info. The damage wasn't really it. It was just to get like how many players were still on that side of the map, and he saw plenty of them. Rotations done. Subliners are in position. This is it for the win here in our series. Can they contend with the attack from Røkkr? Røkkr have managed to fan out. 3 down. Kiz done. 4. Here we go.
Okay, again, this is the oldie hill where they've had success too. They started off perfectly. They haven't read the spawns yet. They have no information. They are waiting to get any sort of information. 3 players still looking the wrong direction. No one making a move to try to figure out where they spawn. So you end up starting to get picked apart. You get a 4-man wipe. You don't look for anything, and you get punished for it. New York Subliners might have just put the stamp on the game.
That could be it. Final seconds now taken away. Lynn's trying to get involved. Kismet in the feed, cutting him down. Sib cutting him down. Accuracy on the deep flank. Not enough time. Might contest. Gets a kill. Can he get 2? And force us into a few more battles for these hard points? The answer is yes. Sib walks right into it. The game's not over yet.
I appreciate and respect the fight that Røkkr are attempting to show. This hill's about to pop, though.
I'm not wrong, but the hill's gonna pop, but the kills are still going. Look, it ain't over yet. Can Skies get 3? 1 damage, 2 in the kills. This is for the game. There's the contest. It's not over.
Okay, Gunless is alive. He's on the point. He's got his teammates with the back spawns. New York Subliners, though, setting up for the kill, but getting caught in the meantime. A flank coming through from Sib. Accuracy checked it for a moment, but now he's giving it up, and now Sib, jump on time. Do they make him tweak, make him look at front before you go and challenge this wall? 1 gunfight to win the game.
Oh, there it is. There's the gunfight. Hydra has done it. In an emphatic fashion, Hydra with a ridiculous KD across the entire series. A single second was all they needed, and the Subliners deliver. The first Rio was all we needed to close it out, but I think it's a bit of a tricky victory. Sib's expression tells me that they're not entirely enthralled or enthused by that win. 3-1, as Røkkr certainly pushed them. We'll see with time how good that squad can be, but for now, Røkkr, it's been one hell of a schedule. Atlanta FaZe first, New York Subliners second. The only way is up, surely.
I mean, dude, that is such an interesting series too, because like pretty close, like hard points, and even for a Rio where it felt like they were getting obliterated through and through, like that had to have been exhausting for Minnesota to play. The fact that we saw the way the map was playing out virtually from start to finish, and still a 25-point game, I almost want to say that's impressive. Like Standy, I mean, they were kind of playing 3v4 for half the map, it felt like, and still, when you started getting kills at least a little bit towards the end, I don't know. It's an interesting one for sure. The invasion control, not the best look for Røkkr at all. So control might need to be fine-tuned, but first team to take down New York Subliners on the high-rise S&D. Fairly close hard points. Like, you know, I think Gunless looks good. They needed more kills in the AR column, and so far, at least that question has been answered. Of course, though, that breakaway to the top 4, and well, a very difficult mountain to climb. New York Subliners, again, pretty much from start to finish. Outside of P1, New York Subliners super clean on this map.
Yeah, very clean indeed. Well, going back to the sort of schedule run there, Røkkr, the next team they play is going to be Boston, and after that LAG. So the answer is hell yeah. The only way is up from here on out. We'll see how those teams fare against our new purple-clad Warriors in the run-up towards the Toronto Major. But that is it for today's games. We didn't have another set of blowouts, which is very exciting if you ask me. That's it from myself and Chance. Now over to the glorious desk.
Fantastic work, gentlemen, and fantastic work from New York. You made us all look smart, including the fans. We went 4 for 4 on this one. Let's talk a little bit about our predictions and what came to fruition here for the New York Subliners. It looked like they started off a little bit slow. Minnesota within 8 points of that first hard point, and they even dropped that first search and destroy.
Yeah, dropping the search and destroy is a little worrying for the New York Subliners, especially because the differential between the top 4 teams has been the search and destroy. So a couple of things for them to work on here. Unfortunately, didn't get to see any of the new maps, but if you're Minnesota Røkkr in this series, I mean, you just played one of the top 4 teams incredibly close. So looking at their strength of schedule following this that Miles touched on, like it can truly only go up from here for this roster.
Nameless, if you're looking at the numbers, it's hard to look anywhere but at Hydra. He had 70+ kills on just the last 2 maps that we saw, 97 overall, 1.29. Is he trying to prove to everybody that he's still in the running for best player in this league?
100%. I mean, the kid's an absolute monster. You saw the pressure that he's able to put down on a map like Invasion, just getting up close and personal. Like these last two maps, they had a stranglehold on the map, largely in part due to his ability. But for the New York Subliners, it's been the hardpoint. Like of the top 4 teams, they were the worst hardpoint team, only a 1-point differential. And they had to focus in on that in this last 2 weeks. And they figured it out, at least in this series, right? They win both of them, 2 maps that they haven't been particularly great at. Karachi 3-3 on the season, big win there, and now we got some new maps in the fold as well. So for New York, it's about expanding their map pool and figuring out that HP so they feel confident up against FaZe.
All right, this is Minnesota's second draw this weekend, their second loss. They were able to take a map this time, but now you've played 2 juggernaut squads. There's only really 4 powerhouse teams in the league right now. How do you rate this roster? Do you stick with what you have right now on paper?
I think you stick with what you have just because where we're at in the season. And their hardpoint realistically looks good. You're talking about a 10-point, 20-point game in both of these series. And the map 1, they had a lead for the majority of it. They just unfortunately gave up a big bar hill and allowed Hydra and Skies and Kismet to go on a couple streaks.
All right, expect those SMGs to work together a little bit tighter even
Sandy's gonna be better
as this series goes on. Let's take a moment, though, and take a look at our Scub play of the game. I'm told it's a good one, and it comes from Control. It's got to be the 40 kills from Hydra.
Yeah, I mean, Hydra was on an absolute tear. You just see some of these wild 3-pieces that he was picking up. He could pull out the AR, the SMG. It doesn't matter what's in his hands. And, you know, I was talking about, like, why they were so good at Invasion. This is why, Chris. You got players like Skies and Sib who are going to beam you down range. And then, like, wait a second, Hydra got the MCW, and he's telling me like he's dashy. He will do that, right? So, yeah, I mean, the New York Subliners, if you see them on Invasion, just veto that.
He's jumping out of windows with pistols. He's just doing whatever he wants, and he barely smiles after that.
Which, that's kind of funny, because usually Hydra is all smiles. I guess the comms were not as chaotic as they usually are for New York.
New York gets the job done, as did Atlanta, and we will be talking with a member of New York here in just a moment. Final thoughts on Minnesota before we go forward. The chat was very negative against them, but I have to remind everybody, you're playing number 1 and number 4 in the overall seeds.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a very tough draw for these guys. And as Ali mentioned, the hardpoints were really close. Like, if Gunless doesn't shoot Standy in the back with those 2 bullets at P2, they probably win map 1, an entirely different story because they would have been up 2-0. That being said, though, Standy has to play a lot better because you replaced the guy in Vivid who was he was rock solid on this team, playing great. So I think, you know, for Minnesota Røkkr, definitely going to get easier going forward, and they could beat some of these teams in the middle.
Let's take a look at our overall standings now as New York adds another 10 points. They are just 1 match away of breaking 200. That would be a 100-point difference separating 4th from 5th and 6th. And you can see the Minnesota Røkkr have kind of been stuck on that 100 points there for a while, Ali.
Yeah, but respectfully, they're in a good spot considering they've changed half their roster and they're still in the top 8 for champs this far into the season. So again, Minnesota Røkkr's in a comfy spot. New York Subliners, though, trying to take over Optic Texas. You got a couple more matches to get through.
We're trying to get the Subliners to plug in their webcams. While we do that, let's recap all the action from today, because on our Super Saturday, we had 3 fights, and it all started with the purple teams, our number 2 seeded Toronto Ultra taking on LAG, who is surprisingly in the top 8. This matchup, though, not as close as LAG would have hoped. Great news for Toronto, bouncing back, looking strong, especially Kleenex in game 1 and 2.
Especially, and you know, shout out Toronto Ultra looking strong in the search and destroy, right? I mean, you kind of can't take it with a grain of salt because they go against LAG, who statistically apparently is one of the best search and destroy teams in the league, and they hand it to them. And not only that, it's from Envoy, who has been struggling since Major 2, even in map 1 in this series, but he turns it around, almost doubles up on the kills in search and destroy, ending 12-4.
Nameless, anything nice to say about LAG? They finished the week 0-2 after dropping to Vegas and now Toronto.
I mean, I just think for LAG, they have to channel whatever it is they find on land, like that mentality. I mean, you look at the stats, dude, it's a 180. One of the more jarring things to look at when you see, like, everybody plays so much better. So whether it is the energy or the preparation the nights before, the VOD that they're watching, they need to channel that for their online game.
Absolutely love that call out, and I absolutely love this series. Boston Breach versus Miami Heretics. It was one that went the distance. Real, It was his coming out party in the Heretics jersey, and the man put on a show for us, especially in Search and Destroy. He seems to be doing everything right.
Real had an incredible series. I mean, what kind of like an induction to this roster with a couple question marks raised? I know Ant said early on in the pre-show before we saw Miami play that they should really just stick to this roster at this point. Stop swapping out the fourth man. And, well, Real showed us why he certainly shouldn't be swapped out today. He was not only doing it in the respawns, but as well as at Game 5, clutching it up to close out going 11-4.
Nameless, we got to give you big credit for calling this one. You said Miami was going to win it. They get the job done today. You broke the 80 mark, and I think you're up to like 83 correct picks. But you weren't the only one. This result today.
Yeah, I mean, I think for, the Miami Heretics, right? Like, they just discovered, Slasher called it. Just saw Doug Spencer Martin fall on his knees in a Walmart parking lot. I know that's got to be vindicating for Asim and Slasher, man, because if you're Boston, you're making a roster change to compete with the best of them. You're trying to compete with the best when they lost to Heretics. It is slightly embarrassing, but yeah, Asim and Slasher bathing in the Boston Breach loss.
I know the Boston boys were waiting for this moment. They were dropped. It wasn't expected, and now they get at least momentary sweet revenge as they look to climb back into the CDL starting lineup. For now, though, we got to talk with a player who just won a match. It's Skies. It's our Monster Winner Spotlight. Skies, you made it, my friend. Did you guys have a quick dinner?
What's up, brother?
Hour afterwards? What happened?
Honestly, I was trying to plug in my camera, but it was plugged into the CDL little pie thing, and then I was zoning out.
It's not your fault, man. You used all of that mental strength in game. Talk to us about this win tonight. Was it tougher than you expected playing Minnesota with the new lineup?
I mean, it was tough. I feel like we just made it tough. I feel like it's the first match back, we were just a little bit too tense. Like, it just didn't feel like we were playing loose as we should have. But yeah, they look pretty decent.
For sure. Skies, we had 2 maps added into our lineup. We haven't gotten to see you guys play them yet, but as we know, New York loves to spawn into that private match and find all the tricks and maybe things people don't know about. Is there anything you've learned about 6-star and Vista that you're not sharing?
It's all zipped. It's all zipped. But we love it. We like the new maps. We like how like fast paced it is, and I feel like it fits our team's play style a lot. So we're excited for the new maps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, speaking about the new maps getting added, across Invasion and Skid Row, you guys are 9-4, so 2 of your guys' best maps in Hardpoint. And Hardpoint has been a pain point throughout the season for you guys, at least in terms of the top 5 teams. 18-15, you're sitting in 5th there. What have y'all been working on to sort of become the best HP team?
We've just been watching extra maps, taking more times, trying to watch over hard points, because I feel like definitely our control is solid, our S&D is really good, and we just need to iron out on the hard points. We've just been watching hella VOD lately, coming in early and staying later.
But what do you think it's been, right? Because we're seeing a lot of teams like Atlanta and Optic, they're pulling away in HP. They're starting to really find their play style. For you guys, why is it taking so long?
I feel like right now, it's just like we do the easy part, and then whenever we do the hard part, and then whenever it comes to doing the easy part, we like kind of struggled on the transitions, but I feel like that's pretty easy to fix, and we just started to realize that we're gonna start working on that extra hard.
Fair enough.
Skies, can I ask you a question here on Puckett Podcast?
What's up, handsome? Tell me.
All right, tough question for you. I know you had one of the greatest moments of the last tournament using the ordnance to throw an extra far grenade that caused the car to explode. That caught everyone off guard, and it was a use of strategy that we hadn't seen up until that point in the season. Moving forward into future Call of Duties, do you want to see more items like that in play and have more tools on the chessboard, or do you like to keep it kind of black and red checkers?
I personally liked it. I feel like it just gave me dope. Just I don't know. I feel like in Ghost, people were using strong arms too, finding nade spots, and then now I do it one time and it's shock. But we already knew it was gonna get GA'd before the event, just because people don't like to have fun.
They're just trying to nerf you, bro. It's unbelievable.
Maybe next year.
God.
All right, guys, I just had to get that one officially on the record. You and I are on the same page. Thanks, man.
All right, appreciate it.
That is New York Subliners, another W as the top 4 remains 100 points nearly above the rest of the pack. As we wrap today, we look forward to tomorrow, Alley Cat, because we've got a banger of a match to close out our weekend.
Oh, yeah. I believe this will be like the 6th or 7th time we've gotten the Atlanta FaZe versus Optic Texas matchup. Not only that, it's our grand finals rematch. I am so excited, and I hope some of the new maps make it into that series.
Shout out Schedule Makers.
Shout out Schedule Makers. It all begins tomorrow at 2:45 p.m. We'll see you there bright and early for headquarters. Thanks for tuning in.
Way up. Way up.
Wait. Going back and forth like it's east and west. But the whole team up, say that's north side. Am I lonely if I shoot the tech? And I'm 10 seasons in, still I'm coincide. Every day I'm going back to back, so ain't no neck to neck. Bitch pressing in the valley, growing stronger, only open up to check the text. Really know it's superhuman, I'm in overtime, they hate, so they check the chest. I've been dotting on my eyes and crossing on my T's, right now I'm trying to curve the S. Wait. On the gas and I'm smashing it. I've been in my lane, I'll probably crashing it. Wait.
Let's do 2 weak. One more. Weak. Get killed. Back out. There's two. You can refill your secret in a second. She's one more back door. I know your secret. Back door. Holy shit, Eric. Last one. Nice, Eric. Good story, man. You can't kill me. What the frick? What the f***ing I have a streak.